Chapter 16 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Immediately I opened the packet. As Doltaire had said, the 2 books of poems I had lent Alixe were there, and between the pages of one lay a letter addressed to me. It was indeed a daring thing to make Doltaire her messenger, but she trusted to his habits of courtesy. He had no small meannesses. He was no spy or thief.
Dear Robert,
the letter ran,
I know not if this will ever reach you, for I am about to try a perilous thing, even to make Monsieur Doltaire my letter-carrier. Bold as it is, I hope to bring it through safely. You must know that my mother now makes Monsieur Doltaire welcome to our home, for his great talents and persuasion have so worked upon her, that she believes him not so black as he is painted. My father, too, is not unmoved by his amazing address and complaisance. I do not think he often cares to use his arts. He is too indolent. But with my father, my mother, and my sister, he has set in motion all his resources. Robert, all Versailles is here. This Monsieur Doltaire speaks for it. I know not if all courts in the world are the same. But if so, I am at heart no courtier, though I love the sparkle, the sharp play of wit and word, the very touch and go of weapons. I am in love with life, and I wish to live to be old, very old, that I will have known it all, from helplessness to helplessness again, missing nothing, even though much be sad to feel and bear. Robert, I should have gone on many years, seeing little, knowing little, I think, if it had not been for you and for your troubles, which are mine, and for this love of ours, builded in the midst of sorrows. Georgette is now as old as when I first came to love you, and you were thrown into the citadel. And yet in feeling and experience I am 10 years older than she, and necessity has made me wiser. Ah, if necessity would but make me happy too, by giving you your liberty, that on these many miseries endured we might set up a sure home. I wonder if you think of that, a little home away from all these wars, aloof from vexing things. But there, all too plainly I am showing you my heart. Yet it is so great a comfort to speak on paper to you, in this silence here. Can you guess where is that here, Robert? It is not the Chateau Saint Louis. No, it is not the manor. It is the chateau, dear Chateau Alixe, my father has called it that, on the island of Orleans. 3 days ago I was sick at heart, tired of all the junketings and feastings, and I begged my mother to fetch me here, though it is yet but early spring, and snow is on the ground. First, you must know that this new chateau is built upon, and is joined to, the ruins of an old one, owned long years ago, by the Baron of Bogart, whose strange history you must learn some day, out of the papers we have found here. I begged my father not to tear the old portions of the manor down, but, using the first foundations, put up a house half castle and half manor. Pictures of the old manor were found, and so we have a place that is no patchwork, but a renewal. I made my father give me the old surviving part of the building for my own, and so it is. It is all set on high ground abutting on the water almost at the point where I am, and I have the river in my sight all day. Now, think yourself in the new building. You come out of a dining hall, hung all about with horns and weapons and shields and such bravery. Go through a dark, narrow passage, and then down a step or 2. You open a door. Bright light breaks on your eyes. Then 2 steps lower, and you are here with me. You might have gone outside the dining hall upon a stone terrace, and so have come along to the deep window where I sit so often. You may think of me hiding in the curtains, watching you, though you knew it not till you touched the window, and I came out quietly, startling you, so that your heart would beat beyond counting. As I look up towards the window, the thing first in sight is the cage, with the little bird which came to me in the cathedral the morning my brother got lease of life again. You do remember, is it not so? It never goes from my room, and though I have come here but for a week, I muffled the cage well and brought it over. And there the bird swings and sings the long day through. I have heaped the window seats with soft furs, and one of these I prize most rarely. It was a gift, and whose, think you? Even a poor soldier's. You see, I have not all friends among the great folk. I often lie upon that soft robe of sable, aye, sable, Master Robert, and think of him who gave it to me. Now I know you are jealous, and I can see your eyes flash up. But you shall at once be soothed. It is no other than Gabord's gift. He is now of the governor's bodyguard, and I think he is by no means happy, and would prefer service with the Marquis de Montcalm, who goes not comfortably with the intendant and the governor. One day Gabord came to our house on the ramparts, and asking for me, blundered out,
"Oh, what shall a soldier do with sables? They are for gentles and for wrens to snuggle in. Here comes a Russian count oversea, and goes mad in tavern. Here comes Gabord, and saves Count from ruddy crest for kissing the wrong wench. Then Count falls on Gabord's neck, and kisses both his ears, and gives him sables, and crosses oversea again, and so good-bye to Count and his foolery. And sables shall be Mademoiselle's, if she will have them."
He might have sold the thing for many louis, and yet he brought it to me, and he would not go till he had seen me sitting on it, muffling my hands and face in the soft fur. Just now, as I am writing, I glance at the table where I sit, a small brown table of oak, carved with the name of Felice, Baroness of Beaugard. She sat here, and some day, when you hear her story, you will know why I begged Madame Lotbiniere to give it to me in exchange for another, once the king's. Carved too beneath her name are the words, "O tarry thou the Lord's leisure." And now you shall laugh with me at a droll thing Georgette has given me to wipe my pen upon. There are 3 little circles of deerskin, and one of ruby velvet stitched together in the centre. Then, standing on the velvet, is a yellow wooden chick, with little eyes of beads, and a little wooden bill stuck in most quaintly, and a head that twists like a weathercock. It has such a piquant silliness of look that I laugh at it most heartily, and I have an almost elfish fun in smearing its downy feathers. I am sure you did not think I could be amused so easily. You shall see this silly chick one day, humorously ugly and all daubed with ink. There is a low couch in one corner of the room, and just above hangs a picture of my mother. In another corner is a little shelf of books, among them 2 which I have studied constantly since you were put in prison, your great Shakespeare, and the writings of one Mr. Addison. I had few means of studying at first, so difficult it seemed, and all the words sounded hard. But there is your countryman, one Lieutenant Stevens of Rogers Rangers, a prisoner, and he has helped me, and is ready to help you when the time comes for stirring. I teach him French, and though I do not talk of you, he tells me in what esteem you are held in Virginia and in England, and is not slow to praise you on his own account, which makes me more forgiving when he would come to sentiment. In another corner is my spinning wheel, and there stands a harpsichord, just where the soft sun sends in a rainbow of light, and I will presently play for you a pretty song. I wonder if you can hear it. Where I shall sit at the harpsichord, the belt of sunlight will fall across my shoulder, and looking through the window, I shall see your prison there on the heights, the silver flag with its gold lilies on the Chateau St. Louis, the great guns of the citadel, and far off at Beauport the manor house and garden which you and I know so well, and the falls of Montmorency, falling like white flowing hair from the tall cliff. You will care to know of how these months have been spent, and what news of note there is of the fighting between our countries. No matters of great consequence have come to our ears, save that it is thought your navy may descend on Louisbourg, that Ticonderoga is also to be set upon, and Quebec to be besieged in the coming summer. From France the news is various. Now Frederick of Prussia and England defeat the Allies, France, Russia, and Austria. Now they, as Monsieur Doltaire says, send the great Prussian to verses and the megrims. For my own part, I am ever glad to hear that our cause is victorious, and letters that my brother writes me rouse all my ardor for my country. Juste has grown in place and favour, and in his latest letter he says that Monsieur Doltaire's voice has got him much advancement. He also remarks that Monsieur Doltaire has reputation for being one of the most reckless, clever, and cynical men in France. Things that he has said are quoted at ball and rout. Yet the king is angry with him, and La Pompadour's caprice may send him again to the Bastille. These things just heard from D'Argenson, Minister of War, through his secretary, with whom he is friendly. I will now do what I never thought to do. I will send you here some extracts from my journal, which will disclose to you the secrets of a girl's troubled heart. Some folk might say that I am unmaidenly in this, but I care not, I fear not. December 24. I was with Robert today. I let him see what trials I had had with Monsieur Doltaire, and what were like to come. It hurt me to tell him, yet it would have hurt me more to withhold them. I am hurt whichever way it goes. Monsieur Doltaire rouses the worst parts of me. On the one hand, I detest him for his hatred of Robert and for his evil life. Yet on the other, I must needs admire him for his many graces. Why are not the graces of the wicked horrible? For his singular abilities, and because, gamester though he may be, he is no public robber. Then, too, the melancholy of his birth and history claims some sympathy. Sometimes when I listen to him speak, hear the almost piquant sadness of his words, watch the spirit of isolation which, by design or otherwise, shows in him, for the moment I am conscious of a pity or an interest which I flout in wiser hours. This is his art, the potent danger of his personality. Tonight he came, and with many fine phrases wished us a happy day tomorrow, and most deftly worked upon my mother and Georgette by looking round and speaking with a quaint sort of raillery, half pensive it was, of the peace of this home life of ours. And indeed he did it so inimitably that I was not sure how much was false and how much true. I tried to avoid him today, but my mother as constantly made private speech between us easy. At last he had his way, and then I was not sorry, for Georgette was listening to him with more colour than she is wont to wear. I would rather see her in her grave than with her hand in his, her sweet life in his power. She is unschooled in the ways of the world, and she never will know it as I now do. How am I sounding all the depths? Can a woman walk the dance with evil, and be no worse for it by and by? Yet for a cause, what can I do? I cannot say, Monsieur Doltaire, you must not speak with me, or talk with me, you are a plague spot. No, I must even follow this path, so it but lead at last to Robert and his safety. Monsieur, having me alone at last, said to me,
I have kept my word as to the little boast. This Captain Moray still lives.
You are not greater than I thought, said I. He professed to see but one meaning in my words, and answered,
It was then mere whim to see me do this thing. A lady's curious mind, eh? My faith, I think your sex are the true scientists. You try experiment for no other reason than to see effect.
You forget my deep interest in Captain Moray, said I, with airy boldness. He laughed. He was disarmed. How could he think I meant it?
My imagination halts,
he rejoined.
Millennium comes when you are interested, and yet,
he continued,
it is my one ambition to interest you, and I will do it, or I will say my prayers no more.
But how can that be done no more, which ne'er was done before? I retorted, railing at him, for I feared to take him seriously.
There you wrong me,
he said.
I am devout. I am a lover of the Scriptures. Their beauty haunts me. I go to Mass. Its dignity affects me, and I have prayed as in my youth I wrote verses. It is not a matter of morality, but of temperament. A man may be religious and yet be evil. Satan fell, but he believed, and he admired, as the English Milton wisely shows it.
I was most glad that my father came between us at that moment. But before Monsieur left, he said to me,
You have challenged me. Beware. I have begun this chase, yet I would rather be your follower, rather have your arrow in me, than be your hunter.
He said it with a sort of warmth, which I knew was a glow in his senses merely. He was heated with his own eloquence. Wait, returned I. You have heard the story of King Artus? He thought a moment.
No, no. I never was a child as other children. I was always comrade to the imps.
King Artus, said I, was most fond of hunting. It is but a legend with its moral, as you know. It was forbidden by the priest to hunt while mass was being said. One day, at the lifting of the host, The king, hearing a hound bay, rushed out and gathered his pack together. But as they went, a whirlwind caught them up into the air, where they continue to this day, following a lonely trail, never resting, and all the game they get is one fly every 7th year. And now, when all on a sudden at night you hear the trees and leaves and the sleepy birds and crickets stir, it is the old king hunting, for the fox he never gets. Monsieur looked at me with curious intentness.
You have a great gift,
he said.
You make your point by allusion. I follow you, but see, when I am blown into the air I shall not ride alone. Happiness is the fox we ride to cover, you and I, though we find but a firefly in the end.
A poor reply, I remarked easily, not worthy of you.
As worthy as I am of you,
he rejoined. Then he kissed my hand.
I will see you at Mass tomorrow.
Unconsciously, I rubbed the hand he kissed with my handkerchief.
I am not to be provoked,
he said.
It is much to have you treat my kiss with consequence.
March 25. No news of Robert all this month. Gabo has been away in Montreal. I see Voban only now and then, and he is strange in manner, and can do nothing. Mathilde is better, so still and desolate, yet not wild. But her memory is all gone, all save for that Francis Bigot is a devil. My father has taken anew a strong dislike to Monsieur Doltaire, because of talk that is abroad concerning him and Madame Cournal. I once thought she was much sinned against, but now I am sure she is not to be defended. She is most defiant, though people dare not shut their doors against her. A change seemed to come over her all at once, and over her husband also. He is now gloomy and taciturn, now foolishly gay. Yet he is little seen with the Intendant, as before. However it be, Monsieur Doltaire and Bigot are no longer intimate. What should I care for that, if Monsieur Doltaire had no power, if he were not the door between Robert and me? What care I indeed how vile he is, so he but serve my purpose? Let him try my heart and soul and senses as he will. I will one day purify myself of his presence and all this soiling, and find my peace in Robert's arms, or in the quiet of a nunnery. This morning I got up at sunrise, it being the Annunciation of the Virgin, and prepared to go to Mass in the chapel of the Ursulines. How peaceful was the world, so still, so still! The smoke came curling up here and there through the sweet air of spring. A snowbird tripped along the white coverlet of the earth. And before a Calvary I saw a peasant kneel and say an Ave as he went to market. There was springtime in the sun, in the smell of the air, springtime everywhere but in my heart, which was all winter. I seemed alone, alone, alone. I felt the tears start, but that was for a moment only, I am glad to say, for I got my courage again, as I did the night before when Monsieur Doltaire placed his arm at my waist and poured into my ears a torrent of protestations. I did not move at first, but I could feel my cheeks go to stone, and something clamp my heart. Yet had ever man such hateful eloquence? There is that in him, oh shame, which goes far with a woman. He has the music of passion, and though it is lower than love, it is the poetry of the senses. I spoke to him calmly, I think, begging him place his merits where they would have better entertainment, but I said hard, cold things at last, when other means availed not, which presently made him turn upon me in another fashion. His words dropped slowly, with a consummate carefulness, his manner was pointedly courteous, yet there was an under-pressure of force, of will, which made me see the danger of my position. He said that I was quite right, that he would wish no privilege of a woman which was not given with a frank eagerness, that to him no woman was worth the having who did not throw her whole nature into the giving. Constancy, that was another matter, but a perfect gift while there was giving at all, that was the way.
There is something behind all this,
he said.
I am not so vain as to think any merits of mine would influence you. But my devotion, my admiration of you, the very force of my passion should move you. Be you ever so set against me, and I do not think you are, you should not be so strong to resist the shock of feeling. I do not know the cause, but I will find it out, and when I do I shall remove it, or be myself removed.
He touched my arm with his fingers.
When I touch you like that,
he said,
Summer riots in my veins. I will not think that this which rouses me so is but power upon one side, and effect upon the other. Something in you called me to you. Something in me will wake you yet. Mon Dieu, I could wait a score of years for my touch to thrill you, as yours does me. And I will. I will.
You think it suits your honour to force my affections? I asked, for I dared not say all I wished.
What is there in this reflecting on my honour?
He answered.
At Versailles, believe me, they would say I strive here for a canonizing. No, no. Think me so gallant that I follow you to serve you, to convince you that the way I go is the way your hopes will lie. Honour, to fetch you to the point where you and I should start together on the Appian Way, I would traffic with that even, and say I did so, and would do so 1,000 times, if in the end it put your hand in mine. Who can give you what I offer, can offer? See, I have given myself to 100 women in my time, but what of me? That which was a candle in a wind, and the light went out. There was no depth, no life in that, only the shadow of a man was there those 100 times. But here, now, the whole man plunges into this sea, and he will reach the lighthouse on the shore, or be broken on the reefs. Look in my eyes, and see the furnace there, and tell me if you think that fire is for cool corners in the gardens at Neuilly, or for the hills of—
He suddenly broke off, and a singular smile followed.
There, there,
he said.
I have said enough. It came to me all at once how droll my speech would sound to our people at Versailles. It is an elaborate irony that the occasional virtues of certain men turn and mock them. That is the penalty of being inconsistent. Be saint or imp, it is the only way. But this imp that mocks me relieves you of reply. Yet I have spoken truth. And again I will tell it you, till you believe according to my gospel.
How glad I was that he himself lightened the situation! I had been driven to despair, but the strange twist in his mood made all smooth for me. That again and again sounds dreary, said I. It might almost appear I must sometime accept your gospel, to cure you of preaching it, and save me from eternal drowsiness. We were then most fortunately interrupted. He made his adieus, and I went to my room, brooded till my head ached, then fell a-weeping, and wished myself out of the world, I was so sick and weary. Now and again a hot shudder of shame and misery ran through me, as I thought of Monsieur's words to me. Put them how he would, they sound an insult now, though as he spoke I felt the power of his passion. If you had lived 1,000 years ago, you would have loved 1,000 times, he said to me one day. Sometimes I think he spoke truly. I have a nature that responds to all eloquence in life. Robert, I have bared my heart to thee. I have hidden nothing. In a few days I shall go back to the city with my mother, and when I can I will send news, and do thou send me news also, if thou canst devise a safe way. Meanwhile I have written my brother Juste to be magnanimous, and to try for thy freedom. He will not betray me, and he may help us. I have begged him to write to thee a letter of reconcilement. And now, comrade of my heart, do thou have courage. I also shall be strong as I am ardent. Having written thee, I am cheerful once more, and when again I may, I will open the doors of my heart that thou mayest come in. That heart is thine, Robert. Thy Alix, who loves thee all her days. P.S. I have found the names and places of the men who keep the guard beneath thy window. If there is chance for freedom that way, fix the day some time ahead, and I will see what may be done. Voban fears nothing. He will act secretly for me.
The next day I arranged for my escape, which had been long in planning.
End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
I should have tried escape earlier, but that it was little use to venture forth in a harsh winter in a hostile country. But now April had come, and I was keen to make a trial of my fortune. I had been saving food for a long time, little by little, and hiding it in an old knapsack which had held my second suit of clothes. I had used the little stove for parching my food, Indian corn, for which I had professed a fondness to my jailer, and liberally paid for out of funds which had been sent me by Mr. George Washington in answer to my letter, and other moneys to a goodly amount in a letter from Governor Dinwiddie. These letters had been carefully written, and the Marquis de Vaudreuil, into whose hands they had first come, was gallant enough not to withhold them, though he read them first. Besides Indian corn, the parching of which amused me, I had dried ham and tongue, and bread and cheese, enough, by frugal use, to last me a month at least. I knew it would be a journey of 6 weeks or more to the nearest English settlement, but if I could get that month's start I should forage for the rest, or take my fate as I found it. I was used to all the turns of fortune now. My knapsack gradually filled, and meanwhile I slowly worked my passage into the open world. There was the chance that my jailer would explore the knapsack, but after a time I lost that fear, for it lay untouched with a blanket in a corner, and I cared for my cell with my own hands. The true point of danger was the window. There lay my way. It was stoutly barred with iron up and down, and the bars were set in the solid limestone. Soon after I entered this prison, I saw that I must cut a groove in the stone from stanchion to stanchion, and then, by drawing one to the other, make an opening large enough to let my body through. For tools I had only a miserable knife with which I could cut my victuals, and the smaller but stouter one which Gabbo had not taken from me. There could be no pounding, no chiselling, but only rubbing of the hard stone. So, hour after hour I rubbed away, in constant danger of discovery, however. My jailer had a trick of sudden entrance, which would have been grotesque if it had not been so serious to me. To provide against the flurried inquisition of his eye, I kept near me bread well chewed, with which I filled the hole, covering it with the sand I had rubbed or the ashes of my pipe. I lived in dread of these entrances, but at last I found that they chanced only within certain hours, and I arranged my times of work accordingly. Once or twice, however, being impatient, I scratched the stone with some asperity and noise, and was rewarded by hearing my fellow stumbling in the hall, for he had as uncertain limbs as I ever saw. He stumbled upon nothing, as you have seen a child trip itself up by tangling of its feet. The first time that he came, roused by the grating noise as he sat below, he stumbled in the very centre of the cell, and fell upon his knees. I would have laughed if I had dared, but I yawned over the book I had hastily snatched up, and puffed great whiffs from my pipe. I dreaded lest he should go to the window. He started for it, but suddenly made for my couch, and dragged it away, as if looking to find a hole dug beneath it. Still I did not laugh at him, but gravely watched him, and presently he went away. At another time I was foolishly harsh with my tools, but I knew now the time required by him to come upstairs, and I swiftly filled the groove with bread, strewed ashes and sand over it, rubbed all smooth, and was plunged in my copy of Montaigne when he entered. This time he went straight to the window, looked at it, tried the stanchions, and then, with an amused attempt at being cunning and hiding his own vigilance, he asked me, with laborious hypocrisy, if I had seen Captain Lancy pass the window. And so for weeks and weeks we played hide-and-seek with each other. At last I had nothing to do but sit and wait, for the groove was cut, the bar had room to play. I could not bend it, for it was fast at the top. But when my hour of adventure was come, I would tie a handkerchief round the 2 bars and twist it with the piece of hickory used for stirring the fire. Here was my engine of escape, and I waited till April should wind to its close, when I should, in the softer weather, try my fortune outside these walls. So time went on until one eventful day, even the 30th of April of that year 1758. It was raining and blowing when I waked, and it ceased not all the day, coming to a hailstorm towards night. I felt sure that my guards without would, on such a day, relax their vigilance. In the evening I listened, and heard no voices nor any sound of feet, only the pelting rain and the whistling wind. Yet I did not stir till midnight. Then I slung the knapsack in front of me, so that I could force it through the window first, and tying my handkerchief round the iron bars, I screwed it up with my stick. Presently the bars came together, and my way was open. I got my body through by dint of squeezing, and let myself go plump into the mire below. Then I stood still a minute, and listened again. A light was shining not far away. Drawing near, I saw that it came from a small hut or lean-to. Looking through the cracks, I observed my two gentlemen drowsing in the corner. I was eager for their weapons, but I dared not make the attempt to get them, for they were laid between their legs, the barrels resting against their shoulders. I drew back, and for a moment paused to get my bearings. Then I made for a corner of the yard where the wall was lowest, and, taking a run at it, caught the top, with difficulty scrambled up, and speedily was over and floundering in the mud. I knew well where I was, and at once started off in a northwesterly direction, toward the St. Charles River, making for a certain farmhouse above the town. Yet I took care, though it was dangerous, to travel a street in which was Voban's house. There was no light in the street nor in his house, nor had I seen anyone abroad as I came, not even a sentinel. I knew where was the window of the barber's bedroom, and I tapped upon it softly. Instantly I heard a stir. Then there came the sound of flint and steel, then a light, and presently a hand at the window, and a voice asking who was there. I gave a quick reply. The light was put out, the window opened, and there was Voban staring at me. "This letter," said I, "to Mademoiselle Duvarney," and I slipped 10 louis into his hand also. This he quickly handed back.
"Monsieur," said he, "if I take it, I would seem to myself a traitor. No, no, but I will give the letter to Mademoiselle."
Then he asked me in, but I would not, yet begged him, if he could, to have a canoe at my disposal at a point below the falls of Montmorency 2 nights hence.
"Monsieur," said he, "I will do so if I can, but I am watched. I would not pay a sou for my life, no, yet I will serve you, if there is a way."
Then I told him what I meant to do, and bade him repeat it exactly to Alixe. This he swore to do, and I cordially grasped the good wretch's shoulder, and thanked him with all my heart. I got from him a weapon also, and again I put gold louis into his hand, and bade him keep it, for I might need his kind offices to spend it for me. To this he consented, and I plunged into the dark again. I had not gone far when I heard footsteps coming, and I drew aside into the corner of a porch. A moment, then the light flashed full upon me. I had my hand upon the hanger I had got from Voban, and I was ready to strike if there were need, when Gabord's voice broke on my ear, and his hand caught at the short sword by his side.
"'Tis Dicky, bad, ho-ho!"
cried he. There was exultation in his eye and voice. Here was a chance for him to prove himself against me. He had proved himself for me more than once.
"Here was I,"
added he,
"making for Monsieur Voban, that he might come and bleed a sick soldier, when who should come running but our English captain? Come forth, aho!"
"No, Gabord," said I. "I'm bound for freedom." I stepped forth. His sword was poised against me. I was intent to make a desperate fight.
"March on,"
returned he gruffly, and I could feel the iron in his voice. "But not with you, Gabord. My way lies towards Virginia." I did not care to strike the first blow, and I made to go past him. His lantern came down, and he made a catch at my shoulder. I swung back, threw off my cloak and up my weapon. Then we fought. My knapsack troubled me, for it was loose and kept shifting. Gabord made stroke after stroke, watchful, heavy, offensive, muttering to himself as he struck and parried. There was no hatred in his eyes, but he had the lust of fighting on him, and he was breathing easily, and could have kept this up for hours. As we fought I could hear a clock strike 1 in a house near. Then a cock crowed. I had received 2 slight wounds, and I had not touched my enemy. But I was swifter, and I came at him suddenly with a rush, and struck for his left shoulder when I saw my chance. I felt the steel strike the bone. As I did so, he caught my wrist and lunged most fiercely at me, dragging me to him. The blow struck straight at my side, but it went through the knapsack, which had swung loose, and so saved my life. For another instant and I had tripped him down, and he lay bleeding badly.
"Oh, 'twas a fair fight,"
said he.
"Now get you gone. I call for help."
"I cannot leave you so, Gabord," said I. I stooped and lifted up his head.
"Then you shall go to Citadel,"
said he, feeling for his small trumpet. "No, no," I answered. "I'll go fetch Voban."
"To bleed me more,"
quoth he whimsically, and I knew well he was pleased that I did not leave him.
"Nay, kick against yon door. It is Captain Lancy's."
At that moment a window opened, and Lancy's voice was heard. Without a word, I seized the soldier's lantern and my cloak, and made away as hard as I could go.
"I'll have a wing of you for lanterns there,"
roared Gabord, swearing roundly as I ran off with it. With all my might I hurried, and was soon outside the town, and coming fast to the farmhouse about 2 miles beyond. Nearing it, I hid the lantern beneath my cloak and made for an outhouse. The door was not locked, and I passed in. There was a loft nearly full of hay, and I crawled up and dug a hole far down against the side of the building, and climbed in, bringing with me for drink a nest of hen's eggs which I found in a corner. The warmth of the dry hay was comforting, and after caring for my wounds, which I found were but scratches, I had somewhat to eat from my knapsack, drank up my 2 eggs, and then coiled myself for sleep. It was my purpose, if not discovered, to stay where I was 2 days, and then to make for the point below the falls of Montmorency, where I hoped to find a canoe of Voban's placing. When I waked it must have been near noon, so I lay still for a time, listening to the cheerful noise of the fowls and cattle in the yard without, and to the clacking of a hen above me. The air smelt very sweet. I also heard my unknowing host, at whose table I had once sat 2 years before, talking with his son who had just come over from Quebec, bringing news of my escape, together with a wonderful story of the fight between Gabord and myself. It had, by his calendar, lasted some 3 hours, and both of us, in the end, fought as we lay upon the ground.
But presently along comes a cloaked figure with horses, and he lifts Monsieur the Englishman upon one, and away they ride, like the devil, towards St. Charles River in Beauport. Gabord was taken to the hospital, and he swore that Englishman would not have got away if stranger had not fetched him a crack with a pistol butt, which sent him dumb and dizzy. And there Monsieur Lancy sleeps snug through all until the horses ride away."
The farmer and his son laughed heartily, with many a "by gar," their sole English oath. Then came the news that 6,000 livres were offered for me, dead or living, the drums beating far and near to tell the people so. The farmer gave a long whistle, and in a great bustle set to calling all his family to arm themselves and join with him in this treasure hunting. I am sure at least a dozen were at the task, searching all about. Nor did they neglect the loft where I lay, but I had dug far down, drawing the hay over me as I went, so that they must needs have been keen to smell me out. After about 3 hours poking about over all the farm, they met again outside this building, and I could hear their gabble plainly. The smallest among them, the piping chore boy, he was for spitting me without mercy, and the milking lass would toast me with a hay-fork, that she would, and 6,000 livres should set her up forever. In the midst of their rattling came 2 soldiers, who ordered them about, and with much blustering began searching here and there, and chucking the maids under the chins, as I could tell by their little bursts of laughter, and the "La Messieurs" which trickled through the hay. I am sure that one such little episode saved me, for I heard a soldier just above me poking and tossing hay with uncomfortable vigour. But presently the amorous hunter turned his thoughts elsewhere, and I was left to myself, and to a late breakfast of parched beans and bread and raw eggs, after which I lay and thought. And the sum of the thinking was that I would stay where I was till the first wave of the hunt had passed. Near midnight of the second day I came out secretly from my lurking place, and faced straight for the St. Charles River. Finding it at high water, I plunged in, with my knapsack and cloak on my head, and made my way across, reaching the opposite shore safely. After going 2 miles or so, I discovered friendly covert in the woods, where, in spite of my cloak and dry cedar boughs wrapped round, I shivered as I lay until the morning. When the sun came up, I drew out, that it might dry me, after which I crawled back into my nest and fell into a broken sleep. Many times during the day I heard the horns of my hunters, and more than once voices near me. But I had crawled into the hollow of a half-uprooted stump, and the cedar branches, which had been cut off a day or 2 before, were a screen. I could see soldiers here and there, armed and swaggering, and faces of peasants and shopkeepers whom I knew. A function was being made of my escape. It was a hunting feast, in which women were as eager as their husbands and their brothers. There was something devilish in it, when I came to think of it. A whole town roused and abroad to hunt down one poor fugitive, whose only sin was, in themselves, a virtue, loyalty to his country. I saw women armed with sickles and iron forks, and lads bearing axes and hickory poles cut to a point like a spear, while blunderbusses were in plenty. Now and again a weapon was fired, and, to watch their motions and peepings, it might have been thought I was a dragon, or that they were all hunting La Jongleuse, their fabled witch, whose villainies, are they not told at every fireside? Often I shivered violently, and anon I was burning hot. My adventure had given me a chill and fever. Late in the evening of this day, my hunters having drawn off with as little sense as they had hunted me, I edged cautiously down past Beauport, and on to the Montmorency Falls. I came along in safety, and reached a spot near the point where Voban was to hide the boat. The highway ran between. I looked out cautiously. I could hear and see nothing, and so ran out and crossed the road, and pushed for the woods on the banks of the river. I had scarcely got across when I heard a shout, and looking round I saw 3 horsemen, who instantly spurred towards me. I sprang through the underbrush and came down roughly into a sort of quarry, spraining my ankle on a pile of stones. I got up quickly, but my ankle hurt me sorely, and I turned sick and dizzy. Limping a little way, I set my back against the tree, and drew my hanger. As I did so, the 3 gentlemen burst in upon me. They were General Montcalm, a gentleman of the governor's household, and Doltaire.
"It is no use, dear captain,"
said Doltaire.
"Yield up your weapon."
General Montcalm eyed me curiously, as the other gentleman talked in low, excited tones, and presently he made a gesture of courtesy, for he saw that I was hurt. Doltaire's face wore a malicious smile, but when he noted how sick I was, he came and offered me his arm, and was constant in courtesy till I was set upon a horse, and with him and the general riding beside me I came to my new imprisonment. They both forbore to torture me with words, for I was suffering greatly, but they fetched me to the Château St. Louis, followed by a crowd who hooted at me. Doltaire turned on them at last, and stopped them. The governor, whose petty vanity was roused, showed a foolish fury at seeing me, and straightway ordered me to the citadel again.
"It's useless kicking against the pricks,"
said Doltaire to me cynically, as I passed out limping between 2 soldiers, but I did not reply. In another half hour of most bitter journeying I found myself in my dungeon. I sank upon the old couch of straw, untouched since I had left it, and, when the door shut upon me, desponding, aching in all my body, now feverish and now shivering, my ankle in great pain, I could bear up no longer, and I bowed my head and fell a weeping like a woman.
End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Now I am come to a period on which I shall not dwell, nor repeat a tale of suffering greater than that I had yet endured. All the first night of this new imprisonment I tossed on my wretched bed in pain and misery. A strange and surly soldier came and went, bringing bread and water, but when I asked that a physician be sent me, he replied, with a vile oath, that the devil should be my only surgeon. Soon he came again, accompanied by another soldier, and put irons on me. With what quietness I could, I asked him by whose orders this was done, but he vouchsafed no reply save that I was to go bound to the fires of hell. There is no journeying there, I answered. Here is the place itself. Then a chain was roughly put round my injured ankle, and it gave me such agony that I turned sick, but I kept back groaning, for I would not have these varlets catch me quaking. "I'll have you grilled for this one day," said I. "You are no men, but butchers. Can you not see my ankle has been sorely hurt?" "You are for killing," was the gruff reply, "and here's a taste of it." With that he drew the chain with a jerk round the hurt member, so that it drove me to madness. I caught him by the throat and hurled him back against the wall, and snatching a pistol from his comrade's belt aimed it at his head. I was beside myself with pain, and if he had been further violent I should have shot him. His fellow dared not stir in his defence, for the pistol was trained on him too surely. And so at last the wretch, promising better treatment, crawled to his feet, and made motion for the pistol to be given him, but I would not yield it, telling him it should be a guarantee of truce. Presently the door closed behind them, and I sank back upon the half-fettered chains. I must have sat for more than an hour, when there was a noise without, and there entered the commandant, the Marquis de Montcalm, and the Seigneur Duvarney. The pistol was in my hand, and I did not put it down, but struggled to my feet, and waited for them to speak. For a moment there was silence, and then the commandant said,
"Your guards have brought me word, Monsieur le Capitaine, that you are violent. You have resisted them, and have threatened them with their own pistols."
"With one pistol, Monsieur le Commandant," answered I. Then in bitter words I told them of my treatment by those rascals, and I showed them how my ankle had been tortured. "I have no fear of death," said I, "but I will not lie and let dogs bite me with 'I thank you.' Death can come but once. It is a damned brutality to make one die 100 and yet live, the work of Turks, not Christians. If you want my life, why, take it and have done." The Marquis de Montcalm whispered to the commandant. The Seigneur Duvarney, to whom I had not yet spoken, nor he to me, stood leaning against the wall, gazing at me seriously and kindly. Presently Ramsay, the commandant, spoke, not unkindly.
"It was ordered that you should wear chains, but not that you should be maltreated. A surgeon shall be sent to you, and this chain shall be taken from your ankle. Meanwhile, your guards shall be changed."
I held out the pistol, and he took it. "I cannot hope for justice here," said I. "But men are men, and not dogs, and I ask for human usage till my hour comes and my country is your jailer." The Marquis smiled, and his gay eyes sparkled.
"Some find comfort in daily bread, and some in prophecy,"
he rejoined.
"One should envy your spirit, Captain Moray."
"Permit me, your Excellency," replied I. "All Englishmen must envy the spirit of Marquis de Montcalm, though none is envious of his cause." He bowed gravely.
Causes are good or bad as they are ours or our neighbors. The lion has a good cause when it goes hunting for its young. The deer has a good cause when it resists the lion's sleep upon its fawn.
I did not reply, for I felt a faintness coming, and at that moment the Signora Duvarney came to me, and put his arm through mine. A dizziness seized me, my head sank upon his shoulder, and I felt myself floating away into darkness, while from a great distance came a voice.
It had been kinder to have ended it last year.
He nearly killed your son, Duvarney.
This was the voice of the Marquis in a tone of surprise.
He saved my life, Marquis,
was the sorrowful reply.
I have not paid back those 40 pistoles, nor ever can, in spite of all.
Ah, pardon me, seigneur,
was the courteous rejoinder of the general. That was all I heard, for I had entered the land of complete darkness. When I came to, I found that my foot had been bandaged, there was a torch in the wall, and by my side something in a jug, of which I drank, according to directions in a surgeon's hand on a paper beside it. I was easier in all my body, yet miserably sick still, and I remained so, now shivering and now burning, a racking pain in my chest. My couch was filled with fresh straw, but in no other wise was my condition altered from the first time I had entered this place. My new jailer was a man of no feeling that I could see, yet of no violence or cruelty, one whose life was like a wheel, doing the eternal round. He did no more nor less than his orders, and I made no complaint nor asked any favour. No one came to me, no message found its way. Full 3 months went by in this fashion, and then, one day, who should step into my dungeon, torch in hand, but Gabord. He raised the light above his head, and looked down at me most quizzically. "Upon my soul, Gabord," said I did not kill you then?"
Upon your soul and upon your body you killed not Gabord.
"And what now, quarrelsome Gabord?" I questioned cheerfully. He shook some keys.
Back again to Dicky Bird's cage. Look you, quoth Governor, who will guard and bait this prisoner like the man he mauled? No one, quoth the lady who stands by Governor's chair. And she it was who had Governor send me here, even Mademoiselle Duvarney, and she it was who made the Governor loose off these chains.
He began to free me from the chains. I was in a vile condition. The irons had made sores upon my wrists and legs. My limbs now trembled so beneath me that I could scarcely walk, and my head was very light and dizzy at times. Presently Gabord ordered a new bed of straw brought in, and from that hour we returned to our old relations, as if there had not been between us a fight to the death. Of what was going on abroad he would not tell me, and soon I found myself in as ill a state as before. No Voban came to me, no Doltaire, no one at all. I sank into a deep silence, dropped out of a busy world, a morsel of earth slowly coming to Mother Earth again. A strange apathy began to settle on me. All those resources of my first year's imprisonment had gone, and I was alone. My mouse was dead. There was no history of my life to write, no incident to break the pitiful monotony. There seemed only one hope, that our army under Amherst would invest Quebec and take it. I had no news of any movement. Winter again was here, and it must be 5 or 6 months before any action could successfully be taken, for the St. Lawrence was frozen over in winter, and if the city was to be seized it must be from the water, with simultaneous action by land. I knew the way, the only way, to take the city. At Sillery, west of the town, there was a hollow in the cliffs, up which men, secretly conveyed above the town by water, could climb. At the top was a plateau, smooth and fine as a parade ground, where battle could be given, or move be made upon the city and citadel, which lay on ground no higher. Then, with the guns playing on the town from the fleet, and from the Levis shore with forces at the Beauport side, attacking the lower town where was the Intendant's palace, the great fortress might be taken, and Canada be ours. This passage up the cliff-side at Sillery I had discovered 3 years before. When winter set well in, Gabord brought me a blanket, and though last year I had not needed it, now it was most grateful. I had been fed for months on bread and water, as in my first imprisonment, but at last, whether by orders or not, I never knew, he brought me a little meat every day, and some wine also. Yet I did not care for them, and often left them untasted. A hacking cough had never left me since my attempt at escape, and I was miserably thin, and so weak that I could hardly drag myself about my dungeon. So, many weeks of the winter went on, and at last I was not able to rise from my bed of straw, and could do little more than lift a cup of water to my lips and nibble at some bread. I felt that my hours were numbered. At last, one day, I heard commotion at my dungeon door. It opened, and Gabord entered and closed it after him. He came and stood over me, as with difficulty I lifted myself upon my elbow.
"Come, try your wings,"
said he. "It is the end, Gabord?" asked I.
"Not paradise yet,"
said he. "Then I am free?" I asked.
"Free from this dungeon,"
he answered cheerily. I raised myself and tried to stand upon my feet, but fell back. He helped me to rise, and I rested an arm on his shoulder. I tried to walk, but faintness came over me, and I sank back. Then Gabord laid me down, went to the door, and called in 2 soldiers with a mattress. I was wrapped in my cloak and blankets, laid thereon, and so was borne forth, all covered even to my weak eyes. I was placed in a sleigh, and as the horses sprang away, the clear sleigh bells rang out, and a gun from the ramparts was fired to give the noon hour. I sank into unconsciousness.
End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Recovering, I found myself lying on a couch, in a large, well-lighted room hung about with pictures and adorned with trophies of the hunt. A wide window faced the foot of the bed where I lay, and through it I could see, though the light hurt my eyes greatly, the Levis shore, on the opposite side of the St. Lawrence. I lay and thought, trying to discover where I was. It came to me at last that I was in a room of the Chateau St. Louis. Presently I heard breathing near me, and, looking over, I saw a soldier sitting just inside the door. Then from another corner of the room came a surgeon with some cordial in a tumbler, and, handing it to me, he bade me drink. He felt my pulse, then stopped and put his ear to my chest, and listened long. "Is there great danger?" asked I.
"The trouble would pass,"
said he.
"If you were stronger. Your life is worth fighting for, but it will be a struggle. That dungeon was slow poison. You must have a barber,"
added he.
"You are a ghost like this."
I put my hand up, and found my hair and beard were very long and almost white. Held against the light, my hand seemed transparent. "What means my coming here?" asked I. He shook his head.
"I am but a surgeon,"
he answered shortly, meanwhile writing with a flourish on a piece of paper. When he had finished, he handed the paper to the soldier, with an order. Then he turned to go, politely bowing to me, but turned again and said,
"I would not, were I you, trouble to plan escape these months yet. This is a comfortable prison, but it is easier coming in than going out. Your mind and body need quiet. You have, we know, a taste for adventure."
He smiled.
"But is it wise to fight a burning powder magazine?"
"Thank you, monsieur," said I. "I am myself laying the fuse to that magazine. It fights for me by and by." He shrugged a shoulder.
"Drink,"
said he, with a professional air which almost set me laughing.
"Good milk and brandy, and think of nothing but that you are a lucky man to have this sort of prison."
He bustled out in an important way, shaking his head and talking to himself. Tapping the chest of a bulky soldier who stood outside, he said brusquely,
Too fat. You'll come to apoplexy. Go fight the English, lazy ruffian."
The soldier gave a grunt, made a mocking gesture, and the door closed on me and my attendant. This fellow would not speak at all, and I did not urge him, but lay and watched the day decline and night come down. I was taken to a small alcove which adjoined the room, where I slept soundly. Early the next morning I waked, and there was Voban sitting just outside the alcove, looking at me. I sat up in bed and spoke to him, and he greeted me in an absent sort of way. He was changed as much as I. He moved as one in a dream, yet there was the ceaseless activity of the eye, the swift, stealthy motion of the hand. He began to attend me, and I questioned him, but he said he had orders from Mademoiselle that he was to tell nothing, that she, as soon as she could, would visit me. I felt at once a new spring of life. I gave him the letter I had written, and bade him deliver it, which he promised to do, for though there was much in it not vital now, it was a record of my thoughts and feelings, and she would be glad of it, I knew. I pressed Voban's hand in leaving, and he looked at me as if he would say something, but immediately he was abstracted, and left me like one forgetful of the world. About 3 hours after this, as I lay upon the couch in the large room, clean and well shaven, the door opened, and some one entered, saying to my guard,
"You will remain outside. I have the governor's order."
I knew the voice. An instant, and I saw the face shining with expectancy, the eyes eager, yet timid, a small white hand pressed to a pulsing breast, my one true friend, the jailer of my heart. For a moment she was all trembling and excited, her hand softly clutching at my shoulder, tears dripping from her eyes and falling on my cheek, as hers lay pressed to mine. But presently she grew calm, and her face was lifted with a smile, and, brushing back some flying locks of hair, she said in a tone most quaint and touching too,
"Poor gentleman, poor English prisoner, poor hidden lover! I ought not,"
she added,
"show my feelings thus, nor excite you so."
My hand was trembling on hers, for in truth I was very weak.
"It was my purpose,"
she continued,
"to come most quietly to you, but there are times when one must cry out, or the heart will burst."
I spoke then as a man may who has been delivered from bondage into the arms of love. She became very quiet, looking at me in her grave, sweet way, her deep eyes shining with a sincerity. "Honest, honest eyes," said I, "eyes that never deceive, and never were deceived."
"All this in spite of what you do not know,"
she answered. For an instant a look elfish and childlike came into her eyes, and she drew back from me, stood in the middle of the floor, and caught her skirts in her fingers.
"See,"
she said,
"is there no deceit here?"
Then she began to dance softly, her feet seeming hardly to touch the ground, her body swaying like a tall flower in the wind, her face all light and fire. I was charmed, fascinated. I felt my sleepy blood stirring to the delicate rise and fall of her bosom, the light of her eyes flashing a dozen colors. There was scarce a sound. Her steps could not be heard across the room. All at once she broke off from this, and stood still.
"Did my eyes seem all honest then?"
she asked, with a strange, wistful expression. Then she came to the couch where I was.
"Robert,"
said she,
do you trust me, even when you see me at such witchery?"
"I trust you always," answered I. "Such witcheries are no evils that I can see." She put her finger upon my lips, with a kind of bashfulness.
"Hush, till I tell you where and when I danced like that, and then.
She settled down in a low chair.
I have at least an hour,"
she continued.
"The governor is busy with my father and General Montcalm, and they will not be free for a long time. For your soldiers, I have been bribing them to my service these weeks past, and they are safe enough for today. Now I will tell you of that dancing. One night, last autumn, there was a grand dinner at the Intendant's. Such gentlemen as my father were not asked, only the roisterers and hard drinkers and gambling friends of the Intendant. You would know the sort of upspring it would be. Well, I was sitting in my window, looking down into the garden, for the moon was shining. Presently I saw a man appear below, glance up towards me, and beckon. It was Voban. I hurried down to him, and he told me that there had been a wild carousing at the palace, and that 10 gentlemen had determined, for a wicked sport, to mask themselves, go to the citadel at midnight, fetch you forth, and make you run the gauntlet in the yard of the Intendant's, and afterwards set you fighting for your life with another prisoner, a common criminal. To this Bigot, heated with wine, made no objection. Monsieur Doltaire was not present. He had, it was said, taken a secret journey into the English country. The governor was in Montreal, where he had gone to discuss matters of war with the council. There was but one thing to do: get word to General Montcalm. He was staying at the moment with the Signor Pipon at his manor by the Montmorency Falls. He must needs be sought there. He would never allow this shameless thing. So I bade Voban go thither at once, getting a horse from any quarter, and to ride as if for his life. He promised, and left me, and I returned to my room to think. Voban had told me that his news came from Bigot's valet, who is his close friend. This I knew, and I knew the valet too, for I had seen something of him when my brother lay wounded at the palace. Under the best circumstances, General Montcalm could not arrive within 2 hours. Meanwhile, these miserable men might go on their dreadful expedition. Something must be done to gain time. I racked my brain for minutes, till the blood pounded at my temples. Presently a plan came to me. There is in Quebec one Madame Jamond, a great Parisian dancer, who, for reasons which none knows, save perhaps Monsieur Doltaire, has been banished from France. Since she came to Canada, some 9 months ago, she has lived most quietly and religiously, though many trials have been made to bring her talents into service, and the Intendant has made many efforts have her dance in the palace for his guests. But she would not. Madame Lotbiniere had come to know Jamond, and she arranged, after much persuasion, for lessons in dancing to be given to Lucie, myself, and Georgette. To me the dancing was a keen delight, a passion. As I danced I saw and felt 1,000 things, I cannot tell you how. Now my feet appeared light as air, like thistledown, my body to float. I was as a lost soul flying home, flocks of birds singing me to come with them into a pleasant land. Then all that changed, and I was passing through a bitter land, with harsh shadows and tall cold mountains. From clefts and hollows figures flew out and caught at me with filmy hands. These melancholy things pursued me as I flew, till my wings drooped, and I felt that I must drop into the dull marsh, far beneath, round which travelled a lonely mist. But this too passed, and I came through a land all fire, so that, as I flew swiftly, my wings were scorched, and I was blinded often, and often missed my way, and must change my course of flight. It was all scarlet, all that land, scarlet sky, and scarlet sun, and scarlet flowers, and the rivers running red, and men and women in long red robes, with eyes of flame, and voices that kept crying, "The world is mad, and all life is a fever."
She paused for a moment, seeming to come out of a dream, and then she laughed a little. "Will you not go on?" I asked gently.
"Sometimes, too," she continued, "I fancied I was before a king in his court, dancing for my life or for another's. Oh, how I scanned the faces of my judges, as they sat there watching me, some meanwhile throwing crumbs to fluttering birds that whirled round me, some stroking the ears of hounds that gaped at me, while the king's fool at first made mock at me, and the face of a man behind the king's chair smiled like Satan. or Monsieur Doltaire. Ah, Robert, I know you think me fanciful and foolish, as indeed I am, but you must bear with me. I danced constantly, practicing hour upon hour with Jamond, who came to be my good friend, and you shall hear from me some day her history, a sad one indeed. A woman sinned against, not sinning. But these special lessons went on secretly, for I was sure, if people knew how warmly I followed this recreation, they would set it down to wilful desire to be singular, or worse. It gave me new interest in lonely days. So the weeks went on. Well, that wicked night I sent Voban to General Montcalm, and, as I said, a thought came to me. I would find Jamond, beg her to mask herself, go to the Intendant's, and dance before the gentlemen there, keeping them amused till the General came, as I was sure he would at my suggestion, for he is a just man and a generous. All my people, even Georgette, were abroad at a soirée, and would not be home till late. So I sought Mathilda, and she hurried with me, my poor daft protector, to Jamond's, whose house is very near the bishop's palace. We were at once admitted to Jamond, who was lying upon a couch. I hurriedly told her what I wished her to do, what was at stake, everything but that I loved you, laying my interest upon humanity, and to your having saved my father's life. She looked troubled at once, then took my face in her hands.
"Dear child,"
she said,
"I understand. You have started too young, too young."
"But will you do this for me?" I cried. She shook her head sadly.
"I cannot. I am lame these 2 days,"
she answered.
"I have had a sprain."
I sank on the floor beside her, sick and dazed. She put her hand pitifully on my head, then lifted up my chin. Looking into her eyes, I read a thought there, and I got to my feet with a spring. "I myself will go," said I. "I will dance there till the General comes." She put out her hand in protest.
"You must not,"
she urged.
"Think you may be discovered, and then the ruin that must come."
"I shall put my trust in God," said I. "I have no fear. I will do this thing." She caught me to her breast.
"Then God be with you, child,"
was her answer.
"You shall do it."
In 10 minutes I was dressed in a gown of hers, which last had been worn when she danced before King Louis. It fitted me well, and with a wig the color of her hair, brought quickly from her boxes, and use of paints which actors use, I was transformed. Indeed, I could scarce recognize myself without the mask. And with it on, my mother would not have known me.
"I'll go with you,"
she said to me, and she hurriedly put on an old woman's wig and a long cloak, quickly lined her face, and we were ready. She walked lame, and must use a stick, and we issued forth towards the Intendant's, Mathilda remaining behind. When we got to the palace, and were admitted, I asked for the Intendant's valet, and we stood waiting in the cold hall until he was brought. "We come from Voban, the barber," I whispered to him, for there were servants near, and he led us at once to his private room. He did not recognize me, but looked at us with sidelong curiosity. "I am," said I, throwing back my cloak, "a dancer, and I have come to dance before the Intendant and his guests."
His Excellency does not expect you?
he asked. "His Excellency has many times asked Madame Jamond to dance before him," I replied. He was at once all complaisance, but his face was troubled.
"You come from Monsieur Voban?"
he inquired. "From Monsieur Voban," answered I. "He has gone to General Montcalm." His face fell, and a kind of fear passed over it. "There is no peril to anyone save the English gentleman," I urged. A light dawned on him.
"You dance until the General comes?"
he asked, pleased at his own penetration. "You will take me at once to the dining hall," said I, nodding.
"They are in the Chambre de la Joie,"
he rejoined. "Then the Chambre de la Joie," said I, and he led the way. When we came near the chamber, I said to him, "You will tell the Intendant that a lady of some gifts in dancing would entertain his guests, but she must come and go without exchange of individual courtesies, at her will." He opened the door of the chamber, and we followed him, for there was just inside a large oak screen, and from its shadow we could see the room and all therein. At the first glance I shrank back, for apart from the noise and the clattering of tongues, such a riot of carousal I have never seen. I was shocked to know gentlemen whom I had met in society, with the show of decorum about them, loose now from all restraint, and swaggering like woodsmen at a fair. I felt a sudden fear, and drew back sick, but that was for an instant, For even as the valet came to the Intendant's chair, a dozen or more men, who were sitting near together, in noisy yet half-secret conference, rose to their feet, each with a mask in his hand, and started towards the door. I felt my blood fly back and forth in my heart with great violence, and I leaned against the oak screen for support.
"Courage,"
said the voice of Jamon in my ear, and I ruled myself to quietness. Just then the Intendant's voice stopped the men in their movement towards the great entrance door, and drew the attention of the whole company.
"Messieurs,"
said he,
"a lady has come to dance for us. She makes conditions which must be respected. She must be let come and go without individual courtesies. Messieurs,"
he added,
"I grant her request in your name and my own."
There was a murmur of "Jamon, Jamon," and every man stood looking towards the great entrance door. The Intendant, however, was gazing towards the door where I was, and I saw he was about to come, as if to welcome me. Welcome from Francois Bigot to a dancing woman! I slipped off the cloak, looked at Jamon, who murmured once again,
"Courage,"
and then I stepped out swiftly, and made for a low, large dais at one side of the room. I was so nervous that I knew not how I went. The faces and forms of the company were blurred before me, and the light shook and multiplied distractedly. The room shone brilliantly, yet just under the great canopy, over the dais, there were shadows, and they seemed to me, as I stepped under the red velvet, a relief, a sort of hiding-place from innumerable candles and hot, unnatural eyes. Once there, I was changed. I did not think of the applause that greeted me, the murmurs of surprise, approbation, questioning, rising round me. Suddenly, as I paused and faced them all, nervousness passed out of me, and I saw nothing, nothing but a sort of far-off picture. My mind was caught away into that world which I had created for myself when I danced, and these rude gentlemen were but visions. All sense of indignity passed from me. I was only a woman fighting for a life, and for her own and her another's happiness. As I danced, I did not know how time passed, only that I must keep those men where they were till General Montcalm came. After a while, when the first dazed feeling had passed, I could see their faces plainly through my mask, and I knew that I could hold them, for they ceased to lift their glasses, and stood watching me, sometimes so silent that I could hear their breathing only, sometimes making a great applause, which passed into silence again quickly. Once, as I wheeled, I caught the eyes of Jamon watching me closely. The Intendant never stirred from his seat, and scarcely moved, but kept his eyes fixed on me. Nor did he applaud. There was something painful in his immovability. I saw it all as in a dream, yet I did not see it, and I was resolute to triumph over the wicked designs of base and abandoned men. I feared that my knowledge and power to hold them might stop before help came. Once, in a slight pause, when a great noise of their hands and a rattling of scabbards on the table gave me a short respite, someone, Captain Lancy, I think, snatched up a glass and called on all to drink my health.
"Jamon, Jamon,"
was the cry, and they drank, the Intendant himself standing up and touching the glass to his lips, then sitting down again, silent and immovable as before. One gentleman, a nephew of the Chevalier de Lauterant, came swaying towards me with a glass of wine, begging me in a flippant courtesy to drink, but I waved him back, and the Intendant said most curtly,
"Monsieur de Lauterant will remember my injunction."
Again I danced, and I cannot tell you with what anxiety and desperation, for there must be an end to it before long, and your peril, Robert, come again, unless these rough fellows change their minds. Moment after moment went, and though I had danced beyond reasonable limits, I still seemed to get new strength, as I heard men say, in fighting, they come to their second wind. At last, at the end of the most famous step that Jamon had taught me, I stood still for a moment, to renewed applause. And I must have wound these men up to excitement beyond all sense, for they would not be dissuaded, but swarmed towards the dais where I was, and some called for me to remove my mask. Then the Intendant came down among them, bidding them stand back, and himself stepped towards me. I felt affrighted, for I liked not the look in his eyes, and so, without a word, I stepped down from the dais. I did not dare to speak, lest they should recognize my voice, and made for the door with as much dignity as I might. But the Intendant came to me with a mannered courtesy and said in my ear,
"Madame, You have won all our hearts. I would you might accept some hospitality. A glass of wine, a wing of partridge, in a room where none shall disturb you."
I shuddered and passed on.
"Nay, nay, madame, not even myself with you, unless you would have it otherwise," he added.
Still I did not speak, but put out my hand in protest, and moved on towards the screen, we two alone, for the others had fallen back with whisperings and side speeches. Oh, how I longed to take the mask from my face and spurn them! The hand that I put out in protest the Intendant caught within his own, and would have held it, but that I drew it back with indignation, and kept on towards the screen. Then I realized that a newcomer had seen the matter, and I stopped short, dumbfounded, for it was Monsieur Doltaire. He was standing beside the screen, just within the room, and he sent at the Intendant and myself a keen, piercing glance. Now he came forward quickly, for the Intendant also half stopped at sight of him, and a malignant look shot from his eyes. Hatred showed in the profane word that was chopped off at his teeth. When Monsieur Doltaire reached us, he said, his eyes resting on me with intense scrutiny,
"His Excellency will present me to his distinguished entertainer."
He seemed to read behind my mask. I knew he had discovered me, and my heart stood still. But I raised my eyes and met his gaze steadily. The worst had come. Well, I would face it now. I could endure defeat with courage. He paused an instant, a strange look passed over his face. His eyes got hard and very brilliant, and he continued. Oh, what suspense that was!
"Ah, yes, I see. Gemont, the perfect and wonderful Gemont, who set us all a-kneeling at Versailles. If Madame will permit me—"
He made to take my hand. Here the Intendant interposed, putting out his hand also.
"I have promised to protect Madame from individual courtesy while here," he said.
Monsieur Doltaire looked at him keenly.
"Then your Excellency must build stone walls about yourself,"
he rejoined, with cold emphasis.
"Sometimes great men are foolish. Tonight your Excellency would have let—"
Here he raised his voice so that all could hear.
"Your Excellency would have let a dozen cowardly gentlemen drag a dying prisoner from his prison, forcing back his Majesty's officers at the dungeon doors, and, after baiting, have matched him against a common criminal. That was unseemly in a great man and a king's chief officer. The trick of a low lawbreaker. Your Excellency promised a lady to protect her from individual courtesy, if she gave pleasure, a pleasure beyond price, to you and your guests, and you would have broken your word without remorse. General Montcalm has sent a company of men to set your Excellency right in one direction, and I am come to set you right in the other."
The Intendant was white with rage. He muttered something between his teeth, then said aloud,
"Presently we will talk more of this, monsieur. You measure strength with Francois Bigot. We will see which proves the stronger in the end."
"In the end the unjust steward kneels for mercy to his master,"
was Monsieur Doltaire's quiet answer, and then he made a courteous gesture towards the door, and I went to it with him slowly, wondering what the end would be. Once at the other side of the screen, he peered into Jamont's face for an instant, then he gave a low whistle.
"You have an apt pupil, Jamont, one who might be your rival one day,"
said he. Still there was a puzzled look on his face, which did not leave it till he saw Jamont walking.
"Ah, yes,"
he added.
"I see now you are lame. This was a desperate yet successful expedient."
He did not speak to me, but led the way to where, at the great door, was the Intendant's valet standing with my cloak. Taking it from him, he put it round my shoulders.
"The sleigh by which I came is at the door,"
he said,
"and I will take you home."
I knew not what to do, for I feared some desperate act on his part to possess me. I determined that I would not leave Jamont, in any case, and I felt for a weapon which I had hidden in my dress. We had not, however, gone a half-dozen paces in the entrance hall, when there were quick steps behind, and 4 soldiers came towards us, with an officer at their head, an officer whom I had seen in the chamber, but did not recognize.
"Monsieur Doltaire,"
the officer said, and Monsieur stopped. Then he cried in surprise,
"Legrand, you here?"
To this the officer replied by handing Monsieur a paper. Monsieur's hand dropped to his sword, but in a moment he gave a short, sharp laugh and opened up the packet. He said.
The Bastille. The Grande Marquise is fretful, eh, Legrand? You will permit me some moments with these ladies?
He added.
A moment only.
Answered the officer.
In another room?
Monsieur again asked.
A moment where you are, monsieur.
Was the reply. Making a polite gesture for me to step aside, Monsieur Doltaire said, in a voice which was perfectly controlled and courteous, though I could hear behind all a deadly emphasis.
I know everything now. You have foiled me, blindfolded me, and all others, these 3 years past. You have intrigued against the captains of intrigue. You have matched yourself against practised astuteness. On one side, I resent being made a fool and tool of. On the other, I am lost in admiration of your talent. But henceforth there is no such thing as quarter between us. Your lover shall die, and I will come again. This whim of the Grande Marquise will last but till I see her. Then I will return to you forever. Your lover shall die. Your love's labour for him shall be lost. I shall reap where I did not sow, his harvest and my own. I am as ice to you, mademoiselle, at this moment. I have murder in my heart. Yet warmth will come again. I admire you so much that I will have you for my own, or die. You are the high priestess of diplomacy. Your brain is a statesman's. Your heart is a vagrant. It goes covertly from the sweet meadows of France to the marshes of England, a taste unworthy of you. You shall be redeemed from that by Tinoir Doltaire. Now thank me for all I have done for you, and let me say adieu.
He stooped and kissed my hand. I cannot thank you for what I myself achieved, I said. We are, as in the past, to be at war. You threaten, and I have no gratitude.
Well, well, adieu and au revoir, sweetheart.
He answered.
If I should go to the Bastille, I shall have food for thought, and I am your hunter to the end. In this good orchard I pick sweet fruit one day.
His look fell on me in such a way that shame and anger were at equal height in me. Then he bowed again to me and to Jamond, and, with a sedate gesture, walked away with the soldiers and the officer. You can guess what were my feelings. You were safe for the moment. That was the great thing. The terror I had felt when I saw Monsieur Doltaire in the Chambre de la Joie had passed, for I felt he would not betray me. He is your foe, and he would kill you, but I was sure he would not put me in danger while he was absent in France, if he expected to return, by making public my love for you and my adventure at the palace. There is something of the noble fighter in him, after all, though he is so evil a man. A prisoner himself now, he would have no immediate means to hasten your death. But I can never forget his searching, cruel look when he recognized me. Of Jamond I was sure. Her own past had been full of sorrow, and her life was now so secluded and religious that I could not doubt her. Indeed, we have been blessed with good, true friends, Robert, though they are not of those who are powerful, save in their loyalty.
Alix then told me that the officer Legrand had arrived from France but 2 days before the eventful night of which I have just written, armed with an order from the Grand Marquis for Doltaire's arrest and transportation. He had landed at Gaspé, and had come on to Quebec overland. Arriving at the Intendance, he had awaited Doltaire's coming. Doltaire had stopped to visit General Montcalm at Montmorency Falls, on his way back from an expedition to the English country, and had thus himself brought my protection and hurried to his own undoing. I was thankful for this downfall, though I believed it was but for a moment. I was curious to know how it chanced I was set free of my dungeon, and I had the story from Alix's lips, but not till after I had urged her, for she was sure her tale had wearied me, and she was eager to do little offices of comfort about me, telling me gaily, while she shaded the light, freshened my pillow, and gave me a cordial to drink, that she would secretly convey me wines and preserves and jellies and such kickshaws, that I should better get my strength.
For you must know,
she said,
that though this grey hair and transparency of flesh become you, making your eyes look like 2 jets of flame, and your face to have shadows most theatrical, a ruddy cheek, and a stout hand are more suited to a soldier. When you are young again in body, these grey hairs shall render you distinguished."
Then she sat down beside me, and clasped my hand, now looking out into the clear light of the afternoon to the farther shores of Levis, showing green here and there from a sudden March rain, the boundless forests beyond, and near us the ample St. Lawrence still covered with its vast bridge of ice, anon into my face, while I gazed into those deeps of her blue eyes that I had drowned my heart in. I loved to watch her, for with me she was ever her own absolute self, free from all artifice, lost in her perfect naturalness, a healthy, perfect soundness, a primitive simplicity beneath the artifice of usual life. She had a beautiful hand, long, warm, and firm, and the fingers, when they clasped, seemed to possess and enclose your own, the tenderness of the maidenly, the protectiveness of the maternal. She carried with her a wholesome fragrance and beauty as of an orchard, and while she sat there I thought of the engaging words, "Thou art to me like a basket of summer fruit, and I seek thee in thy cottage by the vineyard, fenced about with good commendable trees." Of my release she spoke thus:
"Monsieur Doltaire is to be conveyed overland to the coast en route for France, and he sent me by his valet a small arrow studded with emeralds and pearls, and a skull all polished, with a message that the arrow was for myself, and the skull for another, remembrances of the past and earnests of the future. Truly an insolent and wicked man. When he was gone, I went to the Governor, and with great show of interest in many things pertaining to the government, for he has ever been flattered by my attentions, me, poor little bee in the buzzing hive, came to the question of the English prisoner. I told him it was I that prevented the disgrace to his good government by sending to General Montcalm to ask for your protection. He was deeply impressed, and he opened out his vain heart in divers ways. But I may not tell you of these, only what concerns yourself. The rest belongs to his honour. When he was in his most pliable mood, I grew deeply serious, and told him there was a danger which perhaps he did not see. Here was this English prisoner, who, they said abroad in the town, was dying. There was no doubt that the king would approve the sentence of death, and if it were duly, and with some display enforced, it would but add to the Governor's reputation in France. But should the prisoner die in captivity, or should he go an invalid to the scaffold, there would only be pity excited in the world for him. For his own honour, it were better the Governor should hang a robust prisoner, who in full blood should expiate his sins upon the scaffold. The advice went down like wine, and when he knew not what to do, I urged your being brought here, put under guard, and fed and nourished for your end. And so it was. The Governor's counsellor in the matter will remain a secret, for by now he will be sure that he himself has the sparkling inspiration. There, dear Robert, is the present climax to many months of suspense and persecution, the like of which I hope I may never see again. Sometime I will tell you all. Those meetings with Monsieur Doltaire, his designs and approaches, his pleadings and veiled threats, his numberless small seductions of words, manners, and deeds, his singular changes of mood, when I was uncertain what would happen next, the part I had to play to know all that was going on in the Chateau St. Louis, in the Intendance, and with General Montcalm, the difficulties with my own people, the despair of my poor father, who does not know that it is I who have kept him from trouble by my influence with the Governor. For since the Governor and the Intendant are reconciled, he takes sides with General Montcalm, the one sound gentleman in office in this poor country, alas!"
Soon afterwards we parted. As she passed out, she told me I might at any hour expect a visit from the Governor.
End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
The Governor visited me. His attitude was marked by nothing so much as a supercilious courtesy, a manner which said, "You must see I am not to be trifled with, and though I have you here in my chateau, It is that I may make a fine scorching of you in the end. He would make of me an example to amaze and instruct the nations, when I was robust enough to die. I might easily have flattered myself on being an object of interest to the eyes of nations. I almost pitied him, for he appeared so lost in self-admiration and the importance of his office that he would never see disaster when it came.
"There is but one master here in Canada,"
he said,
"and I am he. If things go wrong, it is because my orders are not obeyed. Your people have taken Louisburg. Had I been there, it should never have been given up. Drucour was hasty. He listened to the women. I should allow no woman to move me. I should be inflexible. They might send 2 Amhersts and 2 Wolves against me. I would hold my fortress."
"They will never send 2, your Excellency," said I. He did not see the irony, and he prattled on.
"That Wolfe, they tell me, is bandy-legged, is no better than a girl at sea, and never well ashore. I am always in raw health, the strong mind and the potent body. Had I been at Louisburg, I should have held it as I held Ticonderoga last July, and drove the English back with monstrous slaughter."
Here was news. I had had no information in many months, and all at once 2 great facts were brought to me. "Your Excellency, then, was at Ticonderoga?" said I.
"I sent Montcalm to defend it,"
he replied pompously.
"I told him how he must act. I was explicit, and it came out as I had said. We were victorious. Yet he would have done better had he obeyed me in everything. If I had been at Louisburg—"
I could not at first bring myself to flatter the vice-regal peacock, for it had been my mind to fight these Frenchmen always, to yield in nothing, to defeat them like a soldier, not like a juggler. But I brought myself to say half ironically, if all great men had capable instruments, they would seldom fail.
"You have touched the heart of the matter,"
he said credulously.
"It is a pity,"
he added, with complacent severity,
"that you have been so misguided and criminal. You have, in some things, more sense than folly."
I bowed as to a compliment from a great man. Then, all at once, I spoke to him with an air of apparent frankness, and said that if I must die, I cared to do so like a gentleman, with some sort of health, and not like an invalid. He must admit that at least I was no coward. He might fence me about with what guards he chose, but I prayed him to let me walk upon the ramparts, when I was strong enough to be abroad, under all due espionage. I had already suffered many deaths, I said, and I would go to the final one looking like a man, and not like an outcast of humanity.
"Ah, I have heard this before,"
said he.
"Monsieur Doltaire, who is in prison here, and is to fare on to the Bastille, was insolent enough to send me message yesterday that I should keep you close in your dungeon. But I had had enough of Monsieur Doltaire, and indeed it was through me that the Grand Marquis had him called to durance. He was a muddler here. They must not interfere with me. I am not to be cajoled or crossed in my plans. We shall see about the ramparts,"
he continued.
"Meanwhile, prepare to die."
This he said with such importance that I almost laughed in his face. But I bowed with a sort of awed submission, and he turned and left the room. I grew stronger slowly day by day, but it was quite a month before Alixe came again. Sometimes I saw her walking on the banks of the river, and I was sure she was there that I might see her, though she made no sign towards me, nor ever seemed to look towards my window. Spring was now fully come. The snow had gone from the ground, the tender grass was springing, the air was so soft and kind. One fine day, at the beginning of May, I heard the booming of cannons and a great shouting, and, looking out, I could see crowds of people upon the banks, and many boats in the river, where yet the ice had not entirely broken up. By stretching from my window, through the bars of which I could get my head, but not my body, I noted a squadron sailing round the point of the island of Orleans. I took it to be a fleet from France bearing reinforcements and supplies, as indeed afterwards I found was so. But the reinforcements were so small and the supplies so limited that it is said Montcalm, when he knew, cried out,
"Now is all lost. Nothing remains but to fight and die. I shall see my beloved Candiac no more."
For the first time all the English colonies had combined against Canada. Vaudreuil and Montcalm were at variance, and Vaudreuil had, through his personal hatred and envy of Montcalm, signed the death warrant of the colony by writing to the colonial minister that Montcalm's agents, going for succour, were not to be trusted. Yet at that moment I did not know these things, and the sight made me grave, though it made me sure also that this year would find the British battering this same chateau. Presently there came word from the governor that I might walk upon the ramparts, and I was taken forth for several hours each day, always, however, under strict surveillance, my guards well armed, attending, while the ramparts were, as usual, patrolled by soldiers. I could see that ample preparations were being made against a siege, and every day the excitement increased. I got to know more definitely of what was going on when, under vigilance, I was allowed to speak to Lieutenant Stevens, who also was permitted some such freedom as I had enjoyed when I first came to Quebec. He had private information that General Wolfe or General Amherst was likely to proceed against Quebec from Louisburg, and he was determined to join the expedition. For months he had been maturing plans for escape. There was one Clark, a ship carpenter, of whom I have before written, and two other bold spirits, who were sick of captivity, and it was intended to fare forth one night and make a run for freedom. Clark had had a notable plan. A wreck of several transports had occurred at Belle Isle, and it was thought to send him down the river with a sloop to bring back the crew, and break up the wreck. It was his purpose to arm the sloop with Lieutenant Stevens and some English prisoners the night before she was to sail, and steal away with her down the river. But whether or not the authorities suspected him, the command was given to another. It was proposed, however, on a dark night, to get away to some point on the river, where a boat should be stationed, though that was a difficult matter, for the river was well patrolled and boats were scarce, and drift quietly down the stream till a good distance below the city. Mr. Stevens said he had delayed the attempt on the faint hope of fetching me along. Money, he said, was needed, for Clark and all were very poor, and common necessaries were now at exorbitant prices in the country. Tyranny and robbery had made corn and clothing luxuries. All the old tricks of Bigot and his La Friponne, which, after the outbreak the night of my arrest at the Seigneur Duvarney's, had been somewhat repressed, were in full swing again, and robbery in the name of providing for defence was the only habit. I managed to convey to Mr. Stevens a good sum of money, and begged him to meet me every day upon the ramparts, until I also should see my way to making a dart for freedom. I advised him in many ways, for he was more bold than shrewd, and I made him promise that he would not tell Clark or the others that I was to make trial to go with them. I feared the accident of disclosure, and any new failure on my part to get away would, I knew, mean my instant death, consent of king or no consent. One evening a soldier entered my room, whom in the half-darkness I did not recognize, till a voice said,
"There's orders new. No dungeon now, but this room Governor bespeaks for a gentleman from France."
"And where am I to go, Gabord?"
"Where you will have fighting,"
he answered. "With whom?"
"Yourself. Oh."
A queer smile crossed his lips, and was followed by a sort of sternness. There was something graver in his manner than I had ever seen. I could not guess his meaning. At last he added, pulling roughly at his moustache,
"And when that's done, if not well done, to answer to Gabord the soldier, for God take my soul without bed going, but I will told you to account. That seigneur's home is no place for you.
"You speak in riddles," said I. Then all at once the matter burst upon me. "The governor quarters me at the Signora Duvarney's?" I asked.
"No other,"
answered he.
"In 3 days to go."
I understood him now. He had had a struggle, knowing of the relations between Alixe and myself, to avoid telling the governor all, and now, if I involved her, used her to effect my escape from her father's house, even his peasant brain saw my difficulty, the danger to my honour and hers. In spite of the joy I felt at being near her, seeing her, I shrank from the situation. If I escaped from the Signora Duvarney's, it would throw suspicion upon him, upon Alixe, and that made me stand abashed. Inside the Signora Duvarney's house I should now feel unhappy, bound to certain calls of honour concerning his daughter and himself. I stood long thinking, Gabord watching me. Finally, "Gabord," said I give you my word of honour that I will not put Mademoiselle or Monsieur Duvarney in peril."
"You will not try to escape?"
"Not to use them for escape. To elude my guards, to fight my way to liberty? Yes, yes, yes."
"But that means not. Who's to know the lady did not help you?"
You are to be my jailer again there." He nodded, and fell to pulling his moustache.
"'Tis not enough,"
he said decisively. "Come then," said I will strike a bargain with you. If you will grant me one thing, I will give you my word of honour not to escape from the Signor's house."
"Say on."
"You tell me I am not to go to the Signora's for 3 days yet. Arrange that Mademoiselle may come to me tomorrow at dusk, at 6 o'clock, when all the world dines, and I will give you my word. No more do I ask you, only that."
"Done,"
said he.
"It shall be so."
"You will fetch her yourself?" I asked.
"On the stroke of 6. God changes then."
Here our talk ended. He went, and I plunged deep into my great plan, for all at once, as we had talked, came a thing to me which I shall make clear ere long. I set my wits to work. Once since my coming to the chateau I had been visited by the English chaplain, who had been a prisoner at the citadel the year before. He was now on parole, and had freedom to come and go in the town. The governor had said he might visit me on a certain day every week, at a fixed hour, and the next day at 5 o'clock was the time appointed for his second visit. Gabord had promised to bring Alixe to me at 6. The following morning I met Mr. Stephen on the ramparts. I told him it was my purpose to escape the next night, if possible. If not, I must go to the Signora Duvarney's, where I should be on parole, to Gabord. I bade him fulfil my wishes to the letter, for on his boldness and my own, and the courage of his men, I depended for escape. He declared himself ready to risk all, and die in the attempt, if need be, for he was sick of idleness. He could, he said, mature his plans that day, if he had more money. I gave him secretly a small bag of gold, and then I made explicit note of what I required of him, that he should tie up in a loose but safe bundle a sheet, a woman's skirt, some river grasses and reeds, some phosphorus, a pistol and a knife, and some saltpetre and other chemicals. That evening, about 9 o'clock, which was the hour the guard changed, he was to tie this bundle to a string which I let down from my window, and I would draw it up. Then, the night following, the others must steal away to that place near Sillery, the west side of the town was always ill guarded, and wait there with a boat. He should see me at a certain point on the ramparts, and, well armed, we also would make our way to Sillery, and from the spot called the Anse du Foulon drift down the river in the dead of night. He promised to do all as I wished. The rest of the day I spent in my room fashioning strange toys out of willow rods. I had got these rods from my guards, to make whistles for their children, and they had carried away many of them. But now, With pieces of a silk handkerchief tied to the whistle and filled with air, I made a toy which, when squeezed, sent out a weird lament. Once when my guard came in, I pressed one of these things in my pocket, and it gave forth a sort of smothered cry, like a sick child. At this he started, and looked round the room in trepidation, for, of all peoples, these Canadian Frenchmen are the most superstitious, and may be worked on without limit. The cry had seemed to come from a distance. I looked around also, and appeared serious, and he asked me if I had heard the thing before. "Once or twice," said I.
"Then you are a dead man,"
said he.
"'Tis a warning, that."
"Maybe it is not I, but one of you," I answered. Then, with a sort of hush, "Is it like the cry of Le Jongleuse?" I added. Le Jongleuse is the fabled witch or spirit of disaster. He nodded his head, crossed himself, mumbled a prayer, and turned to go, but he came back.
"I'll fetch a crucifix,"
he said.
"You are a heathen, and you bring her here. She is the devil's dam."
He left with a scared face, and I laughed to myself quietly, for I saw success ahead of me. True to his word, he brought a crucifix and put it up, not where he wished, but, at my request, opposite the door, upon the wall. He crossed himself before it, and was most devout. It looked singular to see this big, rough soldier, who was in most things a swaggerer, so childlike in all that touched his religion. With this you could fetch him to his knees. With it I would cow him that I might myself escape. At 5:30 the chaplain came, having been delayed by the guard to have his order endorsed by Captain Lancy of the governor's household. To him I told my plans so far as I thought he should know them, and then I explained what I wished him to do. He was grave and thoughtful for some minutes, but at last consented. He was a pious man, and of as honest a heart as I have known, albeit narrow and confined, which sprang perhaps from his provincial practice and his theological cutting and trimming. We were in the midst of a serious talk, wherein I urged him upon the matters which shall presently be set forth, when there came a noise outside. I begged him to retire to the alcove where my bed was, and draw the curtain for a few moments, nor come forth until I called. He did so, yet I thought it hurt his sense of dignity to be shifted to a bedroom. As he disappeared the door opened, and Gabord and Alixe entered.
"1/2 hour,"
said Gabord, and went out again. Presently Alixe told me her story.
"I have not been idle, Robert, but I could not act, for my father and mother suspect my love for you. I have come but little to the chateau without them, and I was closely watched. I knew not how the thing would end, but I kept up my workings with the governor, which is easier now Monsieur Doltaire is gone, and I got you the freedom to walk upon the ramparts. Well, once before my father suspected me, I said that if his excellency disliked your being in the chateau, you could be as well guarded in my father's house, with sentinels always there, until you could, in better health, be taken to the common jail again. What was my surprise when yesterday came word to my father that he should make ready to receive you as a prisoner, being sure that he, his excellency's cousin, the father of the man you had injured, and the most loyal of Frenchmen, would guard you diligently. He now needed all extra room in the chateau for the entertainment of gentlemen and officers lately come from France. When my father got the news, he was thrown into dismay. He knew not what to do. On what ground could he refuse the governor? Yet when he thought of me, he felt it his duty to do so. Again, on what ground could he refuse this boon to you, to whom we all owe the blessing of his life? On my brother's account? But my brother has written to my father justifying you, and magnanimously praising you as a man, while hating you as an English soldier. On my account? But he could not give this reason to the governor. As for me, I was silent. I waited. And I wait. I know not what will be the end. Meanwhile preparations go on to receive you.
I could see that Alixe's mood was more tranquil since Doltaire was gone. A certain restlessness had vanished. Her manner had much dignity, and every movement a peculiar grace and elegance. She was dressed in a soft cloth of grey tone, touched off with red and slashed with gold, and a cloak of grey, trimmed with fur, with bright silver buckles, hung loosely on her, thrown off at one shoulder. There was a sweet disorder in the hair, which indeed was prettiest when freest. When she had finished speaking, she looked at me, as I thought, with a little anxiety. "Alixe," I said, "we have come to the crossroads, and the way we choose now is for all time." She looked up, startled, yet governing herself, and her hand sought mine and nestled there.
"I feel that too,"
she replied.
"What is it, Robert?"
"I cannot in honour escape from your father's house. I cannot steal his daughter and his safety too."
"You must escape,"
she interrupted firmly. "From here, from the citadel, from anywhere but your house, and so I will not go to it."
"You will not go to it?"
she repeated slowly and strangely.
"How may you not? You are a prisoner. If they make my father your jailer—"
She laughed. "I owe that jailer and that jailer's daughter."
"You owe them your safety and your freedom. Oh, Robert, I know what you mean. But what care I what the world may think by and by, or tomorrow, or today? My conscience is clear."
"Your father," I persisted. She nodded.
Yes, you speak truth, alas. And yet you must be freed. And—"
Here she got to her feet, and with flashing eyes spoke out.
"And you shall be set free. Let come what will, I owe my first duty to you, though all the world shatter. And I will not stir from that. As soon as I can make it possible, you shall escape."
"You shall have the right to set me free," said I, "if I must go to your father's house. And if I do not go there, but out to my own good country, you shall still have the right before all the world to follow, or to wait till I come to fetch you."
"I do not understand you, Robert,"
said she.
"I do not."
Here she broke off, looking at me, and trembling a little. Then I stooped and whispered softly in her ear. She gave a little cry and drew back from me, yet instantly her hand came out and caught my arm.
"Robert, Robert, I cannot, I dare not,"
she cried softly.
No, it may not be,"
she added in a whisper of fear. I went to the alcove, drew back the curtain, and asked Mr. Wainfleet to step forth. "Sir," said I, picking up my prayer book and putting it in his hands, "I beg you to marry this lady and myself." He paused, dazed.
"Marry you here now?"
he asked shakingly. "Before 10 minutes go round, this lady must be my wife," said I.
"Mademoiselle Duvarney, you—"
he began. "Be pleased, dear sir, to open the book at 'Wilt thou have?'" said I. "The lady is a Catholic. She has not the consent of her people, but when she is my wife, made so by you, whose consent need we ask? Can you not tie us fast enough, a man and woman of sense sufficient, but you must pause here? Is the knot you tie safe against picking and stealing?" I had touched his vanity and his ecclesiasticism.
"Married by me,"
he replied.
"Once chaplain to the Bishop of London, you have a knot that no sword can cut. I am in full orders. My parish is in Boston itself."
"You will hand a certificate to my wife tomorrow, and you will uphold this marriage against all gossip?" asked I.
"Against all France and all England,"
he answered, roused now. "Then come," I urged.
"But I must have a witness,"
he interposed, opening the book. "You shall have one in due time," said I. "Go on. When the marriage is performed, and at the point where you shall proclaim us man and wife, I will have a witness." I turned to Alixe, and found her pale and troubled.
"Oh, Robert, Robert,"
she cried.
"It cannot be. Now I am afraid, for the first time in my life, clear, the first time.
Dearest lass in the world, I said, it must be. I shall not go to your father's. Tomorrow night I make my great stroke for freedom, and when I am free I shall return to fetch my wife.
You will try to escape from here tomorrow?
She asked, her face flushing finely. I will escape or die, I answered, but I shall not think of death. Come, come and say with me that we shall part no more, in spirit no more, that, whatever comes, you and I have fulfilled our great hope, though under the shadow of the sword. At that she put her hand in mine with pride and sweetness, and said,
I am ready, Robert. I give my heart, my life, and my honour to you, forever.
Then, with great sweetness and solemnity, she turned to the clergyman.
Sir, my honour is also in your hands. If you have mother or sister, or any care of souls upon you, I pray you, in the future act as becomes good men.
Mademoiselle,
he said earnestly,
I am risking my freedom, maybe my life in this. Do you think—
Here she took his hand and pressed it.
Ah, I ask your pardon. I am of a different faith from you, and I have known how men forget when they should remember.
She smiled at him so perfectly that he drew himself up with pride. Make haste, sir, said I. Jailers are curious folk. The room was not yet lighted. The evening shadows were creeping in, and up out of the town came the ringing of the vesper bell from the church of the Recollets. For a moment there was stillness in the room and all around us, and then the chaplain began in a low voice.
I require and charge you both.
And so on. In a few moments I had made the great vow, and had put on Alix's finger a ring which the clergyman drew from his own hand. Then we knelt down, and I know we both prayed most fervently with the good man that we might ever remain in perfect love and perfect peace together. Rising, he paused, and I went to the door and knocked upon it. It was opened by Gabord. "Come in, Gabord," said I. "There is a thing that you must hear." He stepped back and got a light, and then entered, holding it up and shutting the door. A strange look came upon his face when he saw the chaplain, and a stranger when, stepping beside Alix, I took her hand, and Mr. Wainfleet declared us man and wife. He stood like one dumbfounded, and he did not stir as Alix, turning to me, let me kiss her on the lips, and then went to the crucifix on the wall and embraced the feet of it, and stood for a moment, praying. Nor did he move or make a sign till she came back and stood beside me.
"A pretty scene,"
he burst forth then with anger.
"But, by God, no marriage is it."
Alix's hand tightened on my arm, and she drew close to me. "A marriage that will stand at Judgment Day, Gabord," said I.
"But not in France or here. 'Tis making wild, with end of doom."
It is a marriage our great Archbishop at Lambeth Palace will uphold against 100 popes and kings,
said the chaplain with importance.
"You are no priest, but holy peddler,"
cried Gabord roughly.
"This is not mating as Christians, and fires of hell shall burn. Aho! I will see you all go down, and hand of mine shall not be lifted for you."
He puffed out his cheeks, and his great eyes rolled so like fire-wheels.
You are a witness to this ceremony,
said the chaplain,
and you shall answer to your God, but you must speak the truth for this man and wife.
"Man and wife,"
laughed Gabord wildly.
"May I die and be damned too."
Like a flash Alix was beside him, and put to his lips most swiftly the little wooden cross that Mathilde had given her.
Gabord, Gabord,
she said in a sweet, sad voice.
When you may come to die, a girl's prayers will be waiting at God's feet for you.
He stopped and stared at her. Her hand lay on his arm, and she continued.
No night gives me sleep, Gabord, but I pray for the jailer who has been kind to an ill-treated gentleman.
The juggling gentleman that cheats Gabor before his eyes and smuggles in a mongrel priest,
he blustered. I waved my hand at the chaplain, or I think he would have put his prayer book to rougher use than was its wont, and I was about to answer, but Alixe spoke instead, and to greater purpose than I could have done. Her whole mood changed, her face grew still and proud, her eyes flashed bravely.
Gabor,
she said,
vanity speaks in you there, not honesty. No gentleman here is a juggler. No kindness you may have done warrants insolence. You have the power to bring great misery on us, and you may have the will. But, by God's help, both my husband and myself shall be delivered from cruel hands. At any moment I may stand alone in the world, friends, people, the church, and all the land against me. If you desire to haste that time, to bring me to disaster, because you would injure my husband.
How sweet the name sounded on her lips.
Then act, but do not insult us. But no, no,
she broke off softly.
You spoke in temper, you meant it not. You were but vexed with us for the moment. Dear Gabor,
she added,
did we not know that if we had asked you first, you would have refused us? You care so much for me, you would have feared my linking my life and fate with one
that this man has in hand to pay price for wicked deed,
he interrupted.
With one innocent of all dishonour, a gentleman wronged every way. Gabor, you know it so, for you have guarded him and fought with him, and you are an honourable gentleman,
she added gently.
No gentleman I,
he burst forth,
but a jailer base and soldier born upon a truss of hay. But honour is an apple any man may eat since Adam walked in garden. 'Tis honest foe here,
he continued magnanimously, and nodded towards me.
We would have told you all,
she said.
But how dare we involve you, or how dare we tempt you, or how dare we risk your refusal? It was love and truth drove us to this. And God will bless this mating as the birds mate, even as he gives honour to Gabor, who was born upon a truss of hay.
Pom,
said Gabor, puffing out his cheeks, and smiling on her with a look half sour and yet with a dog-like fondness.
Gabor's mouth is shut till his head is off, and then to tell the tale to 12 apostles.
Through his wayward, elusive speech we found his meaning. He would keep faith with us, and be best proof of this marriage, at risk of his head even. As we spoke, the chaplain was writing in the blank 4 pages of the prayer book. Presently he said to me, handing me the pen, which he had picked from a table,
Inscribe your names here. It is a rough record of the ceremony, but it will suffice before all men, when tomorrow I have given Mistress Moray another record.
We wrote our names, and then the pen was handed to Gabor. He took it, and at last, with many flourishes and ahoes, and by dint of puffings and rolling eyes, he wrote his name so large that it filled as much space as the other names and all the writing, and was indeed like a huge endorsement across the record. When this was done, Alixe held out her hand to him.
Will you kiss me, Gabor?
she said. The great soldier was all taken back. He flushed like a schoolboy, yet a big humour and pride looked out of his eyes.
I owe you for the sables too,
she said.
But kiss me, not on my ears as the Russian count kissed Gabor, but on both cheek.
This won him to our cause utterly, and I never think of Gabor, as I saw him last in the sway and carnage of battle, fighting with wild uproar and covered with wounds, but the memory of that moment, when he kissed my young wife, comes back to me. At that he turned to leave.
I'll hold the door for 10 minutes,
he added, and bowed to the chaplain, who blessed us then with tears in his eyes, and smiled a little to my thanks and praises and purse of gold, and to Alixe's sweet gratitude. With lifting chin, good honest gentleman, who afterwards proved his fidelity and truth, he said that he would die to uphold this sacred ceremony. And so he made a little speech, as if he had a pulpit round him, and he wound up with a benediction which sent my dear girl to tears and soft trembling.
The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you, and give you peace, now and for evermore.
A moment afterwards the door closed, and for 10 minutes I looked into my wife's face, and told her my plans for escape. When Gabord opened the door upon us, we had passed through years of understanding and resolve. Our parting was brave, a bravery on her side that I do not think any other woman could match. She was quivering with the new life come upon her, yet she was self-controlled. She moved as in a dream, yet I knew her mind was alert, vigilant, and strong. She was aching with thought of this separation, with the peril that faced us both, yet she carried a quiet joy in her face, a tranquil gravity of bearing. "Whom God hath joined," said I gravely at last.
"Let no man put asunder,"
she answered softly and solemnly.
Oh,
said Gabord, and turned his head away. Then the door shut upon me, and though I am no Catholic, I have no shame in saying that I kissed the feet on the crucifix which her lips had blessed.
End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Seats of the Mighty, by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
At 9 o'clock I was waiting by the window, and even as a bugle sounded lights out in the barracks and change of guard, I let the string down. Mr. Stevens shot round the corner of the chateau, just as the departing sentinel disappeared, and attached a bundle to the string, and I drew it up. "Is all well?" I called softly down.
"All well,"
said Mr. Stevens, and, hugging the wall of the chateau, he sped away. In another moment a new sentinel began pacing up and down, and I shut the window and untied my bundle. All that I had asked for was there. I hid the things away in the alcove and went to bed at once, for I knew that I should have no sleep on the following night. I did not leave my bed till the morning was well advanced. Once or twice during the day I brought my guards in with fear on their faces, the large fat man more distorted than his fellow, by the lamentable sounds I made with my willow toys. They crossed themselves again and again, and I myself appeared devout and troubled. When we walked abroad during the afternoon, I chose to saunter by the river rather than walk, for I wished to conserve my strength, which was now vastly increased, though, to mislead my watchers and the authorities, I assumed the delicacy of an invalid, and appeared unfit for any enterprise, no hard task, for I was still very thin and worn. So I sat upon a favourite seat on the cliff, set against a solitary tree, fixed in the rocks. I gazed long on the river, and my guards, stoutly armed, stood near, watching me, and talking in low tones. Eager to hear their gossip, I appeared to sleep. They came nearer, and, facing me, sat upon a large stone, and gossiped freely concerning the strange sounds heard in my room at the chateau.
"See you, my bonbois,"
said the lean to the fat soldier.
"The British captain, he is to be carried off in burning flames by that La Jongleuse. We shall come in one morning and find a smell of sulphur only, and a circle of red on the floor where the imps danced before La Jongleuse said to them, 'Up with him, darlings, and away!'"
At this Bamboir shook his head and answered,
"Tomorrow I'll go to the governor, and tell him what's coming. My wife, she falls upon my neck this morning. 'Argos,' she says, ''twill need the bishop and his college to drive La Jongleuse out of the Grand Chateau.'"
"No less,"
replied the other.
"A deacon and sacred palm and sprinkle of holy water would do for a cottage, or even for a little manor house, with 12 candles burning, and a hymn to the Virgin. But in a king's house—"
"It's not the king's house."
"But yes, it is the king's house, though his most Christian Majesty lives in France. The Marquis de Vaudreuil stands for the king, and we are sentinels in the king's house. But, my faith, I'd rather be fighting against Frederick, the Prussian boar, than watching this mad Englishman. But see you, my brother, That Englishman's a devil, else how has he not been hanged long ago? He has vile arts to blind all, or he would not be sitting there. It is well known that Monsieur Doltaire, even the king's son, his mother worked in the fields like your Nanette, Bombois.
Or your Leblanche, my friend. She has hard hands, with warts, and red knuckles therefrom.
Or your Nanette, Bombois, with nose that blisters in the sun, as she goes swinging flax, and swelling feet that sweat in sabots, and chin thrust out from carrying pails upon her head.
Ah, like Nanette and like La Blanche, this peasant mother of Monsieur Doltaire, and maybe no such firm breast like Nanette.
Nor such an eye as has La Blanche. Well, Monsieur Doltaire, who could override them all? He could not kill this barbarian. And Gabord, you know well how they fought, and the black horse and his rider came and carried him away. Why, the young Monsieur Duvarney had him on his knees, the blade at his throat, and a sword flashed out from the dark. They say it was the devil's, and took him in the ribs and well nigh killed him.
But what say you to Mademoiselle Duvarney coming to him that day, and again yesterday with Gabord?
Well, well, who knows, Bombois? This morning I said to Nanette, Whist, all in one moment you send me to the devil, and pray to meet me in Abraham's bosom too. What think you she answered me? Why, this, my Bombois. Whist Adam loved his wife, and swore her down before the Lord also, all in one moment. Why Mademoiselle Duvarney does this or that is not for muddy brains like ours. It is some whimsy. They say that women are more curious about the devil than about Saint Jean Baptiste. Perhaps she got of him a magic book.
No, no. If he had the magic Petit Albert, he would have turned us into dogs long ago. But I do not like him. He is but 30 years, they say, and yet his hair is white as a pigeon's wing. It is not natural. Nor did he ever, says Gabord, do aught but laugh at everything they did to him. The chains they put would not stay, and when he was set against the wall to be shot, the watches stopped. The minute of his shooting passed. Then Monsieur Doltaire came, and said a man that could do a trick like that should live to do another. And he did it, for Monsieur Doltaire is gone to the Bastille. Voyez, this Englishman is a damned heretic, and has the wicked art.
But see, Bombois, do you think he can cast spells?
What mean those sounds from his room?
So. But if he be a friend of the devil, La Jongleuse would not come for him, but...
Startled and excited, they grasped each other's arms.
But for us, it would be the work of God to send him to the devil,
said Bombois in a loud whisper.
He has given us trouble enough. Who can tell what comes next? Those damned noises in his room, eh?
Then they whispered together, and presently I caught a fragment, by which I understood that, as we walked near the edge of the cliff, I should be pushed over, and they would make it appear that I had drowned myself. They talked in low tones again, but soon got louder, and presently I knew that they were speaking of La Jongleuse. And Bombois, the fat Bombois, who the surgeon had said would some day die of apoplexy, was rash enough to say that he had seen her. He described her accurately, with the spirit of a born raconteur.
Hair so black as the feather in the governor's hat, and green eyes that flash fire, and a brown face with skin all scales. Oh, my saints of heaven, when she pass, I hide my head, and I go cold like stone. She is all covered with long reeds, and lilies about her head and shoulders, and blue-red sparks fly up at every step. Flames go round her, and she burns not her robe, not at all. And as she go, I hear cries that make me sick, for it is, I said, some poor man in torture, and I think, perhaps it is Jacques Villon, perhaps Jean Rivet, perhaps Angile d'Angouche. But no, it is a young priest of St. Clair, for he is never seen again, never.
In my mind I commended this fat Bombois as an excellent story-teller, and thanked him for his true picture of La Jongleuse, whom, to my regret, I had never seen. I would not forget his stirring description, as he should see. I gave point to the tale by squeezing an inflated toy in my pocket with my arm, while my hands remained folded in front of me, and it was as good as a play to see the faces of these soldiers, as they sprang to their feet, staring round in dismay. I myself seemed to wake with a start, and, rising to my feet, I asked what meant the noise and their amazement. We were in a spot where we could not easily be seen from any distance, and no one was in sight, nor were we to be remarked from the fort. They exchanged looks as I started back towards the chateau, walking very near the edge of the cliff. A spirit of bravado came on me, and I said musingly to them as we walked, "It would be easy to throw you both over the cliff, but I love you too well. I have proved that by making toys for your children." It was as cordial to me to watch their faces. They both drew away from the cliff, and grasped their firearms apprehensively.
"My God,"
said Bamboir,
"those toys shall be burned tonight. Alphonse has the smallpox and Suzanne the croup. Damned devil!"
he added furiously, stepping forward to me with gun raised.
I
believe he would have shot me, but that I said quickly, "If you did harm to me, you'd come to the rope. The governor would rather lose a hand than my life." I pushed his musket down. "Why should you fret? I am leaving the chateau tomorrow for another prison. You fools! Do you think I'd harm the children? I know as little of the devil or La Jongleuse as you do. We'll solve the witcheries of these sounds, you and I, tonight. If they come, we'll say the Lord's Prayer, and make the sacred gesture, and if it goes not, we will have one of your good priests to drive out this whining spirit." This quieted them much, and I was glad of it, for they had looked bloodthirsty enough, and though I had a weapon on me, there was little use in seeking fighting or flight till the auspicious moment. They were not satisfied, however, and they watched me diligently as we came on to the chateau. I could not bear that they should be frightened about their children, so I said, "Make for me a sacred oath, and I will swear by it that those toys will do your children no harm." I drew out the little wooden cross that Matilda had given me, and held it up. They looked at me astonished. What should I, a heretic and a Protestant, do with this sacred emblem? "This never leaves me," said I. "It was a pious gift." I raised the cross to my lips and kissed it.
"That's well,"
said Bamboir to his comrade.
"If otherwise, he should have been struck down by the avenging angel."
We got back to the chateau without more talk, and I was locked in, while my guards retired. As soon as they had gone, I got to work, for my great enterprise was at hand. At 10 o'clock I was ready for the venture. When the critical moment came, I was so arrayed that my dearest friend would not have known me. My object was to come out upon my guards as La Jongleuse, and, in the fright and confusion which should follow, make my escape through the corridors and to the entrance doors, past the sentinels, and so on out. It may be seen now why I got the woman's garb, the sheet, the horsehair, the phosphorus, the reeds, and such things. Why I secured the knife and pistol may be guessed likewise. Upon the lid of a small stove in the room I placed my saltpetre, and I rubbed the horsehair on my head with phosphorus, also on my hands, and face, and feet, and on many objects in the room. The knife and pistol were at my hand, and when the clock struck 10, I set my toys to wailing. Then I knocked upon the door with solemn taps, hurried back to the stove, and waited for the door to open before I applied the match. I heard a fumbling at the lock, then the door was thrown wide open. All was darkness in the hall without, save for a spluttering candle which Bamboir held over his head, as he and his fellow, deadly pale, stood peering forward. Suddenly they gave a cry, for I threw the sheet from my face and shoulders, and to their excited imagination, La Jongleuse stood before them, all in flames. As I started down on them, the colored fire flew up, making the room all blue and scarlet for a moment, in which I must have looked devilish indeed, with staring eyes, and outstretched chalky hands, and wailing cries coming from my robe. I moved swiftly, and Bamboir, without a cry, dropped like a log. Poor fellow, he never rose again. The apoplexy which the surgeon promised had come. His comrade gave a cry, and sank in a heap in a corner, mumbling a prayer, and making the sign of the cross, his face stark with terror. I passed him, came along the corridor and down one staircase, without seeing anyone. Then 2 soldiers appeared in the half-lighted hallway. Presently also a door opened behind me, and someone came out. By now the phosphorus light diminished a little, but still I was a villainous picture, for in one hand I held a small cup from which suddenly sprang red and blue fires. The men fell back, and I sailed past them, but I had not gone far down the lower staircase when a shot rang after me, and a bullet passed my head. Now I came rapidly to the outer door, where 2 more sentinels stood. They shrank back, and suddenly one threw down his musket and ran. The other, terrified, stood stock still. I passed him, opened the door, and came out upon the Intendant, who was just alighting from his carriage. The horses sprang away, frightened at sight of me, and nearly threw Bigot to the ground. I tossed the tin cup with its chemical fires full in his face, as he made a dash for me. He called out and drew his sword. I wished not to fight, and I sprang aside, but he made a pass at me, and I drew my pistol and was about to fire, when another shot came from the hallway and struck him. He fell, almost at my feet, and I dashed away into the darkness. 50 feet ahead I cast one glance back, and saw Monsieur Cournal standing in the doorway. I was sure that his second shot had not been meant for me, but for the Intendant, a wild attempt at revenge, long delayed, for the worst of wrongs. I ran on, and presently came full upon 5 soldiers, 2 of whom drew their pistols, fired, and missed. Their comrades ran away howling. They barred my path, and now I fired too, and brought one down. Then came a shot from behind them, and another fell. The last one took to his heels, and a moment later I had my hand in that of Mr. Stevens. It was he who had fired the opportune shot that rid me of one foe. We came quickly along the river brink, and, skirting the citadel, got clear of it without discovery, though we could see soldiers hurrying past, roused by the firing at the chateau. In about half an hour of steady running, with a few bad stumbles and falls, we reached the old windmill above the Anse du Foulon at Sillery, and came plump upon our waiting comrades. I had stripped myself of my disguise, and rubbed the phosphorus from my person as we came along, but enough remained to make me an uncanny figure. It had been kept secret from these people that I was to go with them, and they sullenly kept their muskets raised and cocked. But when Mr. Stevens told them who I was, they were agreeably surprised. I at once took command of the enterprise, saying firmly at the same time that I would shoot the first man who disobeyed my orders. I was sure that I could bring them to safety, but my will must be law. They took my terms like men, and swore to stand by me.
End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
We were 5 altogether: Mr. Stevens, Clark, the 2 Boston soldiers, and myself. And presently we came down the steep passage in the cliff to where our craft lay, secured by my dear wife, a birch canoe, well laden with necessaries. Our craft was none too large for our party, but she must do, and safely in, we pushed out upon the current, which was in our favour, for the tide was going out. My object was to cross the river softly, skirt the Levis shore, pass the Isle of Orleans, and so steal down the river. There was excitement in the town, as we could tell from the lights flashing along the shore, and boats soon began to patrol the banks, going swiftly up and down, and extending a line round to the St. Charles River towards Beauport. It was well for us the night was dark, else we had run that gauntlet, but we were lucky enough, by hard paddling, to get past the town on the Levis side. Never were better boatmen. The paddles dropped with agreeable precision, and no boatswain rattan was needed to keep my fellows to their task. I, whose sight was long trained to darkness, could see a great distance round us, and so could prevent a trap, though once or twice we let our canoe drift with the tide, lest our paddles should be heard. I could not paddle long, I had so little strength. After the Isle of Orleans was passed, I drew a breath of relief, and played the part of captain and boatswain merely. Yet when I looked back at the town on those strong heights, and saw the bonfires burn to warn the settlers of our escape, saw the lights sparkling in many homes, and even fancied I could make out the light shining in my dear wife's window, I had a strange feeling of loneliness. There, in the shadow of my prison walls, was the dearest thing on earth to me. Ought she not to be with me? She had begged to come, to share with me these dangers and hardships, but that I could not, would not grant. She would be safer with her people. As for us desperate men bent on escape, we must face hourly peril. Thank God, there was work to do. Hour after hour the swing and dip of the paddles went on. No one showed weariness, and when the dawn broke slow and soft over the eastern hills, I motioned my good boatman towards the shore, and landed safely. We lifted our frigate up, and carried her into a thicket, there to rest with us till night, when we would safely sally forth again into the friendly darkness. We were in no distress all that day, for the weather was fine, and we had enough to eat, and in such case were we for 10 days and nights, though indeed some of the nights were dreary and very cold, for it was yet but the beginning of May. It might thus seem that we were leaving danger well behind, after having travelled so many heavy leagues, but it was yet several hundred miles to Louisburg, our destination, and we had escaped only immediate danger. We passed Isle aux Coudres and the Isles of Kamaraska, and now we ventured by day to ramble the woods in search of game, which was most plentiful. In this good outdoor life my health came slowly back, and I should soon be able to bear equal tasks with any of my faithful comrades. Never man had better friends, though I have seen adventurous service near and far since that time. Even the genial ruffian Clark was amenable, and took sharp reprimand without revolt. On the 11th night after our escape, our first real trial came. We were keeping the middle of the great river, as safest from detection, and when the tide was with us we could thus move more rapidly. We had had a constant favouring wind, but now suddenly, though we were running with the tide, the wind turned easterly, and blew up the river against the ebb. Soon it became a gale, to which was added snow and sleet, and a rough, choppy sea followed. I saw it would be no easy task to fetch our craft to the land. The waves broke in upon us, and presently, while half of us were paddling with laboured and desperate stroke, the other half were bailing. Lifted on a crest, our canoe, heavily laden, dropped at both ends, and again, sinking into the hollows between the short, brutal waves, her gunwales yielded outward, and her waist gaped in a dismal way. We looked to see her with a broken back at any moment. To add to our ill fortune, a violent current set in from the shore, and it was vain to attempt a landing. Spirits and bodies flagged, and it needed all my cheerfulness to keep my good fellows to their tasks. At last, the ebb of tide being almost spent, the waves began to fall, the wind shifted a little towards the northward, and a piercing cold instantly froze our drenched clothes on our backs. But with the current changed there was a good chance of reaching the shore. As daylight came we passed into a little sheltered cove, and sank with exhaustion on the shore. Our frozen clothes rattled like tin, and we could scarce lift a leg, but we gathered a fine heap of wood, flint and steel were ready, and the tinder was sought, which, when found, was soaking. Not a dry stitch or stick could we find anywhere, till at last, within a leather belt, Mr. Stevens found a handkerchief, which was, indeed, as he told me afterwards, the gift and pledge of a lady to him, and his returning to her without it nearly lost him another and better gift and pledge, for this went to light our fire. We had had enough danger and work in one night to give us relish for some days of rest, and we piously took them. The evening of the second day we set off again, and had a good night's run, and in the dawn, spying a snug little bay, we stood in and went ashore. I sent my 2 provincials foraging with their guns, and we who remained set about to fix our camp for the day and prepare breakfast. A few minutes only passed, and the 2 hunters came running back with rueful faces to say they had seen 2 Indians near, armed with muskets and knives. My plans were made at once. We needed their muskets, and the Indians must pay the price for their presence here, for our safety should be had at any cost. I urged my men to utter no word at all, for none but Clark could speak French, and he but poorly. For myself, my accent would pass after these 6 years of practice. We came to a little river, beyond which we could observe the Indians standing on guard. We could only cross by wading, which we did, but one of my provincials came down, wetting his musket and himself thoroughly. Reaching the shore, we marched together, I singing the refrain of an old French song as we went, En roulant, ma boule est roulant, en roulant, ma boule, so attracting the attention of the Indians. The better to deceive, we all were now dressed in the costume of the French peasant. I had taken pains to have Mr. Stevens secure these for us before starting, a pair of homespun trousers, a coarse brown jacket, with thrums like waving tassels, a silk handkerchief about the neck, and a strong thick worsted wig on the head, no smart toupee, nor buckle, nor combed, nor powdered, and all crowned by a dull black cap. I myself was, as became my purpose, most like a small captain of militia, doing wood service, and in the braver costume of the coureur du bois. I signalled to the Indians, and, coming near, addressed them in French. They were deceived, and presently, abreast of them, in the midst of apparent ceremony, their firelocks were seized, and Mr. Stevens and Clark had them safe. I said we must be satisfied as to who they were, for English prisoners escaped from Quebec were abroad, and no man could go unchallenged. They must at once lead me to their camp. So they did, and at their bark wigwam they said they had seen no Englishmen. They were guardians of the fire, that is, it was their duty to light a fire on the shore when a hostile fleet should appear, and from another point farther up, other guardians, seeing, would do the same, until beacons would be shining even to Quebec, 300 leagues away. While I was questioning them, Clark rifled the wigwam, and presently the excitable fellow, finding some excellent stores of skins, tea, maple sugar, coffee, and other things, broke out into English expletives. Instantly the Indians saw they had been trapped, and he whom Mr. Stevens held made a great spring from him, caught up a gun, and gave a wild yell which echoed far and near. Mr. Stevens, with great rapidity, levelled his pistol and shot him in the heart, while I, in a close struggle with my captive, was glad, for I was not yet strong, that Clark finished my assailant, and so both lay there dead, 2 foes less for our good king. Not far from where we stood was a pool of water, black and deep, and we sank the bodies there, but I did not know till long afterwards that Clark, with a barbarous and disgusting spirit, carried away their scalps to sell them in New York, where they would bring, as he confided to one of the provincials, 12 pounds each. Before we left, we shot a poor howling dog that mourned for his masters, and sank him also into the dark pool. We had but got back to our camp, when, looking out, we saw a well-manned 4-oared boat making for the shore. My men were in dismay until I told them that, having begun the game of war, I would carry it on ripe to the end. This boat and all therein should be mine. Safely hidden, we watched the rowers draw in to shore, with brisk strokes, singing a quaint farewell song of the voyagers, called La Pauvre Mère, of which the refrain is, "And his mother says, My dear, for your absence I shall grieve. Come ye home within the year." They had evidently been upon a long voyage, and by their toiling we could see their boat was deeply loaded, but they drove on, like a horse that, at the close of a day, sees ahead the inn, where he is to bait and refresh, and, rousing to the spur, comes cheerily home. The figure of a reverend old man was in the stern, and he sent them into shore with brisk words. Bump came the big shallop on the beach, and at that moment I ordered my men to fire, but to aim wide, for I had another end in view than killing. We were exactly matched as to numbers, so that a fight would be fair enough, but I hoped for a peaceful conquest. As we fired, I stepped out of the thicket, and behind me could be seen the shining barrels of our threatening muskets. The old gentleman stood up while his men cried for quarter. He waved them down with an impatient gesture, and stepped out on the beach. Then I recognized him. It was the Chevalier de la Rente. I stepped towards him, my sword drawn. "Monsieur the Chevalier de la Rente, you are my prisoner," said I. He started, then recognized me.
"Now by the blood of man, now by the blood of man,"
he said, and paused, dumbfounded. "You forget me, monsieur?" asked I.
"Forget you, monsieur?"
said he.
"As soon forget the devil at mass. But I thought you dead by now, and—"
"If you are disappointed," said I, "there is a way," and I waved towards his men, then to Mr. Stevens and my own ambushed fellows. He smiled an acid smile, and took a pinch of snuff.
"It is not so fiery-edged as that,"
he answered.
"I can endure it."
"You shall have time too for reverie," answered I. He looked puzzled.
"What is't you wish?"
he asked. "Your surrender first," said I, "and then your company at breakfast."
"The latter has meaning and compliment," he responded. "The former is beyond me. What would you do with me?"
"Detain you and your shallop for the services of my master, the King of England, soon to be the master of your master, if the signs are right."
"All signs fail with the blind, monsieur."
"I will give you good reading of those signs in due course," retorted I.
"Monsieur,"
he added, with great, almost too great dignity,
"I am of the family of the Duc de Mirepoix. The whole Kamaraska Isles are mine, and the best gentlemen in this province do me vassalage. I make war on none. I have stepped aside from all affairs of state. I am a simple gentleman. I have been a great way down this river, at large expense and toil, to purchase wheat, for all the corn of these counties goes to Quebec to store the king's magazine, the adored La Friponne. I know not your purposes, but I trust you will not push your advantage,"
he waved towards our muskets,
"against a private gentleman."
"You forget, Chevalier," said I, "that you gave a verdict for my death."
"Upon the evidence,"
he replied,
"and I have no doubt you deserve hanging 1,000 times."
I almost loved him for his boldness. I remembered also that he had no wish to be one of my judges, and that he spoke for me in the presence of the governor. But he was not the man to make a point of that. "Chevalier," said I have been foully used in yonder town. By the fortune of war you shall help me to compensation. We have come a long, hard journey. We are all much overworked. We need rest, a better boat, and good sailors. You and your men, Chevalier, shall row us to Louisburg. When we are attacked, you shall be in the van. When we are at peace, you shall industriously serve under King George's flag. Now will you give up your men, and join me at breakfast?" For a moment the excellent gentleman was mute, and my heart almost fell before his venerable white hair and his proud bearing. But something a little overdone in his pride, a little ludicrous in the situation, set me smiling. There came back on me the remembrance of all I had suffered, and I let no sentiment stand between me and my purposes.
"I am the Chevalier de la—"
he began. "If you were King Louis himself, and every man there in your boat a peer of his realm, You should row a British subject now," said I, "or, if you choose, you shall have fighting instead." I meant there should be nothing uncertain in my words.
"I surrender,"
said he.
"And if you are bent on shaming me, let us have it over soon."
"You shall have better treatment than I had in Quebec," answered I. A moment afterwards, his men were duly surrendered, disarmed, and guarded, and the Chevalier breakfasted with me, now and again asking me news of Quebec. He was much amazed to hear that Bigot had been shot, and distressed that I could not say whether fatally or not. I fixed on a new plan. We would now proceed by day as well as by night, for the shallop could not leave the river, and, besides, I did not care to trust my prisoners on shore. I threw from the shallop into the stream enough wheat to lighten her, and now, well stored and trimmed, we pushed away upon the course, the Chevalier and his men rowing, while my men rested and tended the sail, which was now set. I was much loath to cut our good canoe adrift, but she stopped the shallop's way, and she was left behind. After a time, our prisoners were in part relieved, and I made the Chevalier rest also, for he had taken his task in good part, and had ordered his men to submit cheerfully. In the late afternoon, after an excellent journey, we saw a high and shaggy point of land, far ahead, which shut off our view. I was anxious to see beyond it, for ships of war might appear at any moment. A good breeze brought up this land, and when we were abreast of it a lofty frigate was disclosed to view, a convoy, so the Chevalier said, to a fleet of transports which that morning had gone up the river. I resolved instantly, since fight was useless, to make a run for it. Seating myself at the tiller, I declared solemnly that I would shoot the first man who dared to stop the shallop's way, to make sign, or speak a word. So, as the frigate stood across the river, I had all sail set, roused the men at the oars, and we came running by her stern. Our prisoners were keen enough to get by in safety, for they were between two fires, and the excellent Chevalier was alert and laborious as the rest. They signalled us from the frigate by a shot to bring to, but we came on gallantly. Another shot whizzed by at a distance, but we did not change our course, and then balls came flying over our heads, dropping round us, cooling their hot protests in the river, but none struck us, and presently all fell short. We durst not slacken pace that night, and by morning, much exhausted, we deemed ourselves safe, and rested for a while, making a hearty breakfast, though a sombre shadow had settled on the face of the good Chevalier. Once more he ventured to protest, but I told him my resolution was fixed, and that I would at all costs secure escape from my 6 years' misery. He must abide the fortune of this war. For several days we fared on, without more mishap. At last, one morning, we hugged the shore. I saw a large boat lying on the beach. On landing we found the boat of excellent size, and made for swift going, and presently Clark discovered the oars. Then I turned to the Chevalier, who was watching me curiously, yet hiding anxiety, for he had upheld his dignity with some accent since he had come into my service. "Chevalier," said I, "you shall find me more humane than my persecutors at Quebec. I will not hinder your going, if you will engage on your honour, as would, for instance, the Duc de Mirepoix." He bowed to my veiled irony, "that you will not divulge what brought you back thus far, till you shall reach your Kamaraska Isles, and you must undertake the same for your fellows here." He consented, and I admired the fine, vain old man, and lamented that I had had to use him so. "Then," said I, "you may depart with your shallop. Your mast and sail, however, must be ours, and for these I will pay. I will also pay for the wheat which was thrown into the river, and you shall have a share of our provisions, got from the Indians."
"Monsieur,"
said he,
"I shall remember with pride that I have dealt with so fair a foe. I cannot regret the pleasure of your acquaintance, even at the price. And see, monsieur, I do not think you the criminal they have made you out, and so I will tell a lady."
I raised my hand at him, for I saw that he knew something, and Mr. Stevens was near us at the time. "Chevalier," said I, drawing him aside, "if, as you say, you think I have used you honourably, then, if trouble falls upon my wife before I see her again, I beg you to stand her friend. In the sad fortunes of war and hate of me, she may need a friend, even against her own people, on her own hearthstone." I never saw a man so amazed, and to his rapid questionings I gave the one reply, that Alixe was my wife. His lip trembled.
"Poor child, poor child,"
he said.
"They will put her in a nunnery. You did wrong, monsieur."
"Chevalier," said I, "did you ever love a woman?" He made a motion of the hand, as if I had touched upon a tender point, and said,
"So young, so young."
"But you will stand by her," I urged, "by the memory of some good woman you have known." He put out his hand again with a chafing sort of motion.
"There, there,"
said he.
"The poor child shall never want a friend if I can help it. She shall not be made a victim of the church, or of the state, nor yet of family pride. Good God, no."
Presently we parted, and soon we lost our grateful foes in the distance. All night we jogged along with easy sail, but just at dawn, in a sudden opening of the land, we saw a sloop at anchor near a wooded point, her pennant flying. We pushed along, unheeding its fiery signal to bring to, and declining, she let fly a swivel loaded with grape, and again another, riddling our sail. But we were travelling with wind and tide, and we soon left the indignant patrol behind. Towards evening came a freshening wind and a cobbling sea, and I thought it best to make for shore. So, easing the sail, we brought our shallop before the wind. It was very dark, and there was a heavy surf running, but we had to take our fortune as it came, and we let drive for the unknown shore, for it was all alike to us. Presently, as we ran close in, our boat came hard upon a rock, which bulged her bows open. Taking what provisions we could, we left our poor craft upon the rocks, and fought our way to safety. We had little joy that night of thinking of our shallop breaking on the reefs, and we discussed the chances of crossing overland to Louisburg, but we soon gave up that wild dream. This river was the only way. When daylight came, we found our boat, though badly wrecked, still held together. Now Clark rose to the great necessity, and said that he would patch her up to carry us on, or never lift a hammer more. With labour past reckoning we dragged her to shore, and got her on the stocks, and then set about to find materials to mend her. Tools were all too few. A hammer, a saw, an adze were all we had. A piece of board or a nail were treasures then, and when the timbers of the craft were covered, for oakum we had to resort to tree gum. For caulking, one spared a handkerchief, another a stocking, and another a piece of shirt, till she was stuffed in all her fissures. In this labour we passed 8 days, and then we were ready for the launch again. On the very afternoon fixed for starting, we saw 2 sails standing down the river, and edging towards our shore. One of them let anchor go right off the place where our patched boat lay. We had prudently carried on our work behind rocks and trees, so that we could not be seen, unless our foes came ashore. Our case seemed desperate enough, but all at once I determined on a daring enterprise. The 2 vessels, convoys, I felt sure, had anchored some distance from each other, and from their mean appearance I did not think they would have a large freight of men and arms, for they seemed not ships from France but vessels of the country. If I could divide the force of either vessel and quietly, under cover of night, steal on her by surprise, then I would trust our desperate courage, and open the war which soon General Wolfe and Admiral Saunders were to wage up and down this river. I had brave fellows with me, and if we got our will it would be a thing worth remembrance. So I disclosed my plan to Mr. Stevens and the others, and, as I looked for, they had a fine relish for the enterprise. I agreed upon a signal with them, bade them to lie close along the ground, picked out the nearer, which was the smaller, ship for my purpose, and at sunset, tying a white handkerchief to a stick, came marching out of the woods, upon the shore, firing a gun at the same time. Presently a boat was put out from the sloop, and 2 men and a boy came rowing towards me. Standing off a little distance from the shore, they asked what was wanted. "The king's errand," was my reply in French, and I must be carried down the river by them, for which I would pay generously. Then, with idle gesture, I said that if they wished some drink, there was a bottle of rum near my fire, above me, to which they were welcome, also some game which they might take as a gift to their captain and his crew. This drew them like a magnet, and, as I lit my pipe, their boat scraped the sand, and, getting out, they hauled her up and came towards me. I met them, and, pointing towards my fire, as it might appear, led them up behind the rocks, when, at a sign, my men sprang up. The fellows were seized, and were forbidden to cry out on peril of their lives. I compelled them to tell what hands and what arms were left on board. The sloop from which they came, and the schooner, its consort, were bound for Gaspe, to bring provisions for several hundred Indians assembled at Miramichi and Aristiguish, who were to go by these same vessels to reinforce the garrison of Quebec. The sloop, they said, had 6 guns and a crew of 20 men, but the schooner, which was much larger, had no arms save muskets, and a crew and a guard of 30 men. In this country there was no twilight, and with sunset came instantly the dusk. Already silence and dark enclosed the sloop. I had the men bound to a tree, and gagged also, engaging to return and bring them away safe and unhurt when our task was over. I chose for the pilot the boy, and presently, with great care, launching our patched shallop from the stocks, for the ship-boat was too small to carry 6 safely, we got quietly away. Rowing with silent stroke, we came alongside the sloop. No light burned save that in the binnacle, and all hands, except the watch, were below at supper and at cards. I could see the watch forward as we dropped silently alongside the stern. My object was to catch this fellow as he came by. This I would trust to no one but myself, for now, grown stronger, I had the old spring in my blood, and I had also a good wish that my plan should not go wrong through the bungling of others. I motioned my men to sit silent, and then, when the fellow's back was toward me, coming softly up the side, I slid over quietly, and drew into the shadow of a boat that hung near. He came on lazily, and when just past me I suddenly threw my arms about him, clapping my hand upon his mouth. He was stoutly built, and he began at once to struggle. He was no coward, and feeling for his knife, he drew it, and would have had it in me but that I was quicker, and, with a desperate wrench, my hand still over his mouth, half swung him round, and drove my dagger home. He sank in my arms with a heaving sigh, and I laid him down, still and dead, upon the deck. Then I whispered up my comrades, the boy leading. As the last man came over, his pistol, stuck in his belt, caught the rattlings of the shrouds, and it dropped upon the deck. This gave the alarm, but I was at the companion door on the instant, as the first master came bounding up, sword showing, and calling to his men, who swarmed after him. I fired, the bullet travelled his spine, and he fell back stunned. A dozen others came on. Some reached the deck and grappled with my men. I never shall forget with what fiendish joy Clark fought that night, those 5 terrible minutes. He was like some mad devil, and by his imprecations I knew that he was avenging the brutal death of his infant daughter some years before. He was armed with a long knife, and I saw 4 men fall beneath it, while he himself got but 1 bad cut. Of the provincials, 1 fell wounded, and the other brought down his man. Mr. Stevens and myself held the companionway, driving the crew back, not without hurt, for my waist was slashed by a cutlass, and Mr. Stevens had a bullet in his thigh. But presently we had the joy of having those below cry quarter. We were masters of the sloop. quickly battening down the prisoners, I had the sails spread, the windlass going, and the anchor apeak quickly, and we soon were moving down upon the schooner, which was now all confusion, commands ringing out in the quiet air. But when, laying alongside, we gave her a dose, and then another, from all our swivels at once, sweeping her decks, the timid fellows cried quarter, and we boarded her. With my men's muskets cocked, I ordered her crew and soldiers below, till they were all, save 2 lusty youths, stowed away. Then I had everything of value brought from the sloop, together with the swivels, which we fastened to the schooner's side, and when all was done, we set fire to the sloop, and I stood and watched her burn with a proud, too proud, spirit. Having brought our prisoners from the shore, we placed them with the rest below. At dawn I called a council with Mr. Stevens and the others. Our one wounded provincial was not omitted, and we all agreed that some of the prisoners should be sent off in the long boat, and a portion of the rest be used to work the ship. So we had half the fellows up, and giving them fishing lines, rum, and provisions, with a couple of muskets and ammunition, we sent them off to shift for themselves, and, raising anchor, got on our way down the broad river, in perfect weather. The days that followed are like a good dream to me, for we came on all the way without a challenge and with no adventure, even round Gaspé to Louisburg, 38 days after my escape from the fortress.
End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
At Louisburg we found that Admiral Saunders and General Wolfe were gone to Quebec. They had passed us as we came down, for we had sailed inside some islands of the coast, getting shelter and a better passage, and the fleet had, no doubt, passed outside. This was a blow to me, for I had hoped to be in time to join General Wolfe and proceed with him to Quebec, where my knowledge of the place should be of service to him. It was, however, no time for lament, and I set about to find my way back again. Our prisoners I handed over to the authorities. The 2 provincials decided to remain and take service under General Amherst. Mr. Stevens would join his own rangers at once, but Clark would go back with me to have his hour with his hated foes. I paid Mr. Stevens and the 2 provincials for their shares in the schooner, and Clark and I manned her afresh, and prepared to return instantly to Quebec. From General Amherst I received correspondence to carry to General Wolfe and Admiral Saunders. Before I started back, I sent letters to Governor Dinwiddie and to Mr. now Colonel George Washington. But I had no sooner done so than I received others from them through General Amherst. They had been sent to him to convey to General Wolfe at Quebec, who was, in turn, to hand them to me, when, as was hoped, I should be released from captivity, if not already beyond the power of men to free me. The letters from these friends almost atoned for my past sufferings, and I was ashamed that ever I had thought my countrymen forgot me in my worst misery, for this was the first matter I saw when I opened the governor's letter. By the House of Burgesses. Resolved, that the sum of £300 to be paid to Captain Robert Moray, in consideration of his services to the country, and his singular sufferings in his confinement as a hostage in Quebec. This, I learned, was one of 3 such resolutions. But there were other matters in the letter which much amazed me. An attempt, he said, had been made one dark night upon his strong-room, which would have succeeded but for the great bravery and loyalty of an old retainer. 2 men were engaged in the attempt, one of whom was a Frenchman. Both men were masked, and, when set upon, fought with consummate bravery, and escaped. It was found the next day that the safe of my partner had also been rifled and all my papers stolen. There was no doubt in my mind what this meant. Doltaire, with some renegade Virginian who knew Williamsburg and myself, had made essay to get my papers, but they had failed in their designs, for all my valuable documents, and those desired by Doltaire among them, remained safe in the governor's strong room. I got away again for Quebec 5 days after reaching Louisburg. We came along with good winds, having no check, though twice we sighted French sloops, which, however, seemed most concerned to leave us to ourselves. At last, with colours flying, we sighted Kamaraska eels, which I saluted, remembering the Chevalier de la Duranty. Then Ile aux Coudres, below which we poor fugitives came so near disaster. Here we all felt new fervour, for the British flag flew from a staff on a lofty point. Tents were pitched thereon in a pretty cluster, and, rounding a point, we came plump upon Admiral Durell's little fleet, which was here to bar advance of French ships and to waylay stragglers. On a blithe summer day we sighted, far off, the island of Orleans and the tall masts of 2 patrol ships of war, which in due time we passed, saluting, and ran abreast of the island in the North Channel. Coming up this passage, I could see on an eminence, far distant, the tower of the Chateau Alix. Presently there opened on our sight the great bluff at the falls of Montmorency, and, crowning it, tents and batteries, the camp of General Wolfe himself, with the good ship Centurion standing off like a sentinel at a point where the basin, the river Montmorency, and the North Channel seemed to meet. To our left, across the shoals, was Major Hardy's post, on the extreme eastern point of the Ile Orleans, and again beyond that, in a straight line, Point Levis on the south shore, where Brigadier General Monckton's camp was pitched, and farther on his batteries, from which shell and shot were poured into the town. How all had changed in the 2 months since I left there! Around the Seigneur Duvarney's manor, in the sweet village of Beauport, was encamped the French army, and redoubts and batteries were ranged where Alix and I and her brother Juste had many a time walked in a sylvan quiet. Here, as it were, round the bent and broken sides of a bowl, war raged, and the centre was like some cauldron out of which imps of ships sprang and sailed to hand up fires of hell to the battalions on the ledges. Here swung Admiral Saunders and Admiral Holmes's divisions, out of reach of the French batteries, yet able to menace and destroy, and to feed the British camps with men and munitions. There was no French ship in sight, only 2 old hulks with guns in the mouth of the St. Charles River, to protect the road to the palace gate, that is, at the Intendant's. It was all there before me, the investment of Quebec, for which I had prayed and waited 7 long years. All at once, on a lull in the fighting which had lasted 24 hours, the heavy batteries from the Levis shore opened upon the town, emptying therein the fatal fuel. Mixed feelings possessed me. I had at first listened to Clark's delighted imprecations and devilish praises with a feeling of brag almost akin to his own. That was the soldier and the Briton in me, but all at once the man, the lover, and the husband spoke. My wife was in that beleaguered town under that monstrous shower. She had said that she would never leave it till I came to fetch her, for I knew well that our marriage must become known after I had escaped, that she would not, for her own good pride and womanhood, keep it secret then, that it would be proclaimed while yet Gabbo and the excellent chaplain were alive to attest all. Summoned by the Centurion, we were passed on beyond the eastern point of the Ile of Orleans to the Admiral's ship, which lay in the channel off the point, with battleships in front and rear, and a line of frigates curving towards the rocky peninsula of Quebec. Then came a line of buoys beyond these, with manned boats moored alongside to protect the fleet from fire rafts, which once already the enemy had unavailingly sent down to ruin and burn our fleet. Admiral Saunders received me with great cordiality, thanked me for the dispatches, heard with applause of my adventures with the convoy, and at once, with dry humour, said he would be glad, if General Wolfe consented, to make my captured schooner one of his fleet. Later, when her history of doings became known in the fleet, she was at once called the Terror of France, for she did a wild thing or two before Quebec fell, though from first to last she had but her 6 swivel guns, which I had taken from the burnt sloop. Clark had command of her. From Admiral Saunders I learnt that Bigot had recovered from his hurt, which had not been severe, and of the death of Monsieur Cournal, who had ridden his horse over the cliff in the dark. From the Admiral I came to General Wolfe at Montmorency. I shall never forget my first look at my hero, my general, that flaming, exhaustless spirit, in a body so gauche and so unshapely. When I was brought to him, he was standing on a knoll, alone, looking through a glass towards the batteries of Levis. The first thing that struck me, as he lowered the glass and leaned against a gun, was the melancholy in the lines of his figure. I never forget that, for it seemed to me even then that, whatever glory there was for British arms ahead, there was tragedy for him. Yet, as he turned at the sound of our footsteps, I almost laughed, for his straight red hair, his face defying all regularity, with the nose thrust out like a wedge and the chin falling back from an affectionate sort of mouth, his tall straggling frame and far from athletic shoulders, challenged contrast with the compact, handsome, graciously shaped Montcalm. In Montcalm was all manner of things to charm, all save that which presently filled me with awe, and showed me wherein this sallow-featured, pain-racked Briton was greater than his rival beyond measure, in that searching, burning eye which carried all the distinction and greatness denied him elsewhere. There, resolution, courage, endurance, deep design, clear vision, dogged will, and heroism lived. A bright furnace of daring resolves and hopes, which gave England her sound desire. An officer of his staff presented me. He looked at me with piercing intelligence, and then, presently, his long hand made a swift motion of knowledge and greeting, and he said,
"Yes, yes, and you are welcome, Captain Murray. I have heard of you, of much to your credit. You were for years in durance there."
He pointed towards the town, where we could see the dome of the cathedral shrine, and the leaping smoke and flame of the roaring batteries. 6 years, your Excellency, said I.
Papers of yours fell into General Braddock's hands, and they tried you for a spy. A curious case. A curious case. Wherein were they wrong and you justified? And why was all exchange refused?
I told him the main bare facts, and how, to force certain papers from me, I had been hounded to the edge of the grave. He nodded, and seemed lost in the study of the mud-flats at the Beauport shore, and presently took to beating his foot upon the ground. After a minute, as if he had come back from a distance, he said,
Yes, yes, broken articles. Few women have a sense of national honour, such as La Pompadour, none. An interesting matter.
Then, after a moment,
You shall talk with our chief engineer. You know the town. You should be useful to me, Captain Murray. What do you suggest concerning this siege of ours?
Has any attack been made from above the town, your Excellency? He lifted his eyebrows.
Is it vulnerable from there? From Cap Rouge, you mean?
They have you at advantage everywhere, sir, I said. 1,000 men could keep the town, so long as this river, those mud-flats, and those high cliffs are there.
But above the town?
Above the citadel, there is a way, the only way. A feint from the basin here, a sham menace and attack, and the real action at the door of the town.
They will of course throw fresh strength and vigilance above. If our fleet run their batteries and attack there, the river at Cap Rouge is like this Montmorency for defence.
He shook his head.
There is no way, I fear.
General, said I, if you will take me into your service, and then give me leave to handle my little schooner in this basin and in the river above, I will prove that you may take your army into Quebec by entering it myself, and returning with something as precious to me as the taking of Quebec to you." He looked at me piercingly for a minute, then a sour sort of a smile played at his lips.
"A woman,"
he said.
"Well, it were not the first time the love of a wench opened the gates to a nation's victory."
"Love of a wife, sir, should carry a man farther." He turned on me a commanding look.
"Speak plainly," said he. "If we are to use you, let us know you in all."
He waved farther back the officers with him. "I have no other wish, your Excellency," I answered him. Then I told him briefly of the Seigneur Duvarney, Alix, and of Doltaire.
"Duvarney, Duvarney,"
he said, and a light came into his look. Then he called an officer.
"Was it not one Seigneur Duvarney who this morning prayed protection for his chateau on the Isle of Orléans?"
he asked. "Even so, your Excellency," was the reply. And he said that if Captain Moray was with us, he would surely speak of the humanity and kindness he and his household had shown to British prisoners.
"You speak, then, for this gentleman?"
he asked, with a dry sort of smile. "With all my heart," I answered. "But why asks he protection at this late day?"
"New orders are issued to lay waste the country. Hitherto all property was safe,"
was the General's reply.
"See that the Seigneur Duvarney's suit is granted,"
he added to his officer,
"and say it is by Captain Moray's intervention. There is another matter of this kind to be arranged this noon,"
he continued.
"An exchange of prisoners, among whom are some ladies of birth and breeding, captured but 2 days ago. A gentleman comes from General Montcalm directly upon the point. You might be useful herein,"
he added,
"if you will come to my tent in an hour."
He turned to go. "And my ship, and permission to enter the town, your Excellency?" I asked.
"What do you call your ship?"
he asked a little grimly. I told him how the sailors had already christened her. He smiled.
"Then let her prove her title to Terror of France,"
he said,
"by being pilot to the rest of our fleet up the river, and you, Captain Moray, be guide to a footing on those heights."
He pointed to the town.
"Then this army and its general, and all England, please God, will thank you. Your craft shall have commission as a rover, but if she gets into trouble—"
"She will do as her owner has done these 6 years, your Excellency. She will fight her way out alone." He gazed long at the town, and at the Levis shore.
"From above, then, there is a way."
"For proof, if I come back alive?"
"For proof that you have been,"
he answered meaningly, with an amused flash of his eyes, though at the very moment a spasm of pain crossed his face, for he was suffering from incurable disease, and went about his great task in daily misery, yet cheerful and inspiring. "For proof, my wife, sir," said I. He nodded, but his thoughts were diverted instantly, and he went from me at once abstracted. But again he came back.
"If you return,"
said he,
"you shall serve upon my staff. You will care to view our operations," he added,
motioning towards the entrenchments at the river. Then he stepped quickly away, and I was taken by an officer to the river, and though my heart warmed within me to hear that an attack was presently to be made from the shore not far distant from the falls, I felt that the attempt could not succeed. The French were too well entrenched. At the close of an hour I returned to the General's tent. It was luncheon time, and they were about to sit as I was announced. The General motioned me to a seat, and then again, as if on second thought, made as though to introduce me to some one who stood beside him. My amazement was unbounded when I saw, smiling cynically at me, Monsieur Doltaire. He was the envoy from Quebec. I looked him in the eyes steadily for a moment, into malicious, unswerving eyes, as maliciously and unswervingly myself, and then we both bowed.
Captain Moray and I have sat at meat together before,
he said, with mannered coolness.
We have played host and guest also, but that was ere he won our hearts by bold romantic feats. Still, I dared scarcely hope to meet him at this table.
Which is sacred to good manners, said I meaningly and coolly, for my anger and surprise were too deep for excitement. I saw the General look at both of us keenly, then his marvellous eyes flashed intelligence, and a grim smile played at his lips a moment. After a little general conversation, Doltaire addressed me.
We are not yet so overwhelmed with war, but your being here again will give a fill-up to our gossip. It must seem sad to you. You were so long with us. You have broken bread with so many of us. To see us pelted so. Sometimes a dinner table is disordered by a riotous shell.
He bent on torturing me, and it was not hard to do that, for how knew I what had happened? How came he back so soon from the Bastille? He was incredible. Perhaps he had never gone, in spite of it all. After luncheon, the matter of exchange of prisoners was gone into, and one by one the names of French prisoners in our hands, ladies and gentlemen apprehended at the chateau, were ticked off, and I knew them all save two. The General deferred to me several times as to the prisoners and positions of the captives, and asked my suggestions. Immediately I proposed Mr. Wainfleet, the chaplain, in exchange for a prisoner, though his name was not on the list. But Doltaire shook his head in a blank sort of way.
Mr. Wainfleet? Mr. Wainfleet? There was no such prisoner in the town,
he said. I insisted, but he started at me inscrutably, and said that he had no record of the man. Then I spoke most forcibly to the General, and said that Mr. Wainfleet should be produced, or an account of him be given by the French governor. Doltaire then said,
I am only responsible for these names recorded. Our General trusts to your honour, and you to ours, Monsieur le Général.
There was nothing more to say, and presently the exchanges were arranged, and, after compliments, Doltaire took his leave. I left the governor also, and followed Doltaire. He turned to me.
Captain Moray and I,
he remarked to the officers near,
are old enemies, and there is a sad sweetness in meetings like these. May I—
The officers drew away at a little distance at once before the suggestion was made, and we were left alone. I was in a white heat, but yet in fair control.
You are surprised to see me here?
He said.
Did you think the Bastille was for me? Tut, I had not got out of the country, when a packet came, bearing fresh commands. La Pompadour forgave me, and in the King's name bade me return to New France, and in her own she bade me get your papers, or hang you straight. And, you will think it singular, if need be I was to relieve the governor, and Bigot also, and work to save New France with the excellent Marquis de Montcalm.
He laughed.
You can see how absurd that is. I have held my peace, and I keep my commission in my pocket.
I looked at him amazed that he should tell me this. He read my look, and said,
Yes, you are my confidant in this. I do not fear you. Your enemy is bound in honour. Your friend may seek to serve himself.
Again he laughed.
As if I, Tinoir Doltaire, note the agreeable combination of peasant and gentleman in my name, who held his hand from ambition for large things in France, should stake a lifetime on this foolish hazard. When I play, Captain Moray, it is for things large and vital, else I remain the idler, the courtier, the son of the king.
Yet you lend your vast talent, the genius of those unknown possibilities, to this, monsieur, this little business of exchange of prisoners, I retorted ironically.
That is my whim. a social courtesy.
You said you knew nothing of the chaplain, I broke out.
Not so. I said he was on no record given me. Officially I know nothing of him.
Come, said I, you know well how I am concerned for him. You quibble, you lied to our general. A wicked light shone in his eyes.
I choose to pass that by for the moment,
said he.
I am sorry you forget yourself. It were better for you and me to be courteous till our hour of reckoning. Shall we not meet some day?
He said, with a sweet hatred in his tone. With all my heart.
But where?
In yonder town, said I, pointing. He laughed provokingly.
You are melodramatic,
he rejoined.
I could hold that town with 1,000 men against all your army and 5 times your fleet.
You have ever talked and nothing done, said I. Will you tell me the truth of the chaplain?
Yes, in private the truth you shall hear,
he said.
The man is dead.
If you speak true, he was murdered, I broke out. You know well why.
No,
he answered.
He was put in prison, escaped, made for the river, was pursued, fought, and was killed. So much for serving you.
Will you answer me one question? Said I. Is my wife well? Is she safe? She is there set among villainies.
Your wife?
He answered, sneering.
If you mean Mademoiselle Duvarney, she is not there.
Then he added solemnly and slowly,
She is in no fear of your batteries now. She is beyond them. When she was there, she was not child enough to think that foolish game with the vanished chaplain was a marriage. Did you think to gull a lady so beyond the minute's wildness? She is not there,
he added again in a low voice. She is dead? I gasped. My wife is dead?
Enough of that,
he answered with cold fierceness.
The lady saw the folly of it all before she had done with the world. You, monsieur, it was but the pity of her gentle heart, of a romantic nature. You blundering alien, spy and seducer.
With a gasp of anger I struck him in the face, and whipped out my sword. But the officers near came instantly between us, and I could see that they thought me gross, ill-mannered, and wild, to do this thing before the general's tent, and to an envoy. Doltaire stood still a moment, then presently wiped a little blood from his mouth, and said,
Messieurs, Captain Moray's anger was justified, and for the blow he will justify that in some happier time for me. He said that I had lied, and I proved him wrong. I called him a spy and a seducer. He sought to shame, he covered with sorrow, one of the noblest families of New France, and he has yet to prove me wrong. As envoy I may not fight him now, but I may tell you that I have every cue to send him to hell one day. He will do me the credit to say that it is not cowardice that stays me.
If no coward in the way of fighting, coward in all other things, I retorted instantly.
Well, as you may think.
He turned to go.
We will meet there, then,
he said, pointing to the town.
And when?
Tomorrow, said I. He shrugged his shoulder as to a boyish petulance, for he thought it an idle boast.
Tomorrow? Then come and pray with me in the cathedral, and after that we will cast up accounts. Tomorrow,
he said, with a poignant and exultant malice. A moment afterwards he was gone, and I was left alone. Presently I saw a boat shoot out from the shore below, and he was in it. Seeing me, he waved a hand in an ironical way. I paced up and down, sick and distracted, for half an hour or more. I knew not whether he lied concerning Alixe, but my heart was wrung with misery, for indeed he spoke with an air of truth. Dead? 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 In no fear of your batteries now, he had said. Done with the world, he had said. What else could it mean? Yet the more I thought, there came a feeling that somehow I had been tricked. Done with the world? Ay, a nunnery, was that it? But then, in no fear of your batteries now? What did that mean but death? At this distressful moment a message came from the General, and I went to his tent, trying to calm myself, but overcome with apprehension. I was kept another half-hour waiting, and then, coming in to him, he questioned me closely for a little about Doltaire, and I told him the whole story briefly. Presently his secretary brought me the commission for my appointment to a special service on the General's own staff.
"Your first duty,"
said His Excellency,
"will be to reconnoitre, and if you come back safe, we will talk further."
While he was speaking I kept looking at the list of prisoners which still lay upon his table. It ran thus: Monsieur and Madame Joubert, Monsieur and Madame Carcanal, Madame Rousselon, Madame Champigny, Monsieur Pepon, Mademoiselle Larose, l'Abbé Durand, Monsieur Habois, La Soeur Angélique, La Soeur Seraphine. I know not what it was, but the last three names held my eyes. Each of the other names I knew, and their owners also. When I looked close, I saw that where La Soeur Angélique now was, another name had been written and then erased. I saw also that the writing was recent. Again, where Habois was written there had been another name, and the same process of erasure and substitution had been made. It was not so with La Soeur Seraphine. I said to the General at once, "Your Excellency, it is possible you have been tricked." Then I pointed out what I had discovered. He nodded. "Will you let me go, sir?" said I. "Will you let me see this exchange?"
"I fear you will be too late,"
he answered.
"It is not a vital matter, I fancy."
"Perhaps to me most vital," said I, and I explained my fears.
"Then go,"
he said kindly. He quickly gave directions to have me carried to Admiral Saunders's ship, where the exchange was to be effected, and at the same time a general passport. In a few moments we were hard on our way. Now the batteries were silent. By the General's orders, the bombardment ceased while the exchange was being effected, and the French batteries also were still. A sudden quietness seemed to settle on land and sea, and there was only heard, now and then, the note of a bugle from a ship of war. The water in the basin was moveless, and the air was calm and quiet. This heraldry of war was all unnatural in the golden weather and sweet-smelling land. I urged the rowers to their task, and we flew on. We passed another boat loaded with men, singing boisterously a disorderly sort of song called Hot Stuff, set to the air Lilies of France. It was out of touch with the general quiet.
When the gay 47th is dashing ashore, while bullets are whistling and cannons do roar, says Montcalm, those are Shirleys, I know the lapels. You lie, says Ned Botwood, we swipe for Lascelles. Though our clothing is changed and we scout powder puff, here's at you, ye swabs, here's give you hot stuff.
While yet we were about 2 miles away, I saw a boat put out from the Admiral's ship. Then, at the same moment, one from the lower town, and they drew towards each other. I urged my men to their task, and as we were passing some of Admiral Saunders's ships, their sailors cheered us. Then came a silence, and it seemed to me that all our army and fleet, and that at Beauport, and the garrison at Quebec, were watching us, for the ramparts and shore were crowded. We drove on at an angle to intercept the boat that left the Admiral's ship before it reached the town. War leaned upon its arms and watched a strange duel. There was no authority in anyone's hands save my own to stop the boat, and the two armies must avoid firing, for the people of both nations were here in this space between, ladies and gentlemen in the French boat going to the town, Englishmen and a poor woman or two coming to our own fleet. My men strained every muscle, but the pace was impossible. It could not last, and the rowers in the French boat hung over their oars also with enthusiasm. With the glass of the officer near me, Kingdon, of Anstruther's regiment, I could now see Doltaire standing erect in the boat, urging the boatmen on. All round that basin, on shore and cliff and mountains, thousands of veteran fighters, Frasers, Otways, Townsends, Murrays, and on the other side the splendid soldiers of La Sarre, Languedoc, Béarn, and Guienne, watched in silence. Well they might, for in this entr'acte was the little weapon forged which opened the door of New France to England's glory. So may the little talent of opportunity make possible the genius of the great. The pain of this suspense grew so that I longed for some sound to break the stillness, but there was nothing for minute after minute. Then, at last, on the halcyon air of that summer day floated the Angelus from the cathedral tower, only a moment in which one could feel, and see also, the French army praying. Then came from the ramparts the sharp inspiring roll of a drum, and presently all was still again. Nearer and nearer the boat of prisoners approached the stone steps of the landing, and we were several hundred yards behind. I motioned to Doltaire to stop, but he made no sign. I saw the cloaked figures of the nuns near him, and I strained my eyes, but I could not note their faces. My men worked on ardently, and presently we gained, but I saw that it was impossible to reach them before they set foot on shore. Now their boat came to the steps, and one by one they hastily got out. Then I called twice to Doltaire to stop. The air was still, and my voice carried distinctly. Suddenly one of the cloaked figures sprang towards the steps with arms outstretched, calling aloud,
"Robert! Robert!"
After a moment,
"Robert, my husband!"
rang out again, and then a young officer and another nun took her by the arm to force her away. At the sharp instigation of Doltaire, instantly some companies of marines filed in upon the place where they had stood, levelled their muskets on us, and hid my beloved wife from my view. I recognized the young officer who had put a hand upon Alixe. It was her brother, Juste. "Alixe! Alixe!" I called, as my boat still came on.
"Save me, Robert!"
came the anguished reply. A faint but searching sound, and then no more. Misery and mystery were in my heart all at once. Doltaire had tricked me.
Those batteries cannot harm her now.
Yes, yes, they could not while she was a prisoner in our camp.
Done with the world.
Truly, when wearing the garb of Sister Angelique. But why that garb? I swore that I would be within that town by the morrow, that I would fetch my wife into safety, out from the damnable arts and devices of Master Devil Doltaire, as Gabord had called him. The captain of the marines called to us, that another boat's length would fetch upon us the fire of his men. There was nothing to do but to turn back, while from the shore I was reviled by soldiers and by the rabble. My marriage with Alixe had been made a national matter, of race and religion. So, as my men rowed back towards our fleet, I faced my enemies and looked towards them without moving. I was grim enough that moment, God knows. I felt turned to stone. I did not stir when, ineffaceable brutality, the batteries on the heights began to play upon us, the shot falling round us and passing over our heads. The musket firing followed.
"Damned villains! Faithless brutes!"
cried Kingdon beside me. I did not speak a word, but stood there defiant, as when we first had turned back. Now, sharply, angrily, from all our batteries, there came reply to the French, and as we came on, with only one man wounded and one oar broken, the whole fleet cheered us. I steered straight for the Terror of France, and there Clark and I, he swearing violently, laid plans.
End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Chapter 24. That night, at 9 o'clock, the Terror of France, catching the flow of the tide, with one sail set and a gentle wind, left the fleet, and came slowly up the river, under the batteries of the town. In the gloom we passed lazily on with the flow of the tide, unquestioned, soon leaving the citadel behind, and ere long came softly to that point called Anse de Foulon, above which Sillery stood. The shore could not be seen distinctly, but I knew by a perfect instinct the cleft in the hillside where was the path leading up the mountain. I bade Clark come up the river again 2 nights hence to watch for my signal, which was there agreed upon. If I did not come, then, with General Wolfe's consent, he must show the General this path up the mountain. He swore that all should be as I wished, and indeed you would have thought that he and his Terror of France were to level Quebec to the water's edge. I stole softly to the shore in a boat, which I drew up among the bushes, hiding it as well as I could in the dark, and then, feeling for my pistols and my knife, I crept upwards, coming presently to the passage in the mountain. I toiled on to the summit without a sound of alarm from above. Pushing forward, a light flashed from the windmill, and a man, and then 2 men, appeared in the door. One of them was Captain Lancy, whom I had very good reason to remember. The last time I saw him was that famous morning when he would have had me shot 5 minutes before the appointed hour, rather than endure the cold and be kept from his breakfast. I itched to call him to account then and there, but that would have been foolish play. I was outside of the belt of light falling from the door, and, stealing round, I came near to the windmill on the town side. I was not surprised to see such poor watch kept. Above the town, up to this time, the guard was of a perfunctory sort, for the great cliffs were thought impregnable, and even if surmounted, there was still the walled town to take, surrounded by the St. Lawrence, the St. Charles, and these massive bulwarks. Presently Lancy stepped out into the light, and said, with a hoarse laugh,
"Blood of Peter, it was a sight today. She has a constant fancy for the English filibuster. Robert, my husband! She bleated like a pretty lamb, and Doltaire grinned at her."
But Doltaire will have her yet.
"He has her pinched like a mouse in a weasel's teeth."
My faith, mademoiselle has no sweet road to travel since her mother died,
was the careless reply. I almost cried out. Here was a blow which staggered me. Her mother dead? Presently the scoffer continued.
The Duvarneys would remain in the city, and on that very night, as they sit at dinner, a shell disturbs them, a splinter strikes madame, and 2 days after she is carried to her grave.
They linked arms and walked on. It was a dangerous business I was set on, for I was sure that I would be hung without shrift if captured. As it proved afterwards, I had been proclaimed, and it was enjoined on all Frenchmen and true Catholics to kill me if the chance showed. Only 2 things could I depend on, Voban and my disguise, which was very good. From the Terror of France I had got a peasant's dress, and by rubbing my hands and face with the stain of butternut, cutting again my new-grown beard, and wearing a wig, I was well guarded against discovery. How to get into the city was the question. By the St. Charles River and the Palace Gate, and by the St. Louis Gate, not far from the citadel, were the only ways, and both were difficult. I had, however, 2 or 3 plans, and these I chewed as I went across Maître Abraham's fields, and came to the main road from Sillery to the town. Soon I heard the noise of clattering hoofs, and jointly with this I saw a figure rise up not far ahead of me, as if waiting for the coming horseman. I drew back. The horseman passed me, and, as he came on slowly, I saw the figure spring suddenly from the roadside and make a stroke at the horseman. In a moment they were a rolling mass upon the ground, while the horse trotted down the road a little, and stood still. I never knew the cause of that encounter, robbery, or private hate, or paid assault, but there was scarcely a sound as the 2 men struggled. Presently There was groaning, and both lay still. I hurried to them, and found one dead, and the other dying, and dagger wounds in both, for the assault had been at such close quarters that the horseman had had no chance to use a pistol. My plans were changed on the instant. I drew the military coat, boots, and cap off the horseman, and put them on myself, and, thrusting my hand into his waistcoat, for he looked like a courier, I found a packet. This I put into my pocket, and then, making for the horse which stood quiet in the road, I mounted it and rode on towards the town. Striking a light, I found that the packet was addressed to the governor. A serious thought disturbed me. I could not get into the town through the gates without the countersign. I rode on, anxious and perplexed. Presently a thought pulled me up. The courier was insensible when I left him, and he was the only one who could help me in this. I greatly reproached myself for leaving him while he was still alive. Poor devil, thought I to myself, there is someone whom his death will hurt. He must not die alone. He was no enemy of mine. I went back, and, getting from the horse, stooped to him, lifted up his head, and found that he was not dead. I spoke in his ear. He moaned, and his eyes opened. "What is your name?" said I.
Jean Labrouk,
he whispered. Now I remembered him. He was the soldier whom Gabord had sent as messenger to Voban the night I was first taken to the citadel. "Shall I carry word for you to anyone?" asked I. There was a slight pause. Then he said,
"Tell my Babette, Jacques Dubrot owes me 10 francs, and a leg of mutton. Tell my Babette to give my coat of beaver fur to Gabord the soldier. Tell—"
He sank back, but raised himself and continued,
"Tell my Babette I weep with her. Ah, mon gras homme de Calvaire. Bonsoir."
He sank back again, but I roused him with one question more, vital to me. I must have the countersign. "Labrouk, Labrouk," said I sharply. He opened his dull, glazed eyes. "Qui va là?" said I, and I waited anxiously. Thought seemed to rally in him, and, staring, alas, how helpless and how sad! That look of a man brought back for an instant from the shadows. His lips moved.
"France,"
was the whispered reply. "Advance and give the countersign," I urged.
"Yesu,"
he murmured faintly. I drew from my breast the cross that Mathilde had given me, and pressed it to his lips. He sighed softly, lifted his hand to it, and then fell back, never to speak again. After covering his face and decently laying the body out, I mounted the horse again. Glancing up, I saw that this bad business had befallen not 20 feet from a high cavalry at the roadside. I was in a painful quandary. Did Labrouk mean that the countersign was Jesu, or was that word the broken prayer of his soul as it hurried forth? So strange a countersign I had never heard, and yet it might be used in this Catholic country. This day might be some great feast of the Church, possibly that of the naming of Christ, which was the case, as I afterwards knew. I rode on, tossed about in my mind. So much hung on this. If I could not give the countersign, I should have to fight my way back again the road I came. But I must try my luck. So I went on, beating up my heart to confidence, and now I came to the St. Louis gate. A tiny fire was burning near, and 2 sentinels stepped forward as I rode boldly on the entrance.
"Qui voilà?"
was the sharp call. "France," was my reply, in a voice as like the peasant's as possible.
"Advance and give the countersign,"
came the demand. Another voice called from the darkness of the wall.
"Come and drink, comrade. I've a brother with Bougainville."
"Jesu," said I to the sentinel, answering his demand for the countersign, and I spurred on my horse idly, though my heart was thumping hard, for there were several sturdy fellows lying beyond the dull handful of fire. Instantly the sentinel's hand came to my bridle rein.
"Halt!"
roared he. Surely some good spirit was with me then to prompt me, for, with a careless laugh, as though I had not before finished the countersign, "Christ," I added, "Jésus Christ." With an oath the soldier let go the bridle rein, the other opened the gates, and I passed through. I heard the first fellow swearing roundly to the others that he would send yon courier to the fires of hell if he played with him again so. The gates closed behind me, and I was in the town which had seen the worst days and best moments of my life. I rode along at a trot, and once again beyond the citadel was summoned by a sentinel. Safely passed on, I came down towards the Chateau St. Louis. I rode boldly up to the great entrance door, and handed the packet to the sentinel.
"From whom?"
he asked. "Look in the corner," said I. "And what business is it of yours?"
"There is no word in the corner,"
answered he doggedly.
"It's from Monsieur le Général at Cap Rouge."
"Bah! Did you think it was from an English wolf?" I asked. His dull face broke a little.
"Is Jean Labroque with Bougainville yet?"
"He's done with Bougainville. He's dead," I answered.
"Dead? Dead?"
said he, a sort of grin playing on his face. I made a shot at a venture. "But you're to pay his wife Babette the 10 francs and the leg of mutton in 24 hours, or his ghost will follow you. Swallow that, pudding-head. And see you pay it, or every man in our company swears to break a score of shingles on your bare back."
I'll pay,"
he said, and he took to trembling. "Where shall I find Babette?" asked I. "I come from Isle aux Coudres. I know not this rambling town."
"A little house hugging the cathedral rear,"
he explained.
"Babette sweeps out the vestry and fetches water for the priests."
"Good," said I. "Take that to the governor at once, and send the corporal of the guard to have this horse fed and cared for, and he's to carry back the governor's messenger. I've further business for the general in the town. And tell your captain of the guard to send and pick up 2 dead men in the highway, just against the first cavalry beyond the town." He did my bidding, and I dismounted, and was about to get away, when I saw the Chevalier de la Durante and the Intendant appear at the door. They paused upon the steps. The Chevalier was speaking most earnestly.
"To a nunnery! A piteous shame! It should not be, your Excellency. To decline upon Monsieur Doltaire, then?"
asked Bigot with a sneer.
"Your Excellency believes in no woman,"
responded the Chevalier stiffly.
"Ah, yes, in one,"
was the cynical reply.
"Is it possible? And she remains a friend of your Excellency?"
came back in irony.
"The very best. She finds me unendurable. Philosophy shirks the solving of that problem, your Excellency,"
was the cold reply.
"No, it is easy. The woman to be trusted is she who never trusts. The paragon, or prodigy, who is she? Even Madame Jamont. She danced for you once, your Excellency, they tell me. She was a devil that night. She drove us mad."
So Doltaire had not given up the secret of that affair. There was silence for a moment, and then the Chevalier said,
"Her father will not let her go to a nunnery. No, no. Why should he yield to the church in this?"
Bigot shrugged a shoulder.
"Not even to hide shame?"
"Liar! Ruffian!" said I through my teeth. The Chevalier answered for me.
"I would stake my life on her truth and purity. You forget the mock marriage, dear Chevalier. It was after the manner of his creed and people. It was after a manner we all have used at times. Speak for yourself, your Excellency,
was the austere reply. Nevertheless, I could see that the Chevalier was much troubled.
She forgot race, religion, people, all to spend still hours with a foreign spy in prison,
urged Bigot, with damnable point and suggestion.
Hush, sir,
said the Chevalier.
She is a girl once much beloved and ever admired among us. Let not your rancour against the man be spent upon the maid. Nay, more, why should you hate the man so? It is said, your Excellency, that this Moray did not fire the shot that wounded you, but one who has less reason to love you.
Bigot smiled wickedly, but said nothing. The Chevalier laid a hand on Bigot's arm.
Will you not oppose the governor and the bishop? Her fate is sad enough. I will not lift a finger. There are weightier matters. Let Doltaire, the idler, the Don Amato, the hunter of that fawn, save her from the holy ambush. Tut, tut, Chevalier, let her go. Your nephew is to marry her sister. Let her be swallowed up, a shame behind the veil, the sweet litany of the cloister.
The Chevalier's voice set hard as he said in quick reply,
My family honour, Francois Bigot, needs no screen. And if you doubt that, I will give you argument at your pleasure.
So saying, he turned and went back into the chateau. Thus the honest Chevalier kept his word, given to me when I released him from serving me on the St. Lawrence. Bigot came down the steps, smiling detestably, and passed me with no more than a quick look. I made my way cautiously through the streets towards the cathedral, for I owed a duty to the poor soldier who had died in my arms, through whose death I had been able to enter the town. Disarray and ruin met my sight at every hand. Shot and shell had made wicked havoc. Houses where, as a hostage, I had dined, were battered and broken. Public buildings were shapeless masses, and dogs and thieves prowled among the ruins. Drunken soldiers staggered past me, hags begged for sous or bread at corners, and devoted priests and long-robed Recollet monks, cowled and alert, hurried past, silent and worn with labours, watchings, and prayers. A number of officers in white uniforms rode by, going towards the chateau, and a company of coureurs de bois came up from Mountain Street, singing, Giron, Giron, le canon glan, commencez-vous, commencez-vous. Here and there were fires lighted in the streets, though it was not cold, and beside them peasants and soldiers drank and quarrelled over food, for starvation was abroad in the land. By one of these fires, in a secluded street, for I had come a roundabout way, were a number of soldiers of Languedoc's regiment. I knew them by their trick of headgear and their stoutness, and with them reckless girls, who, in their abandonment, seemed to me like those revellers in Herculaneum, who danced their way into the Cimmerian darkness. I had no thought of staying there to moralize upon the theme, but, as I looked, a figure came out of the dusk ahead, and moved swiftly towards me. It was Mathilde. She seemed bent on some errand, but the revellers at the fire caught her attention, and she suddenly swerved towards them, and came into the dull glow, her great black eyes shining with bewildered brilliancy and vague keenness, her long fingers reaching out with a sort of chafing motion. She did not speak till she was among them. I drew into the shade of a broken wall, and watched. She looked all round the circle, and then, without a word, took an iron crucifix which hung upon her breast, and silently lifted it above their heads for a moment. I myself felt a kind of thrill go through me, for her wild beauty was almost tragical. Her madness was not grotesque, but solemn and dramatic. There was something terribly deliberate in her strangeness. It was full of awe to the beholder, more searching and painfully pitiful than melancholy. Coarse hands fell away from wanton waists, ribaldry hesitated, hot faces drew apart, and all at once a girl with a crackling laugh threw a tin cup of liquor into the fire. Even as she did it, a wretched dwarf sprang into the circle without a word, and, snatching the cup out of the flames, jumped back again into the darkness, peering into it with a hollow laugh. As he did so, a soldier raised a heavy stick to throw at him, but the girl caught him by the arms and said, with a hoarse pathos, "My God, no, Alphonse! It is my brother!" Here Matilda, still holding out the cross, said in a loud whisper,
"Shh, shh, shh! My children, go not to the palace, for there is Francois Bigot, and he has a devil. But if you have no cottage, I will give you a home. I know the way to it up in the hills. Poor children, see, I will make you happy."
She took a dozen little wooden crosses from her girdle, and, stepping round the circle, gave each person one. No man refused, save a young militiaman, and when, with a sneering laugh, he threw his into the fire, she stooped over him and said,
"Poor boy, poor boy."
She put her fingers on her lips and whispered,
"Beati Immaculati, miserere mei, Deus."
Stray phrases gathered from the liturgy, pregnant to her brain, order and truth flashing out of wandering and fantasy. No one of the girls refused, but sat there, some laughing nervously, some silent, for this mad maid had come to be surrounded with a superstitious reverence in the eyes of the common people. It was said she had a home in the hills somewhere, to which she disappeared for days and weeks, and came back hung about the girdle with crosses, and it was also said that her red robe never became frayed, shabby, or disordered. Suddenly she turned and left them. I let her pass, unchecked, and went on towards the cathedral, humming an old French chanson. I did this because now and then I met soldiers and patrols, and my free and careless manner disarmed notice. Once or twice drunken soldiers stopped me and threw their arms about me, saluting me on the cheeks with a la mode, asking themselves to drink with me. Getting free of them, I came on my way, and was glad to reach the cathedral unchallenged. Here and there a broken buttress or splintered wall told where our guns had played upon it, but inside I could hear an organ playing and a miserere being chanted. I went round to its rear, and there I saw the little house described by the sentinel at the chateau. Coming to the door, I knocked, and it was opened at once by a warm-faced woman of 30 or so, who instantly brightened on seeing me.
"Ah, you come from Cap Rouge, monsieur,"
she said, looking at my clothes, her own husband's, though she knew it not. "I come from Jean," said I, and stepped inside. She shut the door, and then I saw, sitting in a corner, by a lighted table, an old man, bowed and shrunken, white hair and white beard falling all about him, and nothing of his features to be seen save high cheekbones and two hawk-like eyes which peered up at me.
So, from Jean,
he said in a high, piping voice.
Jean's a pretty boy. Aye, Jean's like his father, but neither with a foot like mine. A foot for the court, said Frontenac to me. Yes, yes, I knew the great Frontenac.
The wife interrupted his gossip.
"What news from Jean?"
said she.
"He hoped to come one day this week."
"He says," responded I gently, "that Jacques de Brotte owes you 10 francs and a leg of mutton, and that you are to give his great beaver coat to Gabot the soldier."
Aye, Gabot the soldier, he that the English spy near sent to heaven.
quavered the old man. The bitter truth was slowly dawning upon the wife. She was repeating my words in a whisper, as if to grasp their full meaning. "He said also," I continued, "tell Babette I weep with her." She was very still and dazed. Her fingers went to her white lips, and stayed there for a moment. I never saw such a numb misery in any face. And, last of all, he said, "Ah, mon grand homme de calvaire, bonsoir." She turned round, and went and sat down beside the old man, looked into his face for a minute silently, and then said,
"Grandfather, Jean is dead. Our Jean is dead."
The old man peered at her for a moment, then broke into a strange laugh, which had in it the reflection of a distant misery, and said,
"Our little Jean, our little Jean Labrouk. Ha, ha, there was Villon, Marmont, Gabriel, and Gouloir, and all their sons, and they all said the same at the last, Mon grand homme de calvaire, bonsoir. Then there was little Jean, the pretty little Jean. He could not row a boat, but he could ride a horse, and he had an eye like me. Ha, ha! I have seen them all say good night. Good morning, my children, I will say one day, and I will give them all the news, and I will tell them all I have done these 100 years. Ha, ha, ha!"
The wife put her fingers on his lips, and, turning to me, said with a peculiar sorrow,
"Will they fetch him to me?"
I assured her that they would. The old man fixed his eyes on me most strangely, and then, stretching out his finger and leaning forward, he said, with a voice of senile wildness,
Ah, the coat of our little Jean."
I stood there like any criminal caught in his shameful act. Though I had not forgotten that I wore the dead man's clothes, I could not think that they would be recognized, for they seemed like others of the French army, white with violet facings. I cannot tell to this day what it was that enabled them to detect the coat, but there I stood condemned before them. The wife sprang to her feet, came to me with a set face, and stared stonily at the coat for an instant. Then, with a cry of alarm, she made for the door, but I stepped quickly before her, and bade her wait till she heard what I had to say. Like lightning it all went through my brain. I was ruined if she gave an alarm. All Quebec would be at my heels, and my purposes would be defeated. There was but one thing to do, tell her the whole truth, and trust her, for I had at least done fairly by her and by the dead man. So I told them how Jean Labrouk had met his death, told them who I was, and why I was in Quebec, how Jean died in my arms, and, taking from my breast the cross that Mathilde had given me, I swore by it that every word which I said was true. The wife scarcely stirred while I spoke, but with wide dry eyes and hands clasping and unclasping heard me through. I told her how I might have left Jean to die without a sign or message to them, how I had put the cross to his lips as he went forth, and how by coming here at all I placed my safety in her hands, and now, by telling my story, my life itself. It was a daring and a difficult task. When I had finished, both sat silent for a moment, and then the old man said,
I, Jean's father, and his uncle Marmont were killed a horseback, and by the knife. Oh, aye, it is our way. Jean was good company, none better, mass over on a Sunday. Come, we will light candles for Jean, and comb his hair back sweet, and masses shall be said, and—"
Again the woman interrupted, quieting him. Then she turned to me, and I awaited her words with a desperate sort of courage.
"I believe you,"
she said.
"I remember you now. My sister was the wife of your keeper at the common jail. You shall be safe. Alas, my Jean might have died without a word to me, all alone in the night. Merci mille fois, monsieur.
Then she rocked a little to and fro, and the old man looked at her like a curious child. At last,
I must go to him,
she said.
My poor Jean must be brought home.
I told her I had already left word concerning the body at headquarters. She thanked me again. Overcome as she was, she went and brought me a peasant's hat and coat. Such trust and kindness touched me. Trembling, she took from me the coat and hat I had worn, and she put her hands before her eyes when she saw a little spot of blood upon the flap of a pocket. The old man reached out his hands, and, taking them, he held them on his knees, whispering to himself.
You will be safe here,
the wife said to me.
The loft above is small, but it will hide you, if you have no better place.
I was thankful that I had told her all the truth. I should be snug here, awaiting the affair in the cathedral on the morrow. There was Voban, but I knew not of him, or whether he was open to aid or shelter me. His own safety had been long in peril. He might be dead for all I knew. I thanked the poor woman warmly, and then asked her if the old man might not betray me to strangers. She bade me leave all that to her, that I should be safe for a while at least. Soon afterwards I went abroad, and made my way by a devious route to Voban's house. As I did so I could see the lights of our fleet in the basin, and the camp fires of our army on the Levis shore, on Ile Orleans, and even at Montmorency, and the myriad lights in the French encampment at Beauport. How impossible it all looked! To unseat from this high rock the Empire of France! Ay, and how hard it would be to get out of this same city with Alix! Voban's house stood amid a mass of ruins, itself broken a little, but still sound enough to live in. There was no light. I clambered over debris, made my way to his bedroom window, and tapped on the shutter. There was no response. I tried to open it, but it would not stir, so I thrust beneath it, on the chance of his finding it if he opened the casement in the morning, a little piece of paper, with one word upon it, the name of his brother. He knew my handwriting, and he would guess where tomorrow would find me, for I had also hastily drawn upon the paper the entrance of the cathedral. I went back to the little house by the cathedral, and was admitted by the stricken wife. The old man was abed. I climbed up to the small loft, and lay there wide awake for hours. At last came the sounds that I had waited for, and presently I knew by the tramp beneath, and by low laments floating up, that a wife was mourning over the dead body of her husband. I lay long and listened to the varying sounds, but at last all became still, and I fell asleep.
End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
I awoke with the dawn, and, dressing, looked out of the window, seeing the brindled light spread over the battered roofs and ruins of the lower town. A bell was calling to prayers in the Jesuit college not far away, and bugle calls told of the stirring garrison. Soldiers and stragglers passed down the street near by, and a few starved peasants crept about the cathedral with downcast eyes, eager for crumbs that a well-fed soldier might cast aside. Yet I knew that in the intendant's palace and among the officers of the army there was abundance, with revelry and dissipation. Presently I drew to the trap door of my loft, and, raising it gently, came down the ladder to the little hallway, and softly opened the door of the little room where Lebrun's body lay. Candles were burning at his head and his feet, and two peasants sat dozing in chairs near by. I could see Lebrun's face plainly in the flickering light. A rough, wholesome face it was, refined by death, yet unshaven and unkempt too. Here was work for Voban's shears and razor. Presently there was a footstep behind me, and, turning, I saw in the half-light the widowed wife. "Madame," said I in a whisper, "I too weep with you. I pray for as true an end for myself."
He was of the true faith. Thanks the good God,
she said sincerely. She passed into the room, and the two watchers, after taking refreshment, left the house. Suddenly she hastened to the door, called one back, and, pointing to the body, whispered something. The peasant nodded and turned away. She came back into the room, stood looking at the face of the dead man for a moment, and bent over and kissed the crucifix clasped in the cold hands. Then she stepped about the room, moving a chair and sweeping up a speck of dust in a mechanical way. Presently, as if she again remembered me, she asked me to enter the room. Then she bolted the outer door of the house. I stood looking at the body of her husband, and said, "Were it not well to have Voban the barber?"
I have sent for him and for Gabord,
she replied.
Gabord was Jean's good friend. He is with General Montcalm. The governor put him in prison because of the marriage of Mademoiselle Duvarney. But Monsieur Doltaire set him free, and now he serves General Montcalm. I have work in the cathedral,
continued the poor woman,
and I shall go to it this morning as I have always gone. There is a little unused closet in a gallery where you may hide, and still see all that happens. It is your last look at the lady, and I will give it to you, as you gave me to know of my Jean.
"My last look?" I asked eagerly.
"She goes into the nunnery tomorrow, they say,"
was the reply.
"Her marriage is to be set aside by the bishop today, in the cathedral. This is her last night to live as such as I. But no, she will be happier so."
"Madame," said I am a heretic, but I listened when your husband said, 'Mon grand homme de Calvaire, bonsoir.' Was the cross less a cross because a heretic put it to his lips? Is a marriage less a marriage because a heretic is the husband? Madame, you loved your Jean. If he were living now, what would you do to keep him? Think, madame, is not love more than all?" She turned to the dead body.
"Mon petit Jean,"
she murmured, but made no reply to me, and for many minutes the room was silent. At last she turned and said,
"You must come at once, for soon the priest will be at the church. A little later I will bring you some breakfast, and you must not stir from there till I come to fetch you, no."
"I wish to see Voban," said I. She thought a moment.
"I will try to fetch him to you by and by,"
she said. She did not speak further, but finished the sentence by pointing to the body. Presently, hearing footsteps, she drew me into another little room.
"It is the grandfather,"
she said.
"He has forgotten you already, and he must not see you again."
We saw the old man hobble into the room we had left, carrying in one arm Jean's coat and hat. He stood still, and nodded at the body and mumbled to himself. Then he went over and touched the hands and forehead, nodding wisely, after which he came to his armchair, and, sitting down, spread the coat over his knees, put the cap on it, and gossiped with himself.
In Elad our idle fancies all return, the mind's eye cradled by the open grave.
A moment later, the woman passed from the rear of the house to the vestry door of the cathedral. After a minute, seeing no one near, I followed, came to the front door, entered, and passed up a side aisle towards the choir. There was no one to be seen, but soon a woman came out of the vestry and beckoned to me nervously. I followed her quick movements, and was soon in a narrow stairway, coming, after 50 steps or so, to a sort of cloister, from which we went into a little cubiculum, or cell, with a wooden latticed door which opened on a small gallery. Through the lattices the nave amid choir could be viewed distinctly. Without a word the woman turned and left me, and I sat down on a little stone bench and waited. I saw the acolytes come and go, and priests move back and forth before the altar. I smelt the grateful incense as it rose when Mass was said. I watched the people gather in little clusters at the different shrines, or seek the confessional, or kneel to receive the Blessed Sacrament. Many who came were familiar, among them Mademoiselle Lucie Lotbiniere. Lucie prayed long before a shrine of the Virgin, and when she rose at last her face bore signs of weeping. Also I noticed her suddenly start as she moved down the aisle, for a figure came forward from seclusion and touched her arm. As he half turned I saw that it was Juste Duvarney. The girl drew back from him, raising her hand as if in protest, and it struck me that her grief and her repulse of him had to do with putting Alixe away into a nunnery. I sat hungry and thirsty for quite 3 hours, and then the church became empty, and only an old verger kept a seat by the door, half asleep, though the artillery of both armies was at work, and the air was laden with the smell of powder. Until this time our batteries had avoided firing on the churches. At last I heard footsteps near me in the dark stairway, and I felt for my pistols, for the feet were not those of Lebruc's wife. I waited anxiously, and was overjoyed to see Voban enter my hiding-place, bearing some food. I greeted him warmly, but he made little demonstration. He was like one who, occupied with some great matter, passed through the usual affairs of life with a distant eye. Immediately he handed me a letter, saying,
Monsieur, I give my word to hand you this, in a day or a year, as I am able. I get your message to me this morning, and then I come to care for Jean Labrouque. And so I find you here, and I give the letter. It come to me last night.
The letter was from Alixe. I opened it with haste, and, in the dim light, read,
My beloved husband, oh, was there no power in earth or heaven to bring me to your arms today? Tomorrow they come to see my marriage annulled by the church, and everyone will say it is annulled. Everyone but me. I, in God's name, will say no, though it break my heart to oppose myself to them all. Why did my brother come back? He has been hard. Oh, Robert, he has been hard upon me, and yet I was ever kind to him. My father, too, he listens to the church, and though he likes not Monsieur Doltaire, he works for him in 100 ways without seeing it. I, alas, see it too well, and my brother is as wax in Monsieur's hands. Juste loves Lucie Lotbiniere. That should make him kind. She, sweet friend, does not desert me, but is kept from me. She says she will not yield to Juste's suit until he yields to me. If Madame Jamond had not gone to Montreal. As I was writing the foregoing sentence, my father asked to see me, and we have had a talk. Ah, a most bitter talk.
Alixe,
said he,
this is our last evening together, and I would have it peaceful.
My father, said I, it is not my will that this evening be our last, and for peace I long for it with all my heart. He frowned and answered,
You have brought me trouble and sorrow. Mother of God, was it not possible for you to be as your sister Georgette? I gave her less love, yet she honors me more.
She honors you, my father, by a sweet, good life, and by marriage into an honorable family, and at your word she gives her hand to Monsieur Auguste de la Darante. She marries to your pleasure, therefore she has peace and your love. I marry a man of my own choosing, a bitterly wronged gentleman, and you treat me as some wicked thing. Is that like a father who loves his child?
The wronged gentleman, as you call him, invaded that which is the pride of every honest gentleman,
he said. And what is that? Asked I quietly, though I felt the blood beating at my temples.
My family honor, the good name and virtue of my daughter.
I got to my feet and looked my father in the eyes with an anger and a coldness that hurts me now when I think of it, and I said, I will not let you speak so to me. Friendless though I be, you shall not, You have the power to oppress me, but you shall not slander me to my face. Cannot you leave insult to my enemies?"
"I will never leave you to the insults of this mock marriage,"
answered he, angrily also.
2 days hence I take command of 5,000 burghers, and your brother, Zeus, serves with General Montcalm. There is to be last fighting soon between us and the English. I do not doubt of the result, but I may fall, and your brother also, and should the English win, I will not leave you to him you call your husband. Therefore you shall be kept safe where no alien hands may reach you. The church will hold you close."
I calmed myself again while listening to him, and I asked, "Is there no other way?" He shook his head. "Is there no Monsieur Doltaire?" said I. "He has a king's blood in his veins." He looked sharply at me.
"You are mocking me,"
he replied.
No, no, that is no way either. Monsieur Doltaire must never mate with daughter of mine. I will take care of that. The church is a perfect, if gentle, jailer."
I could bear it no longer. I knelt to him. I begged him to have pity on me. I pleaded with him. I recalled the days when, as a child, I sat upon his knee and listened to the wonderful tales he told. I begged him, by the memory of all the years when he and I were such true friends, to be kind to me now, to be merciful, even though he thought I had done wrong. To be merciful. I asked him to remember that I was a motherless girl, and that if I had missed the way to happiness, he ought not to make my path bitter to the end. I begged him to give me back his love and confidence, and if I must for evermore be parted from you, to let me be with him, not to put me away into a convent. Oh, how my heart leaped when I saw his face soften.
"Well, well,"
he said,
"if I live, you shall be taken from the convent. But for the present, till this fighting is over, it is the only safe place. There too you shall be safe from Monsieur Doltaire."
It was poor comfort. "But should you be killed, and the English take Quebec?" said I.
"When I am dead,"
he answered.
"When I am dead, then there is your brother."
"And if he speaks for Monsieur Doltaire?" asked I.
"There is the church and God always,"
he answered. "And my own husband, the man who saved your life, my father," I urged gently, and when he would have spoken, I threw myself into his arms, the first time in such long, long weeks, and stopping his lips with my fingers, burst into tears on his breast. I think much of his anger against me past, yet before he left, he said he could not now prevent the annulment of the marriage, even if he would, for other powers were at work, which powers I supposed to be the governor, for certain reasons of enmity to my father and me. Alas, how changed he is, the vain old man! And Monsieur Doltaire, whose ends I knew so well. So they will unwed us tomorrow, Robert. But be sure that I shall never be unwed in my own eyes, and that I will wait till I die, hoping you will come and take me. Oh, Robert, my husband, take me home. If I had 100 men, I would fight my way out of this city, and to you. But, dear, I have none, not even Gabord, who is not let come near me. There is but Voban, yet he will bear you this, if it be possible, for he comes tonight to adorn thy fashionable brother. The poor Matilda I have not seen of late. She has vanished. When they began to keep me close, and carried me off at last into the country, where we were captured by the English, I could not see her, and my heart aches for her. God bless you, Robert, and farewell. How we shall smile when all this misery is done! Oh, say we shall smile, and all this misery cease. Will you not take me home? Do you still love thy wife, thy Alix?
I bade Voban come to me at the little house behind the church that night at 10 o'clock, and by then I should have arranged some plan of action. I knew not whether to trust Gabord or no. I was sorry now that I had not tried to bring Clark with me. He was fearless, and he knew the town well. But he lacked discretion, and that was vital. 2 hours of waiting, then came a scene which is burned into my brain. I looked down upon a mass of people, soldiers, couriers of the woods, beggars, priests, camp followers, and anxious gentlefolk, come from seclusion or hiding, or vigils of war, to see a host of powers torture a young girl who by suffering had been made a woman long before her time. Out in the streets was the tramping of armed men, together with the call of bugles and the sharp rattle of drums. Presently I heard the hoofs of many horses, and soon afterwards there entered the door, and way was made for him up the nave, the Marquis de Vaudreuil and his suite, with the Chevalier de la Durante, the Intendant, and, to my indignation, Juste de Varny. They had no sooner taken their places than, from a little side door near the vestry, there entered the Seigneur de Varny and Alix, who, coming down slowly, took places very near the chancel steps. The Seigneur was pale and stern, and carried himself with great dignity. His glance never shifted from the choir, where the priests slowly entered and took their places, the aged and feeble bishop going faltering to his throne. Alix's face was pale and sorrowful, and yet it had a dignity and self-reliance that gave it a kind of grandeur. A buzz passed through the building, yet I noted, too, with gladness that there were tears on many faces. A figure stole in beside Alix. It was Mademoiselle Lotbiniere, who immediately was followed by her mother. I leaned forward, perfectly hidden, and listened to the sing-song voices of the priests, the musical note of the responses, heard the Kyrie eleison, the clanging of the belfry bell as the host was raised by the trembling bishop. The silence which followed the mournful voluntary played by the organ was most painful to me. At that moment a figure stepped from behind a pillar, and gave Alix a deep, scrutinizing look. It was Doltaire. He was graver than I had ever seen him, and was dressed scrupulously in black, with a little white lace showing at the wrists and neck. A handsomer figure it would be hard to see, and I hated him for it, and wondered what new devilry was in his mind. He seemed to sweep the church with a glance. Nothing could have escaped that swift, searching look. His eyes were even raised to where I was, so that I involuntarily drew back, though I knew he could not see me. I was arrested suddenly by a curious, disdainful, even sneering smile which played upon his face as he looked at the Vaudreuil and Bigot. There was in it more scorn than malice, more triumph than active hatred. All at once I remembered what he had said to me the day before, that he had commission from the king through La Pompadour to take over the reins of government from the two confederates, and send them to France to answer the charges made against them. At last the bishop came forward, and read from a paper as follows.
Forasmuch as a well-beloved child of our holy church, Mademoiselle Alix Duvernet, of the parish of Beauport, and of this cathedral parish in this province of New France, forgetting her manifest duty and our sacred teaching, did illegally and in sinful error make feigned contract of marriage with one Robert Moret, captain in a Virginian regiment, a heretic, a spy, and an enemy to our country. And forasmuch as this was done in violence of all nice habit and commendable obedience to Mother Church and our national uses, we do hereby declare and make void this alliance, until such time as the Holy Father at Rome shall finally approve our action and proclaiming. And it is enjoined upon Mademoiselle Alix Duvernet, on peril of her soul's salvation, to obey us in this matter, and neither by word or deed or thought have commerce more with this notorious and evil heretic and foe of our church and of our country. It is also the plain duty of the faithful children of our holy church to regard this Captain Moray with a pious hatred, and to destroy him without pity, and any good cunning or enticement which should lure him to the punishment he so much deserves shall be approved. Furthermore, Mademoiselle Alix Duvernet shall, until such times as there shall be peace in this land, and the molesting English are driven back with slaughter, and for all time, if the heart of our sister incline to penitence and love of Christ, be confined within the convent of the Ursuline, and cared for with great tenderness.
He left off reading, and began to address himself to Alix directly, but she rose in her place, and while surprise and awe seized the congregation, she said,
Monseigneur, I must needs, at my father's bidding, hear the annulment of my marriage, but I will not hear this public exhortation. I am but a poor girl, unlearned in the law, and I must needs submit to your power, for I have no one here to speak for me. But my soul and my conscience I carry to my Saviour, and I have no fear to answer him. I am sorry that I have offended against my people and my country and holy church, but I repent not that I love and hold to my husband. You must do with me as you will, but in this I shall never willingly yield.
She turned to her father, and all the people breathed hard, for it passed their understanding, and seemed most scandalous that a girl could thus defy the church, and answer the bishop in his own cathedral. Her father rose, and then I saw her sway with faintness. I know not what might have occurred, for the bishop stood with hand upraised and great indignation in his face, about to speak, when out of the desultory firing from our batteries there came a shell, which burst even at the cathedral entrance, tore away a portion of the wall, and killed and wounded a number of people. Then followed a panic which the priests in vain tried to quell. The people swarmed into the choir and through the vestry. I saw Doltaire with Juste Duvarney spring swiftly to the side of Alix, and, with her father, put her and Mademoiselle Lotbiniere into the pulpit, forming a ring round it, and preventing the crowd from trampling on them, as, suddenly gone mad, they swarmed past. The governor, the intendant, and the Chevalier de la Duranty did as much also for Madame Lotbiniere, and as soon as the crush had in a little subsided, a number of soldiers cleared the way, and I saw my wife led from the church. I longed to leap down there among them and claim her, but that thought was madness, for I should have been food for worms in a trice. So I kept my place.
End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
That evening, at 8 o'clock, Jean Labrouk was buried. A shell had burst not a dozen paces from his own door, within the consecrated ground of the cathedral, and in a hole it had made he was laid. The only mourners his wife and his grandfather, and 2 soldiers of his company sent by General Bougainville to bury him. I watched the ceremony from my loft, which had one small dormer window. It was dark, but burning buildings in the lower town made all light about the place. I could hear the grandfather mumbling and talking to the body as it were lowered into the ground. While yet the priest was hastily reading prayers, a dusty horseman came riding to the grave and dismounted.
Jean,
he said, looking at the grave.
Jean Labrouche, a man dies well that dies with his gaiters on. Oh, what have you said for Jean Labrouche, monsieur?
He added to the priest. The priest stared at him, as though he had presumed.
Well?
Said Gabord.
Well?
The priest answered nothing, but prepared to go, whispering a word of comfort to the poor wife. Gabord looked at the soldiers, looked at the wife, at the priest, then spread out his legs and stuck his hands down into his pockets, while his horse rubbed its nose against his shoulder. He fixed his eyes on the grave, and nodded once or twice musingly.
Well,
he said at last, as if he had found a perfect virtue, and the one and only thing that could be said.
Well, he never eat his words, that Jean.
A moment afterwards he came into the house with Babette, leaving one of the soldiers holding his horse. After the old man had gone, I heard him say,
Were you at Mass today? And did you see all?
And when she had answered yes, he continued,
It was a meeting as birds mate, but meeting was it, and Holy Fathers and Master Devil Doltier can't change it to cock pheasant Moray come rocketing to's grave. They would have hanged me for my part in it, but I repent not, for they have wickedly hunted this little lady.
I weep with her,
said Jean's wife.
Aye, weep on, Babette,
he answered.
Has she asked help of you?
Said the wife.
Truly, but I know not what says she, for I read not, but I know her begging. Here it is. But you must be secret.
Looking through a crack in the floor, I could plainly see them. She took the letter from him and read aloud.
If Gabord, the soldier, have a good heart still, as ever he had in the past, he will again help a poor friendless woman. She needs him, for all are against her. Will he leave her alone among her enemies? Will he not aid her to fly? At 8 o'clock tomorrow night she will be taken to the convent of the Ursulines, to be there shut in. Will he not come to her before that time?
For a moment after the reading there was silence, and I could see the woman looking at him curiously.
What will you do?
She asked.
My faith, there's not to crack, for I have little time. This letter but reached me with the news of Jean 2 hours ago, and I know not what to do. But, scratching my head, here comes word from General Montcalm that I must ride to Master Devil Doltier with a letter, and I must find him wherever he may be, and give it straight. So forth I come, and I must be at my post again by morn, says the General.
It is now 9 o'clock, and she will be in the convent,
said the woman tentatively.
Oh,
he answered.
None can enter there but Governor, if Holy Mother say no. So now goes Master Devils, eh? Gabord, quoth he, you shall come with me to the convent at 10 o'clock, bringing 3 stout soldiers of the garrison. Here's an order on Monsieur Romesset, the commandant. Choose the men, and fear me not, or you shall swing aloft, dear Gabord. Sweet lovers of ill, but Master Devil shall have swinging too one day.
He put his thumb to his nose and spread his fingers out. Presently he seemed to note something in the woman's eyes, for he spoke almost sharply to her.
Jean Labrouche was honest man, and kept faith with comrades.
And I keep faith too, comrade,
was the answer.
Gabord's a brute to doubt you,
he rejoined quickly, and he drew from his pocket a piece of gold, and made her take it, though she much resisted. Meanwhile my mind was made up. I thought through Master Devil's plan, and I felt too that Gabord would not betray me. In any case, Gabord and I could fight it out. If he opposed me, it was his life or mine, for too much was at stake, and all my plans were now changed by his astounding news. At that moment Voban entered the room without knocking. Here was my cue, and so, to prevent explanations, I crept quickly down, opened the door, came in on them. They wheeled at my footsteps. The woman gave a little cry, and Gabord's hand went to his pistol. There was a wild sort of look in his face, as though he could not trust his eyes. I took no notice of the menacing pistol, but went straight to him and held out my hand. "Gabord," said I, "you are not my jailer now."
"I'll be your guard to citadel," said
he, after a moment's dumb surprise, refusing my outstretched hand. "Neither guard nor jailer any more, Gabord," said I seriously. "We've had enough of that, my friend." The soldier and the jailer had been working in him, and his fingers trifled with the trigger. In all things he was the foeman first, but now something else was working in him. I saw this, and added pointedly, "No more cage, Gabord, not even for reward of 20,000 livres and at command of Holy Church." He smiled grimly, too grimly, I thought, and turned inquiringly to Babette. In a few words she told him all, tears dropping from her eyes.
"If you take him, you betray me,"
she said.
"And what would Jean say if he knew?"
"Gabord," said I come not as a spy. I come to seek my wife, and she counts you as her friend. Do harm to me, and you do harm to her. Serve me, and you serve her. Gabord, you said to her once that I was an honourable man." He put up his pistol.
"Oh, you put your head in the trap. Stir, and click goes a spring."
"I must have my wife," I continued. "Shall the nest you helped to make go empty?" I worked upon him to such purpose that, all bristling with war at first, he was shortly won over to my scheme, which I disclosed to him while the wife made us a cup of coffee. Through all our talk, Voban had sat eyeing us with a covert interest, yet showing no excitement. He had been unable to reach Alixe. She had been taken to the convent, and immediately afterwards her father and brother had gone their ways, Juste to General Montcalm, and the Seigneur to the French camp. Thus Alixe did not know that I was in Quebec. An hour after this I was marching, with 2 other men and Gabord, to the convent of the Ursulines, dressed in the ordinary costume of a French soldier, got from the wife of Jean Labrouk. In manner and speech though I was somewhat dull, my fellows thought I was enough like a peasant soldier to deceive them, and my French was more fluent than their own. I was playing a desperate game, yet I liked it, for it had a fine spice of adventure apart from the great matter at stake. If I could but carry it off, I should have sufficient compensation for all my miseries, in spite of their 20,000 livres and Holy Church. In a few minutes we came to the convent, and halted outside, waiting for Doltaire. Presently he came, and, looking sharply at us all, he ordered 2 to wait outside, and Gabord and myself to come with him. Then he stood looking at the building curiously for a moment. A shell had broken one wing of it, and this portion had been abandoned, but the faithful sisters clung still to their home, though urged constantly by the governor to retire to the Hôtel Dieu, which was outside the reach of shot and shell. This it was their intention soon to do, for within the past day or so our batteries had not sought to spare the convent. As Doltaire looked he laughed to himself, and then said,
"Too quiet for gay spirits, this hearse. Come, Gabord, and fetch this slouching fellow,"
nodding towards me. Then he knocked loudly. No one came, and he knocked again and again. At last the door was opened by the Mother Superior, who was attended by 2 others. She started at seeing Doltaire.
"What do you wish, monsieur?"
she asked.
"I come on business of the king, good mother,"
he replied seriously, and stepped inside.
"It is a strange hour for business,"
she said severely.
"The king may come at all hours,"
he answered soothingly.
"Is it not so? By the law he may enter when he wills."
"You are not the king, monsieur,"
she objected, with her head held up sedately.
"Or the governor may come, good mother."
"You are not the governor, Monsieur Doltaire,"
she said, more sharply still.
"But a governor may demand admittance to this convent, and by the order of his most Christian Majesty he may not be refused. Is it not so?"
"Must I answer the catechism of Monsieur Doltaire?"
But is it not so?
He asked again, urbanely.
It is so. Yet how does that concern you, monsieur?
In every way.
And he smiled.
This is unseemly, monsieur. What is your business?
The governor's business, good mother.
Then let the governor's messenger give his message and depart in peace,
she answered, her hand upon the door.
Not the governor's messenger, but the governor himself,
he rejoined gravely. He turned and was about to shut the door, but she stopped him.
This is no house for jesting, monsieur,
she said.
I will arouse the town if you persist. Sister,
she added to one standing near,
the bell.
You fill your office with great dignity and merit, Mayor Saint-Georges,
he said, as he put out his hand and stayed the sister.
I commend you for your discretion. Read this,
he continued, handing her a paper. A sister held a light, and the mother read it. As she did so, Doltaire made a motion to Gabord, and he shut the door quickly on us. Mayor St. George looked up from the paper, startled and frightened too.
Your Excellency,
she exclaimed.
You are the first to call me so,
he replied.
I thought to leave untouched this good gift of the king, and to let the Marquis de Vaudreuil and the admirable Bigot untwist the coil they have made. But no, after some too generous misgivings, I now claim my own. I could not enter here to speak with a certain lady, save as the governor. But as the governor, I now ask speech with Mademoiselle Duvarney. Do you hesitate?
He added.
Do you doubt that signature of His Majesty? Then see this. Here is a line from the Marquis de Vaudreuil, the late governor. It is not dignified, one might say it is craven, but it is genuine.
Again the distressed lady read, and again she said,
Your Excellency! You wish to see her in my presence, Your Excellency.
Alone, good mother,
he softly answered.
Your Excellency, will you, the first officer in the land, defy our holy rules, and rob us of our privilege to protect and comfort and save?
I defy nothing,
he replied.
The lady is here against her will, a prisoner. She desires not your governance and care. In any case, I must speak with her, and be assured I honour you the more for your solicitude, and will ask your counsel when I have finished talk with her.
Was ever man so crafty? After a moment's thought she turned, dismissed the others, and led the way, and Gabord and I followed. We were bidden to wait outside a room, well lighted but bare, as I could see through the open door. Doltaire entered, smiling, and then bowed the nun on her way to summon Alixe. Gabord and I stood there, not speaking, for both were thinking of the dangerous game now playing. In a few minutes the mother returned, bringing Alixe. The light from the open door shone upon her face. My heart leaped, for there was in her look such a deep sorrow. She was calm, save for those shining yet steady eyes. They were like furnaces, burning up the colour of her cheeks. She wore a soft black gown, with no sign of ornament, and her gold-brown hair was bound with a piece of black velvet ribbon. Her beauty was deeper than I had ever seen it. A peculiar gravity seemed to have added years to her life. As she passed me, her sleeve brushed my arm, as it did that day I was arrested in her father's house. She started, as though I had touched her fingers, but only half turned toward me, for her mind was wholly occupied with the room where Doltaire was. At that moment Gabord coughed slightly, and she turned quickly to him. Her eyes flashed intelligence, and presently, as she passed in, a sort of hope seemed to have come on her face to lighten its painful pensiveness. The Mother Superior entered with her, the door closed, and then, after a little, the mother came out again. As she did so I saw a look of immediate purpose on her face, and her hurrying step persuaded me she was bent on some project of espial. So I made a sign to Gabord and followed her. As she turned the corner of the hallway just beyond, I stepped forward silently and watched her enter a room that would, I knew, be next to this we guarded. Listening at the door for a moment, I suddenly and softly turned the handle and entered, to see the good mother with a panel drawn in the wall before her, and her face set to it. She stepped back as I shut the door and turned the key in the lock. I put my finger to my lips, for she seemed about to cry out. "Hush!" said I. "I watch for those who love her. I am here to serve her, and you."
You are a servant of the seigneur's?
She said, the alarm passing out of her face. "I serve the seigneur, O good mother," I answered, "and I would lay down my life for mademoiselle."
You would hear?
She asked, pointing to the panel. I nodded.
You speak French, not like a Breton or Norman,
she added.
What is your province?
I am an Auvergnan. She said no more, but motioned to me, enjoining silence also by a sign, and I stood with her beside the panel. Before it was a piece of tapestry which was mere gauze in one place, and I could see through and hear perfectly. The room we were in was at least 4 feet higher than the other, and we looked down on its occupants. "Presently, Holy Mother," said I, "all shall be told true to you, if you wish it. It is not your will to watch and hear, it is because you love the lady, but I love her too, and I am to be trusted. It is not business for such as you." She saw my implied rebuke, and said, as I thought a little abashed,
You will tell me all, and if he would take her forth, give me alarm in the room opposite yonder door, and stay them, and—
"Stay them, Holy Mother, at the price of my life. I have the honour of her family in my hands." She looked at me gravely, and I assumed a peasant openness of look and honesty. She was deceived completely, and, without further speech, she stepped to the door like a ghost and was gone. I never saw a human being so noiseless, so uncanny. Our talk had been carried on silently, and I had closed the panel quietly, so that we could not be heard by Alixe or Doltaire. Now I was alone, to see and hear my wife in speech with my enemy, the man who had made us strong, and was yet to make a stronger fight to unseat me in her affections. There was a moment's compunction, in which I hesitated to see this meeting, but there was Alixe's safety to be thought on, and what might he not here disclose of his intentions, knowing which, I should act with judgment and not in the dark. I trusted Alixe, though I knew well that this hour would see the great struggle in her between this scoundrel and myself. I knew that he had ever had a sort of power over her, even while she loathed his character, that he had 100 graces I had not, place which I had not, an intellect that ever delighted me, and a will like iron when it was called into action. I thought for one moment longer ere I moved the panel. My lips closed tight, and I felt a pang at my heart. Suppose, in this conflict, this singular man, acting on a nature already tried beyond reason, should bend it to his will, to which it was, in some radical ways, inclined. Well, if that should be, then I would go forth and never see her more. She must make her choice out of her own heart and spirit, and fight this fight alone. And having fought, and lost or won, the result should be final, should stand, though she was my wife, and I was bound in honour to protect her from all that might invade her loyalty, to cherish her through all temptation and distress. But our case was a strange one, and it must be dealt with according to its strangeness, our only guides our consciences. There were no precedents to meet our needs. Our way had to be hewn out of a noisome, pathless wood. I made up my mind. I would hear and see all. So I slid the panel softly, and put my eyes to the tapestry. How many times did I see, in the next hour, my wife's eyes upraised to this very tapestry as if appealing to the Madonna upon it? How many times did her eyes look into mine without knowing it? And more than once Doltaire followed her glance, and a faint smile passed over his face, as if he saw and was interested in the struggle in her, apart from his own passion and desires. When first I looked in, she was standing near a tall high-backed chair, in almost the same position as on the day when Doltaire told me of Braddock's death, accused me of being a spy, and arrested me. It gave me, too, a thrill to see her raise her handkerchief to her mouth as if to stop a cry, as she had done then, the black sleeve falling away from her perfect rounded arm, now looking almost like marble against the lace. She held her handkerchief to her lips for quite a minute, and indeed it covered more than a little of her face, so that the features most showing were her eyes, gazing at Doltaire with a look hard to interpret, for there seemed in it trouble, entreaty, wonder, resistance, and a great sorrow. No fear, trepidation, or indirectness. His disturbing words were these:
"Tonight I am the governor of this country. You once doubted my power. That was when you would save your lover from death. I proved it in that small thing. I saved him. Well, when you saw me carried off to the Bastille, it looked like that. My power seemed to vanish. Is it not so? We have talked of this before, but now is a time to review all things again. And once more I say, I am the governor of New France. I have had the commission in my hands ever since I came back, but I have spoken of it to no one except your lover."
My husband,
she said steadily, crushing the handkerchief in her hand, which now rested upon the chair arm.
"Well, well, your husband, after a fashion. I did not care to use this as an argument. I chose to win you by personal means alone, to have you give yourself to Tinoir Doltaire because you set him before any other man. I am vain, you see, but then vanity is no sin when one has fine aspirations, and I aspire to you."
She made a motion with her hand.
"Oh, can you not spare me this today, of all days in my life, your Excellency?"
"Let it be plain, monsieur,"
he answered.
"I cannot spare you, for this day decides all. As I said, I desire you. At first my wish was to possess you at any cost. I was your hunter only. I am still your hunter, but in a different way. I would rather have you in my arms than save New France. And with Montcalm I could save it. Vaudreuil is a blunderer and a fool. He has sold the country. But what ambition is that? New France may come and go, and be forgotten, and you and I be none the worse. There are other provinces to conquer. But for me there is only one province, and I will lift my standard there, and build a grand chateau of my happiness there. That is my hope, and that is why I come to conquer it, and not the English. Let the English go, all save one, and he must die. Already he is dead. He died today at the altar of the cathedral."
"No, no, no,"
broke in Alix, her voice low and firm.
"But yes,"
he said.
"But yes, he is dead to you forever. The Church has said so, the State says so, your people say so, race and all manner of good customs say so, and I, who love you better, yes, 100 times better than he, say so."
She made a hasty, deprecating gesture with her hand.
"Oh, carry this old song elsewhere,"
she said,
"for I am sick of it."
There were now both scorn and weariness in her tone. He had a singular patience, and he resented nothing.
"I understand,"
he went on,
"what it was sent your heart his way. He came to you when you were yet a child, before you had learnt the first secret of life. He was a captive, a prisoner. He had a wound got in fair fighting, and I will do him the credit to say he was an honest man. He was no spy."
She looked up at him with a slight flush, almost of gratitude.
"I know that well,"
she returned.
"I knew there was another cause than spying at the base of all ill treatment of him. I know that you alone, kept him prisoner here 5 long years."
"Not I. the Grand Marquise for weighty reasons. You should not fret at those 5 years, since it gave you what you have cherished so much, a husband after a fashion. But yet we will do him justice. He is an honourable fighter. He has parts and graces of a rude order, but he will never go far in life. He has no instincts and habits common with you. It has been, so far, a compromise, founded upon the old-fashioned romance of ill-used captive and soft-hearted maid, the compassion, too, of the superior for the low, the free for the caged.
Compassion such as your Excellency feels for me, no doubt,
she said, with a slow pride.
You are caged, but you may be free,
he rejoined meaningly.
Yes, in the same market open to him, and at the same price of honour,
she replied with dignity.
Will you not sit down?
He now said, motioning her to a chair politely, and taking one himself, thus pausing before he answered her. I was prepared to see him keep a decorous distance from her. I felt he was acting upon deliberation, that he was trusting to the power of his insinuating address, his sophistry, to break down barriers. It was as if he felt himself at greater advantage, making no emotional demonstrations, so allaying her fears, giving her time to think, for it was clear he hoped to master her intelligence, so strong a part of her. She sat down in the high-backed chair, and I noted that our batteries began to play upon the town, an unusual thing at night. It gave me a strange feeling, the perfect stillness of the holy place, the quiet movement of this tragedy before me, on which broke, with no modifying noises or turmoil, the shouting cannonade. Nature, too, it would have seemed, had forged a mood in keeping with the time, for there was no air stirring when we came in, and a strange stillness had come upon the landscape. In the pause, too, I heard a long, soft shuffling of feet in the corridor, the evening procession from the chapel, and a slow chant.
I am set down in a wilderness, O Lord, I am alone. If a strange voice calls, oh, teach me what to say. If I languish, oh, give me thy cup to drink. Oh, strengthen thou my soul. Lord, I am like a sparrow far from home. Oh, bring me to thine honorable house. Preserve my heart, encourage me according to thy truth.
The words came to us distinctly, yet distantly, swelled softly, and died away, leaving Alixe and Doltaire seated and looking at each other. Alixe's hands were clasped in her lap.
Your honour is above all price,
he said at last in reply to her.
But what is honour in this case of yours, in which I throw the whole interests of my life, stake all? For I am convinced that, losing, the book of fate will close for me. Winning, I shall begin again, and play a part in France which men shall speak of when I am done with all. I never had ambition for myself. For you, Alixe Duvarney, a new spirit lives in me. I will be honest with you. At first I swore to cool my hot face in your bosom, and I would have done that at any price. And yet I would have stood by that same dishonour honourably to the end. Never in my whole life did I put my whole heart in any episode of admiration. I own it, for you to think what you will. There never was a woman whom, loving to-day,
he smiled,
I could not leave to-morrow with no more than a pleasing kind of regret. Names that I ought to have recalled I forgot. Incidents were cloudy, like childish remembrances. I was not proud of it. The peasant in me spoke against it sometimes. I even had wished that I, half peasant, had been.
If only you had been all peasant, this war, this misery of mine, had never been.
She interrupted. He nodded with an almost boyish candour.
Yes, yes, but I was half prince also. I had been brought up, one foot in a cottage and another in a palace. But for your misery, is it then misery? Need it be so? But lift your finger and all will be well. Do you wish to save your country? Would that be compensation? Then I will show you the way. We have 3 times as many soldiers as the English, though of poorer stuff. We could hold this place, could defeat them if we were united, and had but 2,000 men. We have 15,000, as it is now, Vaudreuil balks Montcalm, and that will ruin us in the end unless you make it otherwise. You would be a patriot? Then shut out forever this English captain from your heart, and open its doors to me. Tomorrow I will take Vaudreuil's place. Put your father in Bigot's, your brother in Ramsay's. They are both perfect and capable. I will strengthen the excellent Montcalm's hands in every way, will inspire the people and cause the English to raise this siege. You and I will do this. The church will bless us, the state will thank us, your home and country will be safe and happy, your father and brother honoured. This, and far, far greater things I will do for your sake.
He paused. He had spoken with a deep power, such as I knew he could use, and I did not wonder that she paled a little, even trembled before it.
Will you not do it for France?
She said.
I will not do it for France,
he answered.
I will do it for you alone. Will you not be your country's friend? It is no virtue in me to plead patriotism. It is a mere argument, a weapon that I use. But my heart is behind it, and it is a means to that which you will thank me for one day. I would not force you to anything, but I would persuade your reason, question your foolish loyalty to a girl's mistake. Can you think that you are right? You have no friend that commends your cause. The whole country has upbraided you. The church has cut you off from the man. All is against reunion with him, and most of all your own honour. Come with me, and be commended and blessed here, while over in France homage shall be done to you. For you I would take from his Majesty a dukedom, which he has offered me more than once.
Suddenly, with a passionate tone, he continued,
Your own heart is speaking for me. Have I not seen you tremble when I come near you?
He rose and came forward a step or two.
You thought it was fear of me? It was fear, but fear of that in you which was pleading for me, while you had sworn yourself away to him who knows not and can never know how to love you, who has nothing kin with you in mind or heart, an alien of poor fortune and poorer birth and prospects.
He fixed his eyes upon her, and went on, speaking with forceful quietness.
Had there been cut away that mistaken sense of duty to him which I admire unspeakably, yes, though it is misplaced, you and I would have come to each other's arms long ago. Here in your atmosphere I feel myself possessed, endowed. I come close to you, and something new in me cries out simply, I love you, Alix, I love you. See, all that damnable part of me is burned up by the clear fire of your eyes. I stand upon the ashes and swear that I cannot live without you. Come, come.
He stepped nearer still, and she rose like one who moves under some fascination, and I almost cried out, for in that moment she was his, I felt it. He possessed her like some spirit, and I understood it, for the devilish golden beauty of his voice was like music, and he had spoken with great skill.
Come,
he said,
and know where all along your love has lain. That other way is only darkness, the convent, which will keep you buried, while you will never have heart for the piteous seclusion, till your life is broken all to pieces, till you have no hope, no desire, no love, and at last, under a cowl, you look out upon the world, and with a dead heart see it as in a pale dream, and die at last. You, born to be a wife, without a husband, endowed to be the perfect mother, without a child, to be the admired of princes, a moving, powerful figure to influence great men, with no salon but the little bare cell where you pray. With me, all that you should be, you will be. You have had a bad, dark dream. Wake, and come into the sun with me. Once I wished for you as the lover only. Now, by every hope I ever might have had, I want you for my wife."
He held out his arms to her and smiled, and spoke one or two low words which I could not hear. I had stood waiting death against the citadel wall, with the chance of a reprieve hanging between uplifted muskets and my breast. But that suspense was less than this, for I saw him, not moving, but standing there waiting for her, the warmth of his devilish eloquence about him, and she moving toward him.
"My darling,"
I heard him say,
"come, till death us do part, and let no man put asunder."
She paused, and, waking from the dream, drew herself together, as though something at her breast hurt her, and she repeated his words like one dazed.
"Let no man put asunder."
With a look that told of her great struggle, she moved to a shrine of the Virgin in the corner, and, clasping her hands before her breast for a moment, said something I could not hear, before she turned to Doltaire, who had now taken another step towards her. By his look I knew that he felt his spell was broken, that his auspicious moment had passed, that now, if he won her, it must be by harsh means, for she said,
"Monsieur Doltaire, you have defeated yourself. Let no man put asunder was my response to my husband's whom God hath joined, when last I met him face to face. Nothing can alter that while he lives, nor yet when he dies, for I have had such a sorrowful happiness in him, that if I were sure he were dead, I would never leave this holy place, never. But he lives, and I will keep my vow. Holy Church has parted us, but yet we are not parted. You say that to think of him now is wrong, reflects upon me. I tell you, monsieur, that if it were a wrong 1,000 times greater, I would do it. To me, there can be no shame in following till I die the man who took me honourably for his wife."
He made an impatient gesture and smiled ironically.
"Oh, I care not what you say or think,"
she went on.
"I know not of things canonical and legal. The way that I was married to him is valid in his country and for his people. Bad Catholic you call me, alas! But I am a true wife, who, if she sinned not knowingly, and deserves not this tyranny and shame."
"You are possessed with a sad infatuation,"
he replied persuasively.
"You are not the first who has suffered so. It will pass, and leave you sane, leave you to me. For you are mine. What you felt a moment ago you will feel again, when this romantic martyrdom of yours has wearied you."
"Monsieur Doltaire,"
she said, with a successful effort at calmness, though I could see her trembling too,
"it is you who are mistaken, and I will show you how. But first, you have said often that I have unusual intelligence. You have flattered me in that, I doubt not. But still here is a chance to prove yourself sincere. I shall pass by every wicked means that you took first to ruin me, to divert me to a dishonest love, though I knew not what you meant at the time, and failing, to make me your wife. I shall not refer to these base means to reach me in this sacred place, using the king's commission for such a purpose."
"I would use it again and do more for the same ends,"
he rejoined, with shameless candour. She waved her hand impatiently.
"I pass all that by. You shall listen to me, as I have listened to you, remembering that what I say is honest, if it has not your grace and eloquence. You say that I will yet come to you, that I care for you, and have cared for you always, and that this other is a sad infatuation. Monsieur, in part you are right."
He came another step forward, for he thought he saw a foothold again, but she drew back to the chair, and said, lifting her hand against him,
No, wait till I have done. I say that you are right in part. I will not deny that, against my will, you have always influenced me, that, try as I would, your presence moved me, and I could never put you out of my mind, out of my life. At first I did not understand it, for I knew how bad you were. I was sure you did evil because you loved it, that to gratify yourself you would spare no one, a man without pity."
On the contrary,
he interrupted, with a sour sort of smile.
Pity is almost a foible with me.
"Not real pity,"
she answered.
"Monsieur, I have lived long enough to know what pity moves you. It is a moment's careless whim, a pensive pleasure, a dramatic tenderness. Wholesome pity would make you hesitate to harm others. You have no principles,"
he urged politely, as he eyed her with admiration.
"Ah no, monsieur. Habits, not principles. Your life has been one long irresponsibility. In the very maturity of your powers, you use them to win to yourself, to your empty heart, a girl who has tried to live according to the teachings of her soul and conscience. Were there not women elsewhere to whom it didn't matter? Your abandoned purposes? Why did you throw your shadow on my path? You are not, never were, worthy of a good woman's love."
He laughed with a sort of bitterness.
"Your sinner stands between two fires,"
he said. She looked at him inquiringly, and he added,
"The punishment he deserves, and the punishment he does not deserve. But it is interesting to be thus picked out upon the stone, however harsh the picture. You said I influenced you. Well?"
"Monsieur,"
she went on,
"there were times when, listening to you, I needed all my strength to resist. I have felt myself weak and shaking when you came into the room. There was something in you that appealed to me, I know not what. But I do know that it was not the best of me, that it was emotional, some strange power of your personality. Ah, yes, I can acknowledge all now. You had great cleverness, gifts that startled and delighted. But yet I felt always, and that feeling grew and grew, that there was nothing in you wholly honest, that by artifice you had frittered away what once may have been good in you. Now all goodness in you was an accident of sense and caprice, not true morality."
"What has true morality to do with love of you?"
he said.
"You ask me hard questions,"
she replied.
"This it has to do with. We go from morality to higher things, not from higher things to morality. Pure love is a high thing. Yours was not high. To have put my life in your hands, ah no, no. And so I fought you. There was no question of yourself and Robert Moray. None. Him I knew to possess fewer gifts, but I knew him also to be what you could never be. I never measured him against you. What was his was all of me worth the having, and was given always. There was no change. What was yours was given only when in your presence, and then with hatred of myself and you, given to some baleful fascination in you. For a time, the more I struggled against it, the more it grew, for there was nothing that could influence a woman which you did not do. Monsieur, if you had had Robert Moray's character and your own gifts, I could have worshipped you."
Doltaire was in a kind of dream. He was sitting now in the high-backed chair, his mouth and chin in his hand, his elbow resting on the chair arm. His left hand grasped the other arm, and he leaned forward with brows bent and his eyes fixed on her intently. It was a figure singularly absorbed, lost in study of some deep theme. Once his sword clanged against the chair as it slipped a little from its position, and he started almost violently, though the dull booming of a cannon in no wise seemed to break the quietness of the scene. He was dressed, as in the morning, in plain black, but now the star of Louis shone on his breast. His face was pale, but his eyes, with their swift shining lights, lived upon Alixe, devoured her. She paused for an instant.
"Thou shalt not commit idolatry,"
he remarked in a low, cynical tone, which the repressed feeling in his face and the terrible new earnestness of his look belied. She flushed a little, and continued,
"Yet all the time I was true to him, and what I felt concerning you he knew. I told him enough."
Suddenly there came into Doltaire's looks and manner an astounding change. Both hands caught the chair arm, his lips parted with a sort of snarl, and his white teeth showed maliciously. It seemed as if, all at once, the courtier, the flaneur, the man of breeding, had gone, and you had before you the peasant, in a moment's palsy from the intensity of his fury.
1,000 hells for him!
He burst out in the rough patois of Poitiers, and got to his feet.
You told him all. You confessed your fluttering fears and desires to him, while you let me play upon those ardent strings of feelings that you might save him. You used me, Tinoir Doltaire, son of a king, to further your amour with a bourgeois Englishman. And he laughed in his sleeve and soothed away those dangerous influences of the magician. By the God of heaven, Robert Moray and I have work to do, and you with all the gifts of the perfect courtesan.
Oh, shame, shame,
she said, breaking in.
But I speak the truth. You berate me, but you used incomparable gifts to hold me near you, and the same gifts to let me have no more of you than would keep me. I thought you the most honest, the most heavenly of women, and now—
Alas,
she interrupted,
what else could I have done? To draw the line between your constant attention and my own necessity. Ah, I was but a young girl. I had no friend to help me. He was condemned to die. I loved him. I did not believe in you, not in ever so little. If I had said, "You must not speak to me again," you would have guessed my secret, and all my purposes would have been defeated. So I had to go on, nor did I think that it would ever cause you aught but a shock to your vanity.
He laughed hatefully.
My faith, but it has shocked my vanity,
he answered.
And now take this for thinking on. Up to this point I have pleaded with you, used persuasion, courted you with a humility astonishing to myself. Now I will have you in spite of all. I will break you and soothe your hurt afterwards. I will, by the face of the Madonna, I will feed where this Moray would pasture. I will gather this ripe fruit.
With a devilish swiftness he caught her about the waist, and kissed her again and again upon the mouth. The blood was pounding in my veins, and I would have rushed in then and there, have ended the long strife, and have dug revenge for this outrage from his heart, but that I saw Alix did not move, nor make the least resistance. This struck me with horror, till, all at once, he let her go, and I saw her face. It was very white and still, smooth and cold as marble. She seemed 5 years older in the minute.
Have you quite done, monsieur?
She said, with infinite quiet scorn.
Do you, the son of a king, find joy in kissing lips that answer nothing, a cheek from which the blood flows in affright and shame? Is it an achievement to feed as cattle feed? Listen to me, Monsieur Doltaire. No, do not try to speak till I have done. If your morality, of manners, is not all dead, through this cowardly act of yours, the last vestige of your power over me is gone. I sometimes think that, with you, in the past, I have remained true and virtuous at the expense of the best of me. But now all that is over, and there is no temptation. I feel beyond it. By this hour here, this hour of sore peril, you have freed me. I was tempted. Heaven knows, a few minutes ago I was tempted, for everything was with you. But God has been with me, and you and I are no nearer than the poles.
You doubt that I love you?
He said in an altered voice.
I doubt that any man will so shame the woman he loves,
she answered.
What is insult today may be a pride tomorrow,
was his quick reply.
I do not repent of it. I never will, for you and I shall go tonight from here, and you shall be my wife. And one day, when this man is dead, when you have forgotten your bad dream, you will love me as you cannot love him. I have that in me to make you love me. To you I can be loyal, never drifting, never wavering. I tell you I will not let you go. First my wife you shall be, and after that I will win your love. In spite of all, mine now, though it is shifted for the moment. Come, come, Alix.
He made as if to take her hand.
You and I will learn the splendid secret.
She drew back to the shrine of the Virgin.
Mother of God, Mother of God,
I heard her whisper, and then she raised her hand against him.
No, no, no,
she said, with sharp anguish.
Do not try to force me to your wishes. Do not. For I, at least, will never live to see it. I have suffered more than I can bear. I will end this shame. I will.
I had heard enough. I stepped back quickly, closed the panel, and went softly to the door and into the hall, determined to bring her out against Doltaire, trusting to Gabord not to oppose me.
End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
I knew it was Doltaire's life or mine, and I shrank from desecrating this holy place, but our bitter case would warrant this, and more. As I came quickly through the hall, and round the corner where stood Gabord, I saw a soldier talking with the Mother Superior.
He is not dead,
I heard her say.
No, Holy Mother,
was the answer.
But surely wounded. He was testing the fire organs for the rafts, and one exploded too soon.
At that moment the mother turned to me, and seemed startled by my look.
What is it?
She whispered. He would carry her off, I replied.
He shall never do so,
was her quick answer.
Her father, the good seigneur, has been wounded, and she must go to him.
I will take her, said I at once, and I moved to open the door. At that moment I caught Gabord's eye. There I read what caused me to pause. If I declared myself now, Gabord's life would pay for his friendship to me, even if I killed Doltaire, for the matter would be open to all then, just the same. That I could not do, for the man had done me kindnesses dangerous to himself. Besides, he was a true soldier, and disgrace itself would be to him as bad as the drumhead court-martial. I made up my mind to another course even as the perturbed "Oh-ho!" which followed our glance fell from his puffing lips. "But no, Holy Mother," said I, and I whispered in her ear. She opened the door and went in, leaving it ajar. I could hear only a confused murmur of voices, through which ran twice,
"No, no, monsieur,"
in Alix's soft, clear voice. I could scarcely restrain myself, and I am sure I should have gone in spite of it all, had it not been for Gabord, who withstood me. He was right, and as I turned away I heard Alix cry,
"My father! My poor father!"
Then came Doltaire's voice, cold and angry.
"Good mother, this is a trick."
Your Excellency should be a better judge of trickery,
she replied quietly.
Will not your Excellency leave an unhappy lady to her trouble and the Church's care?
"If the seigneur is hurt, I will take mademoiselle to him,"
was his instant reply.
"It may not be, your Excellency,"
she said.
"I will furnish her with other escort."
"And I, as governor of this province, as commander-in-chief of the army, say that only with my escort shall the lady reach her father."
At this Alix spoke.
"Dear Mayor Saint George, do not fear for me. God will protect me."
"And I also, mademoiselle, with my life,"
interposed Doltaire.
"God will protect me,"
Alix repeated.
"I have no fear."
"I will send 2 of our sisters with mademoiselle to nurse the poor seigneur,"
said Mayor St. George. I am sure Doltaire saw the move.
"A great kindness, Holy Mother,"
he said politely.
"And I will see they are well cared for. We will set forth at once. The seigneur shall be brought to the intendance, and he and his daughter shall have quarters there."
He stepped towards the door where we were. I fell back into position as he came.
"Gabord,"
said he,
"send your trusted fellow here to the general's camp, and have him fetch to the intendance the Seigneur Duvarney, who has been wounded. Alive or dead, he must be brought,"
he added in a lower voice. Then he turned back into the room. As he did so, Gabord looked at me inquiringly.
"If you go, you put your neck into the gin,"
said he.
"Someone in camp will know you."
"I will not leave my wife," I answered in a whisper. Thus were all plans altered on the instant. Gabord went to the outer door and called another soldier, to whom he gave this commission. A few moments afterwards, Alix, Doltaire, and the Sisters of Mercy were at the door ready to start. Doltaire turned and bowed with a well-assumed reverence to the Mother Superior.
"Tonight's affairs here are sacred to ourselves, Mère Saint Georges,"
he said. She bowed, but made no reply. Alix turned and kissed her hand. But as we stepped forth, the mother said suddenly, pointing to me,
"Let the soldier come back in an hour, and mademoiselle's luggage shall go to her, your Excellency."
Doltaire nodded, glancing at me.
"Surely he shall attend you, Mère Saint Georges,"
he said, and then stepped on with Alix, Gabord and the other soldier ahead, the two sisters behind, and myself beside these. Going quietly through the disordered upper town, we came down Palace Street to the Intendant's. Here Doltaire had kept his quarters despite his growing quarrel with Bigot. As we entered he inquired of the servant where Bigot was, and was told he was gone to the Chateau St. Louis. Doltaire shrugged a shoulder and smiled. He knew that Bigot had had news of his deposition through the governor. He gave orders for rooms to be prepared for the Signoro and for the sisters. Mademoiselle, meanwhile, to be taken to hers, which had, it appeared, been made ready. Then I heard him ask in an undertone if the bishop had come, and he was answered that Monseigneur was at Charlesbourg, and could not be expected till the morning. I was in a most dangerous position, for, though I had escaped notice, any moment might betray me. Doltaire himself might see through my disguise. We all accompanied Alix to the door of her apartments, and there Doltaire with courtesy took leave of her, saying that he would return in a little time to see if she was comfortable, and to bring her any fresh news of her father. The sisters were given apartments next her own, and they entered her room with her, at her own request. When the door closed, Doltaire turned to Gabord and said,
"You shall come with me to bear letters to General Montcalm, and you shall send one of these fellows also for me to General Bougainville at Cap Rouge."
Then he spoke directly to me, and said,
"You shall guard this passage till morning. No one but myself may pass into this room or out of it, save the Sisters of Mercy, on pain of death."
I saluted, but spoke no word.
"You understand me?"
he repeated. "Absolutely, monsieur," I answered in a rough peasant-like voice. He turned and walked in a leisurely way through the passage, and disappeared, telling Gabord to join him in a moment. As he left, Gabord said to me in a low voice,
"Get back to General Wolfe, or wife and life will both be lost."
I caught his hand and pressed it, and a minute afterwards I was alone before Alix's door. An hour later, knowing Alix to be alone, I tapped on her door and entered. As I did so she rose from a prie-dieu where she had been kneeling. 2 candles were burning on the mantel, but the room was much in shadow.
"What is't you wish?"
she asked, approaching. I had off my hat. I looked her direct in the eyes and put my fingers on my lips. She stared painfully for a moment. "Alix," said I. She gave a gasp, and stood transfixed, as though she had seen a ghost, and then in an instant she was in my arms, sobs shaking her.
"Oh, Robert! Oh, my dear, dear husband!"
she cried again and again. I calmed her, and presently she broke into a whirl of questions. I told her of all I had seen at the cathedral and at the convent, what my plans had been, and then I waited for her answer. A new feeling took possession of her. She knew that there was one question at my lips which I dared not utter. She became very quiet, and a sweet, settled firmness came into her face.
"Robert,"
she said,
"you must go back to your army without me. I cannot leave my father now. Save yourself alone, and if you take the city, and I am alive, then we shall be reunited. If you do not take the city, then, whether father lives or dies, I will come to you. Of this be sure, that I shall never live to be the wife of any other man, wife or aught else. You know me, you know all, you trust me. And my dear husband, my own love, we must part once more. Go, go and save yourself. Keep your life safe for my sake, and may God in heaven, may God—"
Here she broke off and started back from my embrace, staring hard for a moment over my shoulder. Then her face became deadly pale, and she fell back unconscious. Supporting her, I turned round, and there, inside the door with his back to it, was Doltaire. There was a devilish smile on his face, as wicked a look as I ever saw on any man. I laid Alixe down on a sofa without a word, and faced him again.
"As many coats as Joseph's coat had colours,"
he said,
"and for once disguised as an honest man. Well, well."
"Beast!" I hissed, and I whipped out my short sword.
"Not here,"
he said, with a malicious laugh.
"You forget your manners. Familiarity,"
he glanced towards the couch,
"has bred—"
"Coward!" I cried. "I will kill you at her feet."
"Come then,"
he answered, and stepped away from the door, drawing his sword.
"Since you will have it here. But if I kill you as I intend—"
He smiled detestably, and motioned towards the couch, then turned to the door again as if to lock it. I stepped between, my sword at guard. At that the door opened. A woman came in quickly, and closed it behind her. She passed me and faced Doltaire. It was Madame Cournal. She was most pale, and there was a peculiar wildness in her eyes.
"You have deposed Francois Bigot,"
she said.
"Stand back, madame. I have business with this fellow,"
said Doltaire, waving his hand.
"My business comes first,"
she replied.
You dared to depose Francois Bigot."
"It needs no daring,"
he said nonchalantly.
"You shall put him back in his place."
"Come to me tomorrow morning, dear madame."
"I tell you he must be put back, Monsieur Doltaire."
"Once you called me Tinoir,"
he said meaningly. Without a word she caught from her cloak a dagger and struck him in the breast, though he threw up his hand and partly diverted the blow. Without a cry he half swung round and sank, face forward, against the couch where Alixe lay. Raising himself feebly, blindly, he caught her hand and kissed it. Then he fell back. Stooping beside him, I felt his heart. He was alive. Madame Cournal now knelt beside him, staring at him as in a kind of dream. I left the room quickly, and met the Sisters of Mercy in the hall. They had heard the noise, and were coming to Alixe. I bade them care for her. Passing rapidly through the corridors, I told a servant of the household what had occurred, bade him send for Bigot, and then made for my own safety. Alixe was safe for a time at least, perhaps forever, thank God, from the approaches of Monsieur Doltaire. As I sped through the streets, I could not help but think of how he had kissed her hand as he fell, and I knew by this act, at such a time, that in very truth he loved her after his fashion. I came soon to the St. John's Gate, for I had the countersign from Gabord, and, dressed as I was, I had no difficulty in passing. Outside I saw a small cavalcade arriving from Beauport way. I drew back and let it pass me, and then I saw that it was soldiers bearing the Seigneur Duvarney to the Intendance. An hour afterwards, having passed the sentries, I stood on a lonely point of the shore of Lower Town, and, seeing no one near, I slid into the water. As I did so I heard a challenge behind me, and when I made no answer there came a shot, another, and another, for it was thought, I doubt not, that I was a deserter. I was wounded in the shoulder, and had to swim with one arm, but though boats were put out, I managed to evade them and to get within hail of our fleet. Challenged there, I answered with my name. A boat shot out from among the ships, and soon I was hauled into it by Clark himself, and that night I rested safe upon the terror of France.
End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
My hurt proved more serious than I had looked for, and the day after my escape I was in a high fever. General Wolfe himself, having heard of my return, sent to inquire after me. He also was ill, and our forces were depressed in consequence, for he had a power to inspire them not given to any other of our accomplished and admirable generals. He forbore to question me concerning the state of the town and what I had seen, for which I was glad. My adventure had been of a private nature, and such I wished it to remain. The general desired me to come to him as soon as I was able, that I might proceed with him above the town to reconnoitre. But for many a day this was impossible, for my wound gave me much pain and I was confined to my bed. Yet we on the Terror of France served our good general too, for one dark night, when the wind was fair, we piloted the remaining ships of the Admiral Holmes's division above the town. This move was made on my constant assertion that there was a way by which Quebec might be taken from above. And when General Wolfe made known my representations to his general officers, they accepted it as a last resort, for otherwise what hope had they? At Montmorency our troops had been repulsed, the mud-flats of the Beauport shore and the St. Charles River were as good as an army against us, the upper town and citadel were practically impregnable, and for 8 miles west of the town to the cove and river of Cap Rouge there was one long precipice, broken in but one spot, but just there, I was sure, men could come up with the stiff climbing as I had done. Bougainville came to Cap Rouge now with 3,000 men, for he thought that this was to be our point of attack. Along the shore from Cap Rouge to Cape Diamond small batteries were posted, such as that of Lancy's at Anse-de-Foulon, but they were careless, for no conjectures might seem so wild as that of bringing an army up where I had climbed.
"Tut, tut,"
said General Murray, when he came to me on the Terror of France, after having, at my suggestion, gone to the south shore opposite Anse-de-Foulon, and scanned the faint line that marked the narrow cleft on the cliff side.
"Tut, tut, man,"
said he.
"'Tis the dream of a cat, or a damned mathematician."
Once, after all was done, he said to me that cats and mathematicians were the only generals. With a belligerent pride, Clark showed the way up the river one evening, the batteries of the town giving us plunging shots as we went, and ours at Point Levis answering gallantly. To me it was a good if most anxious time. Good, in that I was having some sort of compensation for my own sufferings in the town; anxious, because no single word came to me of Alix or her father, and all the time we were pouring death into the place. But this we knew from deserters, that Vaudreuil was governor and Bigot intendant still, by which it would seem that, on the momentous night when Doltaire was wounded by Madame Cournal, he gave back the governorship to Vaudreuil and reinstated Bigot. Presently, from an officer who had been captured as he was setting free a fire raft upon the river to run among the boats of our fleet, I heard that Doltaire had been confined in the Intendance from a wound given by a stupid sentry. Thus the true story had been kept from the public. From him, too, I learned that nothing was known of the Seigneur Duvarney and his daughter, that they had suddenly disappeared from the Intendance as if the earth had swallowed them, and that even Juste Duvarney knew nothing of them, and was, in consequence, much distressed. This officer also said that now, when it might seem as if both the Seigneur and his daughter were dead, opinion had turned in Alix's favour, and the feeling had crept about, first among the common folk and afterwards among the people of the garrison, that she had been used harshly. This was due largely, he thought, to the constant advocacy of the Chevalier de la Duranty, whose nephew had married Mademoiselle Georgette Duvarney. This piece of news, in spite of the uncertainty of Alix's fate, touched me, for the Chevalier had indeed kept his word to me. At last all of Admiral Holmes's division was got above the town, with very little damage, and I never saw a man so elated, so profoundly elated as Clark over his share in the business. He was a daredevil too, for the day that the last of the division was taken up the river, without my permission or the permission of the Admiral or anyone else, he took the Terror of France almost up to Bougainville's earthworks in the cove of Cap Rouge and instantly emptied his 6 swivels into them, and then came out and stood down the river. When I asked what he was doing, for I was now well enough to come on deck, he said he was going to see how monkeys could throw nuts. When I pressed him, he said he had a will to hear the cats in the eaves, and when I became severe, he added that he would bring the terror of France up past the batteries of the town in broad daylight, swearing that they could no more hit him than a woman could a bird on a flagstaff. I did not relish this foolish bravado, and I forbade it, but presently I consented, on condition that he take me to General Wolfe's camp at Montmorency first, for now I felt strong enough to be again on active service. Clark took the terror of France up the river in midday, running perilously close to the batteries, and though they pounded at him petulantly, foolishly angry at his contemptuous defiance, he ran the gauntlet safely, and coming to the flagship, the Sutherland, saluted with his 6 swivels, to the laughter of the whole fleet and his own profane joy.
"Mr. Murray,"
said General Wolfe, when I saw him, racked with pain, studying a chart of the river and town which his chief engineer had just brought him,
"show me here this passage in the hillside."
I did so, tracing the plains of Maitre Abraham, which I assured him would be a good ground for a pitched battle. He nodded, then rose, and walked up and down for a time, thinking. Suddenly he stopped, and fixed his eyes upon me.
"Mr. Murray,"
said he,
"it would seem that you, angering La Pompadour, brought down this war upon us."
He paused, smiling in a dry way, as if the thought amused him, as if indeed he doubted it, but for that I cared not. It was an honour I could easily live without. I bowed to his words, and said, "Mine was the last straw, sir." Again he nodded, and replied,
"Oh, well, you got us into trouble. You must show us the way out."
And he looked at the passage I had traced upon the chart.
"You will remain with me until we meet our enemy on these heights."
He pointed to the plains of Maitre Abraham. Then he turned away, and began walking up and down again.
"It is the last chance,"
he said to himself in a tone despairing yet heroic.
Please God,"
he added.
"You will speak nothing of these plans,"
he said to me at last, half mechanically.
"We must make feints of landing at Cap Rouge, feints of landing everywhere save at the one possible place. Confuse both Bougainville and Montcalm, tire out their armies with watchings and want of sleep, and then on the auspicious night make the great trial."
I had remained respectfully standing at a little distance from him. Now he suddenly came to me, and, pressing my hand, said quickly,
"You have trouble, Mr. Murray. I am sorry for you, but maybe it is for better things to come."
I thanked him stumblingly, and a moment later left him, to serve him on the morrow, and so on through many days, till, in divers perils, the camp at Montmorency was abandoned, the troops were got aboard the ships, and the general took up his quarters in the Sutherland, from which, one notable day, I sallied forth with him to a point at the south shore opposite the Anse du Foulon, where he saw the thin crack in the cliff-side. From that moment, instant and final attack was his purpose. The great night came, starlit and serene. The campfires of the two armies spotted the shores of the wide river, and the ships lay like wild fowl in convoys above the town from where the arrow of fate should be sped. Darkness upon the river, and fireflies upon the shore. At Beauport, an untiring general, who for 100 days had snatched sleep, booted and spurred, and in the ebb of a losing game, longed for his adored Candiac, grieved for a beloved daughter's death, sent cheerful messages to his aged mother and to his wife, and by the deeper protests of his love foreshadowed his own doom. At Cap Rouge, a dying commander, unperturbed and valiant, reached out a finger to trace the last movements in a desperate campaign of life that opened in Flanders at 16, of which the end began when he took from his bosom the portrait of his affianced wife, and said to his old schoolfellow,
"Give this to her, Jarvis, for we shall meet no more."
Then, passing to the deck, silent and steady, No signs of pain upon his face. So had the calm come to him, as to nature and this beleaguered city. Before the whirlwind, he looked out upon the clustered groups of boats filled with the flower of his army, settled in a menacing tranquillity. There lay the light infantry, Bragg's, Kennedy's, Lascelles, Anstruther's regiment, Fraser's Highlanders, and the much-loved, much-blamed, and impetuous Louisburg Grenadiers. Steady, indomitable, silent as cats, precise as mathematicians, he could trust them, as they loved his awkward pain-twisted body and ugly red hair.
"Damn, Jack! Didst thee ever take hell in tow before?"
said a sailor from the Terror of France to his fellow once, as the marines grappled with a flotilla of French fire-ships, and dragged them, spitting destruction, clear of the fleet to the shore.
"Nay, but I've been in tow of Jimmy Wolfe's red head. That's hell-fire, lad," was
the reply. From boat to boat the General's eye passed, then shifted to the ships, the Squirrel, the Leostaff, the Seahorse, and the rest, and lastly to where the army of Bougainville lay. Then there came towards him an officer, who said quietly,
"The tide has turned, sir."
For reply the General made a swift motion towards the maintop shrouds, and almost instantly lanterns showed in them. In response the crowded boats began to cast away, and, immediately descending, the General passed into his own boat, drew to the front, and drifted in the current ahead of his gallant men, the ships following after. It was 2 by the clock when the boats began to move, and slowly we ranged down the stream, silently steered, carried by the current. No paddle, no creaking oarlock, broke the stillness. I was in the next boat to the General's, for, with Clark and 22 other volunteers to the Forlorn Hope, I was to show the way up the heights, and we were near to his person for over 2 hours that night. No moon was shining, but I could see the General plainly, and once, when our boats almost touched, he saw me, and said graciously,
"If they get up, Mr. Moray, you are free to serve yourself."
My heart was full of love of country then, and I answered, "I hope, sir, to serve you till your flag is hoisted in the citadel." He turned to a young midshipman beside him and said,
"How old are you, sir?"
17, sir,"
was the reply.
"It is the most lasting passion,"
he said, musing. It seemed to me then, and I still think it, that the passion he meant was love of country. A moment afterwards I heard him recite to the officers about him, in a low clear tone, some verses by Mr. Gray, the poet, which I had never then read, though I have prized them since. Under those frowning heights, and the smell from our roaring 32-pounders in the air, I heard him say,
"The curfew tolls the knell of parting day, the lowing herd wind slowly o'er the lea, the ploughman homeward plods his weary way, and leaves the world to darkness and to me."
I have heard finer voices than his. It was as tin beside Doltaire's. But something in it pierced me that night, and I felt the man, the perfect hero, when he said,
"The boast of heraldry, the pomp of power, and all that beauty, all that wealth e'er gave, await alike the inevitable hour. The paths of glory lead but to the grave."
Soon afterwards we neared the end of our quest, the tide carrying us in to shore, and down from the dark heights there came a challenge, satisfied by an officer who said in French that we were provision boats for Montcalm. These, we knew, had been expected. Then came the batteries of Samos. Again we passed with the same excuse, and we rounded a headland, and the great work was begun. The boats of the light infantry swung in to shore. No sentry challenged, but I knew that at the top Lancy's tents were set. When the light infantry had landed, we 24 volunteers stood still for a moment, and I pointed out the way. Before we started, we stooped beside a brook that leaped lightly down the ravine, and drank a little rum and water. Then I led the way, Clark at one side of me, and a soldier of the light infantry at the other. It was hard climbing, but, following in our careful steps as silently as they might, the good fellows came eagerly after. Once a rock broke loose and came tumbling down, but plunged into a thicket, where it stayed, else it might have done for us entirely. I breathed freely when it stopped. Once, too, a branch cracked loudly, and we lay still, but hearing nothing above, we pushed on, and, sweating greatly, came close to the top. Here I drew back with Clark. For such honour as there might be in gaining the heights first, I wished to go to these soldiers who had trusted their lives to my guidance. I let 6 go by and reached the heights, and then I drew myself up. We did not stir till all 24 were safe. Then we made a dash for the tents of Lancy, which now showed in the first grey light of morning. We made a dash for them, were discovered, and shots greeted us, but we were on them instantly, and in a moment I had the pleasure of putting a bullet in Lancy's heel, and brought him down. Our cheers told the general the news, and soon hundreds of soldiers were climbing the hard way that we had come. And now, while an army climbed to the heights of Maitre Abraham, Admiral Saunders in the grey dawn was bombarding Montcalm's encampment, and boats filled with marines and soldiers drew to the Beauport flats, as if to land there, while shots, bombs, shells, and carcasses were hurled from Levis upon the town, deceiving Montcalm. At last, however, suspecting, he rode towards the town at 6 o'clock, and saw our scarlet ranks spread across the plains between him and Bougainville, and on the crest, nearer to him, eyeing us in amazement, the white-coated battalion of Guienne, which should the day before have occupied the very ground held by Lancy. A slight rain falling added to their gloom, but cheered us. It gave us better light to fight by, for in the clear September air, the bright sun shining in our faces, they would have had us at advantage. In another hour the gates of St. John and St. Louis emptied out upon this battlefield a warring flood of our foes. It was a handsome sight, the white uniforms of the brave regiments, Roussillon, La Sarre, Guienne, Languedoc, Béarn, mixed with the dark, excitable militia, the sturdy burghers of the town, a band of coureurs de bois in their rough hunters' costume, and whooping Indians, painted and furious, ready to eat us. At last here was to be a test of fighting in open field, though the French had in their whole army twice the number of our men, a walled and provisioned city behind them, and field pieces in great number to bring against us. But there was bungling with them. Vaudreuil hung back or came tardily from Beauport. Bougainville had not yet arrived, and when they might have pitted twice our number against us, they had not many more than we. With Bougainville behind us and Montcalm in front, we might have been checked, though there was no man in all our army but believed that we should win the day. I could plainly see Montcalm, mounted on a dark horse, riding along the lines as they formed against us, waving his sword, a truly gallant figure. He was answered by a roar of applause and greeting. On the left their Indians and burghers overlapped our second line, where Townsend with Amherst and the light infantry, and Colonel Burton with the Royal Americans and the light infantry, guarded our flank, prepared to meet Bougainville. In vain our foes tried to get between our right flank and the river. Otway's regiment, thrown out, defeated that. It was my hope that Doltaire was with Montcalm, and that we might meet and end our quarrel. I came to know afterwards that it was he who had induced Montcalm to send the battalion of Guienne to the heights above the Anse du Foulon. The battalion had not been moved till 24 hours after the order was given, or we should never have gained those heights. Stones rolled from the cliff would have destroyed an army. We waited, Clark and I, with the Louisburg grenadiers while they formed. We made no noise, but stood steady and still, the bagpipes of the Highlanders shrilly challenging. At 8 o'clock sharpshooters began firing on us from the left, and skirmishers were thrown out to hold them in check, or dislodge them and drive them from the houses where they sheltered and galled townsmen's men. Their field pieces opened on us too, and yet we did nothing, but at 9 o'clock, being ordered, lay down and waited still. There was no restlessness, no anxiety, no show of doubt, for these men of ours were old fighters, and they trusted their leaders. From bushes, trees, coverts, and fields of grain there came that constant hail of fire, and there fell upon our ranks a doggedness, a quiet anger, which grew into a grisly patience. The only pleasure we had in 2 long hours was in watching our 2 brass 6-pounders play upon the irregular ranks of our foes, making confusion, and Townsend drive back a detachment of cavalry from Cap Rouge, which sought to break our left flank and reach Montcalm. We had seen the stars go down, the cold, mottled light of dawn break over the battered city and the heights of Charlesbourg. We had watched the sun come up, and then steal away behind slow-travelling clouds and hanging mist. We had looked across over unreaped cornfields and the dull, slovenly St. Charles, knowing that endless leagues of country, north and south, east and west, lay in the balance for the last time. I believed that this day would see the last of the strife between England and France for dominion here, of Le Pompadour's spite which I had roused to action against my country, of the struggle between Doltaire and myself. The public stake was worthy of our army, worthy of the dauntless soldier, who had begged his physicians to patch him up long enough to fight this fight, whereon he staked reputation, life, all that a man loves in the world. The private stake was more than worthy of my long sufferings. I thought that Montcalm would have waited for Vaudreuil, but no. At 10 o'clock his 3 columns moved down upon us briskly, making a wild rattle, 2 columns moving upon our right and 1 upon our left, firing obliquely and constantly as they marched. Then came the command to rise, and we stood up and waited, our muskets loaded with an extra ball. I could feel the stern malice in our ranks as we stood there and took, without returning a shot, that damnable fire. Minute after minute passed, then came the sharp command to advance. We did so, and again halted, and yet no shot came from us. We stood there, a long palisade of red. At last I saw our general raise his sword, a command rang down the long line of battle, and, like one terrible cannon shot, our muskets sang together with as perfect a precision as on a private field of exercise. Then, waiting for the smoke to clear a little, another volley came with almost the same precision, after which the firing came in choppy waves of sound, and again in a persistent clattering. Then a light breeze lifted the smoke and mist well away, and a wayward sunlight showed us our foe, like a long white wave retreating from a rocky shore, bending, crumpling, breaking, and, in 100 little billows, fleeing seaward. Thus checked, confounded, the French army trembled and fell back. Then I heard the order to charge, and from near 4,000 throats there came for the first time our exultant British cheer, and high over all rang the slogan of Fraser's Highlanders. To my left I saw the flashing broadswords of the clansmen, ahead of all the rest. Those sickles of death clove through and broke the battalions of Lassar, and Lascelles scattered the good soldiers of Languedoc into flying columns. We on the right, led by Wolfe, charged the desperate and valiant men of ReussRon and Guienne and the impetuous sharpshooters of the militia. As we came on, I observed the general sway and push forward again, and then I lost sight of him, for I saw what gave the battle a new interest to me. Doltaire, cool and deliberate, animating and encouraging the French troops. I moved in a shaking hedge of bayonets, keeping my eye on him, and presently there was a hand-to-hand melee, out of which I fought to reach him. I was making for him, where he now sought to rally the retreating columns, when I noticed, not far away, Gabord, mounted and attacked by 3 grenadiers. Looking back now, I see him with his sabre cutting right and left, as he drove his horse at one grenadier, who slipped and fell on the slippery ground, while the horse rode on him, battering him. Obliquely down swept the sabre, and drove through the cheek and chin of one foe. Another sweep, and the bayonet of the other was struck aside, and another, which was turned aside as Gabord's horse came down, bayoneted by the fallen grenadier. But Gabord was on his feet again, roaring like a bull, with a wild grin on his face, as he partly struck aside the bayonet of the last grenadier. It caught him in the flesh of the left side. He grasped the musket barrel, and swung his sabre with fierce precision. The man's head dropped back like the lid of a pot, and he tumbled into a heap of the faded golden-rod flower which spattered the field. It was at this moment I saw Juste Duvarney making towards me, hatred and deadly purpose in his eyes. I had will enough to meet him, and to kill him too, yet I could not help but think of Alixe. Gabord saw him also, and, being nearer, made for me as well. For that act I cherish his memory. The thought was worthy of a gentleman of breeding. He had the true thing in his heart. He would save us, two brothers, from fighting, by fighting me himself. He reached me first, and with an
"Oh, diable!"
made a stroke at me. It was a matter of sword and sabre now. Clark met Juste Duvarney's rush, and there we were, at as fine a game of cross-purposes as you can think. Clark hungering for Gabord's life, Gabord had once been his jailer too, and Juste Duvarney for mine, the battle faring on ahead of us. Soon the two were clean cut off from the French army, and must fight to the death or surrender. Juste Duvarney spoke only once, and then it was but the rancorous word,
"Renegade!"
Nor did I speak at all, but Clark was blasphemous, and Gabord, bleeding, fought with a sputtering relish.
"Fair fight and foul for spitting,"
he cried.
"Go home to heaven, Dicky Bird."
Between phrases of this kind we cut and thrust for life, an odd sort of fighting. I fought with a desperate alertness, and presently my sword passed through his body, drew out, and he shivered, fell where he stood, collapsing suddenly like a bag. I knelt beside him, and lifted up his head. His eyes were glazing fast. "Gabord, Gabord!" I called, grief-stricken, for that work was the worst I ever did in this world. He started, stared, and fumbled at his waistcoat. I quickly put my hand in and drew out one of Matilda's wooden crosses.
"To cheat the devil yet. Oh,"
he whispered, kissed the cross, and so was done with life. When I turned from him, Clark stood beside me. Dazed as I was, I did not at first grasp the significance of the fact. I looked towards the town, and saw the French army hustling into the St. Louis gate, saw the Highlanders charging the bushes at the Côte Sainte Geneviève, where the brave Canadians made their last stand, saw, not 50 feet away, the noblest soldier of our time, even General Wolfe, dead in the arms of Mr. Henderson, a volunteer in the 22nd. And then, almost at my feet, stretched out as I had seen him lie in the palace courtyard 2 years before, Juste Duvarney. But now he was beyond all friendship or reconciliation, forever.
End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
The bells of some shattered church were calling to vespers. The sun was sinking behind the flaming autumn woods, as once more I entered the St. Louis gate, with the grenadiers and a detachment of artillery, the British colours hoisted on a gun carriage. Till this hour I had ever entered and left this town a captive, a price set on my head, and in the very street where now I walked I had gone with a rope round my neck, abused and maltreated. I saw our flag replace the golden lilies of France on the citadel where Doltaire had baited me, and at the top of Mountain Street, near to the bishop's palace, our colours also flew. Every step I took was familiar, yet unfamiliar too. It was a disfigured town, where a hungry, distracted people huddled among ruins, and begged for mercy and for food, nor found time in the general overwhelming to think of the gallant Montcalm, lying in his shell-made grave at the chapel of the Ursulines, not 50 steps from where I had looked through the tapestry on Alix and Doltaire. The convent was almost deserted now, and as I passed it, on my way to the cathedral, I took off my hat, for how knew I but that she I loved best lay there too, as truly a heroine as the Admiral Montcalm was a hero? A solitary bell was clanging on the chapel as I went by, and I saw 3 nuns steal past me with bowed heads. I longed to stop them and ask them of Alix, for I felt sure that the church knew where she was, living or dead, though none of all I asked knew aught of her, not even the Chevalier de la Durante, who had come to our camp the night before, accompanied by Monsieur Jonas, the town major, with terms of surrender. I came to the Church of the Recollets as I wandered, for now for a little time I seemed bewildered and incapable, lost in a maze of dreadful imaginings. I entered the door of the church, and stumbled upon a body. Hearing footsteps ahead in the dusk, I passed up the aisle and came upon a pile of debris. Looking up, I could see the stars shining through a hole in the roof. Hearing a noise beyond, I went on, and there, seated on the high altar, was the dwarf who had snatched the cup of rum out of the fire the night that Matilda had given the crosses to the revellers. He gave a low, wild laugh, and hugged a bottle to his breast. Almost at his feet, half naked, with her face on the lowest step of the altar, her feet touching the altar itself, was the girl, his sister, who had kept her drunken lover from assaulting him. The girl was dead. There was a knife wound in her breast. Sick at the sight, I left the place, and went on, almost mechanically, to Voban's house. It was level with the ground, a crumpled heap of ruins. I passed Lancy's house, in front of which I had fought with Gabord. It too was broken to pieces. As I turned away I heard a loud noise, as of an explosion, and I supposed it to be some magazine. I thought of it no more at the time. Voban must be found. That was more important. I must know of Alix first, and I felt sure that if anyone guessed her whereabouts it would be he. She would have told him where she was going if she had fled. If she were dead, who so likely to know, this secret, elusive, vengeful watcher? Of Doltaire I had heard nothing. I would seek him out when I knew of Alix. He could not escape me in this walled town. I passed on for a time without direction, for I seemed not to know where I might find the barber. Our sentries already patrolled the streets, and our bugles were calling on the heights, with answering calls from the fleet in the basin. Night came down quickly, the stars shone out in the perfect blue, and, as I walked along, broken walls, shattered houses, solitary pillars, looked mystically strange. It was painfully quiet, as if a beaten people had crawled away into the holes our shot and shell had made, to hide their misery. Now and again a gaunt face looked out from a hiding-place, and drew back again in fear at sight of me. Once a drunken woman spat at me and cursed me. Once I was fired at, and many times from dark corners I heard voices crying, "Sauvez-moi! Ah, sauvez-moi! Bon Dieu!" Once I stood for many minutes and watched our soldiers giving biscuits and their own share of rum to homeless French peasants hovering round the smouldering ruins of a house which carcasses had destroyed. And now my wits came back to me, my purposes, the power to act, which for a couple of hours had seemed to be in abeyance. I hurried through narrow streets to the cathedral. There it stood, a shattered mass, its sides all broken, its roof gone, its tall octagonal tower alone substantial and unchanged. Coming to its rear, I found Babette's little house, with open door, and I went in. The old grandfather sat in his corner, with a lighted candle on the table near him, across his knees Jean's coat that I had worn. He only babbled nonsense to my questioning, and, after calling aloud to Babette and getting no reply, I started for the Intendance. I had scarcely left the house when I saw some French peasants coming towards me with a litter. A woman, walking behind the litter, carried a lantern, and one of our soldiers of artillery attended and directed. I ran forward, and discovered Voban mortally hurt. The woman gave a cry, and spoke my name in a kind of surprise and relief, and the soldier, recognizing me, saluted. I sent him for a surgeon, and came on with the hurt man to the little house. Soon I was alone with him save for Babette, and her I sent for a priest. As soon as I had seen Voban I guessed what had happened. He had tried for his revenge at last. After a little time he knew me, but at first he could not speak. "What has happened? The palace?" said I. He nodded. "You blew it up? With Bigot?" I asked. His reply was a whisper, and his face twitched with pain.
"Not with Bigot."
I gave him some cordial, which he was inclined to refuse. It revived him, but I saw he could live only a few hours. Presently he made an effort.
"I will tell you,"
he whispered. "Tell me first of my wife," said I. "Is she alive? Is she alive?" If a smile could have been upon his lips then, I saw one there. Good Voban! I put my ear down, and my heart almost stopped beating until I heard him say,
"Find Mathilda."
"Where?" asked I.
"In the Val d'Oche Hills,"
he answered,
"where the grey monk lives, by the tall Calvary."
He gasped with pain. I let him rest a while, and eased the bandages on him, and at last he told me his story.
"I am to be gone soon. For 2 years I have waited for the good time to kill him. Bigot, to send him and his palace to hell. I cannot tell you how I worked to do it. It is no matter, no. From an old cellar I mine, and at last I get the powder lay beneath him, his palace, so. But he does not come to the palace much this many months, and Madame Cournal is always with him. And it is hard to do the thing in other ways. But I laugh when the English come in the town, and when I see Bigot fly to his palace alone to get his treasure chest, I think it is my time. So I ask the valet, and he say he is in the private room that lead to the treasure place. Then I come back quick to the secret spot and fire my mine. In 10 minutes all will be done. I go at once to his room again, alone. I pass through the one room, and come to the other. It is a room with one small barred window. If he is there, I will say a word to him that I have wait long to say, then shut the door on us both. For I am sick of life, and watch him and laugh at him till the end comes. If he is in the other room, then I have another way as sure."
He paused, exhausted, and I waited till he could again go on. At last he made a great effort, and continued.
"I go back to the first room, and he is not there. I pass soft to the treasure room, and I see him kneel beside a chest, looking in. His back is to me. I hear him laugh to himself. I shut the door, turn the key, go to the window and throw it out, and look at him again. But now he stand and turn to me, and then I see it is not Bigot, but Monsieur Doltaire. I am sick when I see that, and at first I cannot speak. My tongue stick in my mouth so dry.
Has Vauban turned robber?
Monsieur say. I put out my hand and try to speak again, but no.
What did you throw from the window?
He ask.
And what's the matter, my Vauban?
My God, I say at him now, I thought you are Bigot. I point to the floor. Powder, I whisper. His eyes go like fire so terrible. He look to the window. take a quick angry step to me, but stand still. Then he point to the window.
The key, Vauban?
He say, and I answer yes. He get pale. Then he go and try the door. Look close at the walls. Try them, quick, stop, feel for a panel. Then try again, stand still, and lean against the table. It is no use to call, no one can hear, for it is all roar outside, and these walls are solid and very thick.
How long?
He say, and take out his watch. 5 minutes, maybe, I answer. He put his watch on the table, and sit down on a bench by it, and for a little minute he do not speak, but look at me close, and not angry as you would think.
Vauban,
He say in a low voice.
Bigot was a thief.
He point to the chest.
He stole from the king, my father. He stole your Mathilde from you. He should have died. We have both been blunderers, Vauban, blunderers.
He say.
Things have gone wrong with us. We have lost all.
There is little time.
Tell me one thing.
He go on.
Is Mademoiselle Duvarney safe, do you know?
I tell him yes. And he smile and take from his pocket something, and lay it across his lips, and then put it back in his breast.
You are not afraid to die, Vauban?
He ask. I answer no.
Shake hands with me, my friend.
He speak, and I do so that. Ah, pardon, monsieur, I say.
No, no, Vauban, it was to be.
He answer.
We shall meet again, comrade, if we can.
He speak on, and he turn away from me, and look to the sky through the window. Then he look at his watch, and get to his feet, and stand there still. I kiss my crucifix. He reach out and touch it, and bring his fingers to his lips.
Who can tell? Perhaps,
he say. For a little minute, it seemed like a year, and it is so still he stand there. And then he put his hand over the watch, lift it up, and shut his eyes, as if time is all done. While you can count 10 it is so, and then the great crash come.
For a long time Voban lay silent again. I gave him more cordial, and he revived and ended his tale.
I am a blunderer, as monsieur say,
he went on.
For he is killed, not Bigot and me. And only a little part of the palace go to pieces. And so they fetch me here. And I wish, my God in heaven, I wish I go with Monsieur Doltaire.
But he followed him a little later. 2 hours afterwards I went to the Intendant's, and there I found that the body of my enemy had been placed in the room where I had last seen him with Alix. He lay on the same couch where she had lain. The flag of France covered his broken body, but his face was untouched, as it had been in life, haunting, fascinating, though the shifting lights were gone, the fine eyes closed. A noble peace hid all that was sardonic. Not even Gabord would now have called him Master Devil. I covered up his face and left him there, peasant and prince, candles burning at his head and feet, and the star of Louis on his shattered breast. And I saw him no more. All that night I walked the ramparts, thinking, remembering, hoping, waiting for the morning, and when I saw the light break over those far eastern parishes, wasted by fire and sword, I set out on a journey to the Valdocci hills.
End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
It was in the saffron light of early morning that I saw it, the tall cavalry of the Vodolci Hills. The night before I had come up through a long valley, overhung with pines on one side, and crimsoning maples on the other, and, travelling till nearly midnight, had lain down in the hollow of a bank, and listened to a little river leap over cascades, and, far below, go prattling on to the greater river in the south. My eyes closed, but for long I did not sleep. I heard a nighthawk go by on a lonely mission, a beaver slide from a log into the water, and the delicate humming of the pine needles was a drowsy music, through which broke by and by the strange crying of a loon from the water below. I was neither asleep nor awake, but steeped in this wide awe of night, the sweet smell of earth and running water in my nostrils. Once, too, in a slight breeze, the scent of some wild animal's nest near by came past, and I found it good. I lifted up a handful of loose earth and powdered leaves, and held it to my nose, a good, brave smell, all in a sort of drowsing. While I mused, Doltaire's face passed before me as it was in life, and I heard him say again of the peasants,
"These shall have the earth some day, for they are of it, and live close to it, and are kin to it."
Suddenly there rushed before me that scene in the convent, when all the devil in him broke loose upon the woman I loved. But, turning on my homely bed, I looked up and saw the deep quiet of the skies, the stable peace of the stars, and I was a son of the good earth again, a sojourner in the tents of home. I did not doubt that Alix was alive or that I should find her. There was assurance in this benignant night. In that thought, dreaming that her cheek lay close to mine, her arm around my neck, I fell asleep. I waked to bear the squirrels stirring in the trees, the whir of the partridge, and the first unvarying note of the oriole. Turning on my dry leafy bed, I looked down, and saw in the dark haze of dawn the beavers at their house building. I was in the beginning of a deep gorge or valley, on one side of which was a steep sloping hill of grass and trees, and on the other a huge escarpment of mossed and jagged rocks. Then, farther up, the valley seemed to end in a huge promontory. On this great wedge grim shapes loomed in the mist, uncouth and shadowy and unnatural, a lonely, mysterious Brocken, impossible to human tenantry. Yet as I watched the mist slowly rise, there grew in me the feeling that there lay the end of my quest. I came down to the brook, bathed my face and hands, ate my frugal breakfast of bread, with berries picked from the hillside, and, as the yellow light of the rising sun broke over the promontory, I saw the tall cavalry upon a knoll, strange comrade to the huge rocks and monoliths, as it were vast playthings of the mighty men, the fabled ancestors of the Indian races of the land. I started up the valley, and presently all the earth grew blithe, and the birds filled the woods and valleys with jocund noise. It was near noon before I knew that my pilgrimage was over. Coming round a point of rock, I saw the grey monk, of whom strange legends had lately travelled to the city. I took off my hat to him reverently, but all at once he threw back his cowl, and I saw no monk, but, much altered, the good chaplain who had married me to Alix in the Chateau St. Louis. He had been hurt when he was fired upon in the water, had escaped, however, got to shore, and made his way into the woods. There he had met Matilda, who led him to her lonely home in this hill. Seeing the tall cavalry, he had conceived the idea of this disguise, and Matilda had brought him the robe for the purpose. In a secluded cave I found Alix with her father, caring for him, for he was not yet wholly recovered from his injuries. There was no waiting now. The ban of church did not hold my dear girl back, nor did her father do aught but smile when she came laughing and weeping into my arms.
"Robert! Oh, Robert! Robert!"
she cried, and at first that was all she could say. The good Signoro put out his hand to me beseechingly. I took it, clasped it.
The city?
He asked. Is ours, I answered.
And my son. My son.
I told him how, the night that the city was taken, the Chevalier de la Durante and I had gone a sad journey in a boat to the Isle of Orleans, and there, in the chapel yard, near to his father's chateau, we had laid a brave and honest gentleman who died fighting for his country. By and by, when their grief had a little abated, I took them out into the sunshine. A pleasant green valley lay to the north, and to the south, far off, was the wall of rosy hills that hid the captured town. Peace was upon it all, and upon us. As we stood there, a scarlet figure came winding in and out among the giant stones, crosses hanging at her girdle. She approached us, and, seeing me, she said,
"Hush, I know a place where all the lovers can hide."
And she put a little wooden cross into my hands.
End of chapter 30. End of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker.